drinks, forgetting they had a detective in their midst. "Donny was aye a terror. Dated my lassie for a couple of months, never said boot a goose. Dad works at a machine tool place in Falkirk. Didn't deserve an end like that." "No one does." Siobhan stood there taking sips of her drink, adding the occasional comment or question. When her glass was empty, two of the drinkers offered to buy her another, but she shook her head. "My shout," she said, reaching into her bag for money. "I won't have a lass buying me drinks," one of the men tried to protest, but he allowed the fresh pint to be placed in front of him anyway. Siobhan started putting her change away. "What about since he got out?" she asked casually. "Been catching up with any old mates?" The men fell silent, and she realised she hadn't been casual enough. She offered a smile. "Someone else will come round, you know, asking the self-same questions." "Doesn't mean we have to answer," Malky said sternly. "Careless talk and all that." The drinkers nodded their agreement. "It's a murder inquiry," Siobhan reminded him. There was a chill in the pub now, all goodwill frozen. "Maybe so, but we're not Grassies." "I'm not asking you to be." One of the men slid his pint back towards Malky. "I'll buy my own," he said. The man beside him did the same. The door opened and two uniforms walked in. One of them carried a clipboard. "You'll have heard about the fatality?" he asked. Fatality. A nice euphemism, but also accurate. It wouldn't be murder until the pathologist gave his verdict. Siobhan decided to leave. The uniform with the clipboard said he'd need to take down her details. She showed him her warrant card instead. Outside, a car horn sounded. It was Les Young. He came to a stop and waved her over, winding down his window as she approached. "Has the sleuth from the big city broken the case?" he asked. She ignored this, instead filling him in on her visits to the Jardins, the Salon, and the Bain. "So it's not that you've got a drink problem, then?" he asked, gazing past her to the door of the bar. When she said nothing, he seemed to decide the time for teasing was past. "Good work," he said. "We'll maybe get someone to study the handwriting, see who else Donny Cruikshank might have considered an enemy." "He's got a few champions, too," Siobhan countered. "Men who think he shouldn't have gone to jail in the first place." "Maybe they're right." Young saw the look on her face. "I don't mean he was innocent. It's just, when a rapist goes to jail, they end up segregated for their own safety." "And the only people they mix with are other rapists?" Siobhan guessed. "You think one of them might have killed Cruikshank?" Young shrugged. "You saw the amount of porn he had. Pirate stuff, CD-ROMs. So? So his computer wasn't up to making them. Not the right software or processor. He must have got them from somewhere." "Mail order? Sex shops?" "Possibly." Young gnawed at his bottom lip. Siobhan hesitated before speaking. "There's something else." "What?" "Ishbel Jardin's address book. Looks like she was writing to Cruikshank when he was in prison." "I know." "You do?" "Found her letters in a drawer in Cruikshank's bedroom." "What did they say?" Young reached over to the passenger seat. "Take a look if you like." 2 sheets of paper, with an envelope for each, encased in polythene evidence bags. Ishbel wrote in angry capitals, "When you raped my sister, you might as well have killed me too. My life's gone, and you're to blame." "You can see why we're suddenly keen to speak to her," Young said. Siobhan just nodded. She thought she could understand why Ishbel had written the letters, the need for Cruikshank to feel guilt. But why had he kept them? To gloat over? Did her anger fuel something within him? "How come the prison censor let them through?" she asked. "I wondered the same thing." She looked at him. "You called Berlini?" Spoke to the censor, Young confirmed. He let them through because he thought they might make Cruikshank face up to his guilt. And did they? Young shrugged. Did Cruikshank ever write back to her? Censor says not. And yet he kept her letters. Maybe he planned to tease her about them. Young paused. Maybe she took the teasing to heart. I don't see her as a killer, Siobhan stated. Problem is, we don't see her at all. Finding her is going to be your priority, Siobhan. Yes, sir. Meantime, we're setting up a murder room. Where? Apparently there's a space we can use at the library. He nodded down the road. Next to the primary school. You can help us set up if you like. We need to let my boss know where I am first. Hop in then. Young reached for his mobile. I'll let him know you've been poached.
This ends Disc 7. Flesh Market Close, Disc 8.
Chapter 16. Rebus and Ellen Wiley were back at Whitemire. An interpreter had been brought in from Glasgow's Kurdish community. She was a small, bustling woman who spoke with a broad West Coast accent and wore a lot of gold and layers of bright clothing. To Rebus's eyes, she looked as if she should be reading palms in a fairground caravan. Instead, she was sitting at a table in the cafeteria with Mrs. Yurgi, the two detectives, and Alan Traynor. Rebus had told Traynor that they'd be fine on their own, but he'd insisted on being present, sitting a little apart from the group, arms folded. There were staff in the cafeteria, cleaners and cooks. Pots occasionally clanked onto metal surfaces, causing Mrs. Yurgi to jump every time. Her children were being looked after in their room. She carried a handkerchief with her, rolled around the fingers of her right hand. It was Ellen Wiley who had found the interpreter, and it was Wiley who asked the questions. Did she never hear from her husband? Never try contacting him? The translated question would follow, and then the answer translated back into English. How could she? She didn't know where he was. Inmates are allowed to make phone calls out, Traynor clarified. There's a payphone. They're welcome to use it. If they have the money, the interpreter snapped. He never tried contacting her, Wiley persisted. It's always possible he heard things from those on the outside, the interpreter answered, without posing the question to the widow. How do you mean? I'm assuming people do actually leave this place. Again she glared at Traynor. Most are sent home, he retorted. To be disappeared, she spat back. Actually, Rebus interrupted, it's true that some people are bailed out of here, aren't they, Mr. Traynor? That's right. If someone stands as a referee. And that's how Steph Yurgi might have heard news of his family, from people he met who'd been in here. Traynor looked sceptical. Do you have a list? Rebus asked. A list? Of people who've been bailed? Of course we do. And the addresses they're staying at? Traynor nodded. So, it would be easy to say how many of them are in Edinburgh, maybe even in Knoxland itself. I don't think you understand the system, Inspector. How many people in Knoxland do you think would give shelter to an asylum seeker? I admit I don't know the place, but from what I've seen in the newspapers, you've got a point, Rebus agreed. But all the same, maybe you could pull those records for me. They're confidential. I don't need to see all of them, just the ones living in Edinburgh. And just the Kurds? Traynor added. I suppose so, yes. Well, that's feasible, I suppose. Traynor still sounded less than enthusiastic. Maybe you could do it now while we're talking to Mrs. Yurgi. I'll do it later. Or one of your staff. Later, Inspector. Traynor had firmed up his voice. Mrs. Yurgi was talking. The interpreter nodded when she'd finished. Steph could not go home. They would kill him. He was a human rights journalist. She frowned. I think that's correct. She checked with the widow, nodded again. Yes, he worked on stories of state corruption, of campaigns against the Kurdish people. She tells me he was a hero, and I believe her. The interpreter sat back, as if daring them to doubt her. Ellen Wiley leaned forward. Was there anyone on the outside? Anyone he knew? Someone he might have gone to? The question was asked and answered. He did not know anyone in Scotland. The family did not want to leave Sighthill. They were beginning to be happy there. The children made friends. They found places in a school. And then they were thrown into a van. A police van. And brought to this place in the middle of the night. They were terrified. Wiley touched the interpreter on the forearm. I don't know how best to phrase this. Maybe you can help me. She paused. We're pretty sure Steph had at least one friend on the outside. It took the interpreter a moment to realise. You mean a woman? Wiley nodded slowly. We need to find her. How can his widow help? I'm not sure. Ask her, Rebus said, what languages her husband spoke. The interpreter looked at him as she asked the question. Then, he spoke a little English and some French. His French better than his English. Wiley was looking at him too. The girlfriend speaks French? It's a possibility. Got any French speakers in here, Mr. Trainer? From time to time. What countries are they from? Africa, mostly. Do you think any of them might have been given bail? Can I assume you'd like me to check? If it's not too much trouble. Rebus's lips formed a smile of sorts. Trainer just sighed. The translator was talking again. Mrs. Yurgi answered by bursting into tears, burying her face in her handkerchief. What did you say to her? Wiley asked. I asked if her husband was faithful. Mrs. Yurgi wailed something. The translator wrapped an arm around her. And now we have her answer, she said. Which is? Until death, the translator quoted. The silence was broken by a blast from Trainer's walkie-talkie. He placed it to his ear. Go ahead, he said. Then, having listened, Oh, Christ! I'll be right there. He left without a word. Rebus and Wiley exchanged a look, and Rebus rose to his feet, readying to follow. It wasn't hard to keep his distance. Trainer was in a hurry, not quite running exactly, but doing everything but. Down one corridor, and then left into another until, at the far end, he pulled open a door. This led to a shorter corridor, dead-ended by a fire exit. There were 3 small rooms, isolation cells. From inside one, someone was thumping the locked door, thumping and kicking and yelling in a language Rebus didn't recognise. But this wasn't what interested Trainer. He'd entered another room, its door held open by a guard. There were further guards inside, crouched around the prone figure of a near-skeletal man, dressed only in underpants. The rest of his clothing had been removed to form a makeshift noose. It was still tied tight around his throat, his head purple and swollen, tongue bursting from its mouth. Every 10 bloody minutes, Trainer was saying angrily. We checked every 10 minutes, a guard was stressing. I'll bet you did. Trainer looked up, saw Rebus standing in the doorway. Get him out of here! He roared. The nearest guard started pushing Rebus back into the corridor. Rebus held up both hands. Easy, pal. I'm going. He was backing away, the guard following. Suicide watch, eh? Sounds like his neighbour's going to be next, judging by the uproar he's making. The guard said nothing. He just closed the door on Rebus and stood there, watching through its glass panel. Rebus held his hands up again, then turned and walked away. Something told him that his requests to Traynor would have slipped a little down the man's list of priorities. The session at the cafeteria was ending, Wiley shaking hands with the interpreter, who then guided the widow in the direction of the family unit. "So," Wiley asked Rebus, "where was the fire?" "No fire, but some poor sod topped himself." "Bloody hell." "Let's get out of here." He started walking ahead of her towards the exit. "How did he do it?" "Turned his clothes into a kind of tourniquet. He couldn't hang himself. There was nothing up high for him to swing from." "Bloody hell," she repeated. When they were out in the fresh air, Rebus lit a cigarette. Wiley unlocked her Volvo. "We're getting nowhere with this, are we?" "It was never going to be easy, Ellen. The girlfriend's the key." "Unless she did it," Wiley offered. Rebus shook his head. "Listen to her phone call. She knows why it happened, and that why leads to the who." "That's a bit metaphysical coming from you." He shrugged again, flicked the remains of his cigarette onto the ground. "I'm a Renaissance man, Ellen." "Oh, aye. Spell it for me then, Mr. Renaissance man." As they drove out of the compound, he looked towards the site of Caraquin's camp. When they'd arrived, she hadn't been there, but she was there now, standing by the roadside, drinking from a thermos. Rebus asked Wiley to stop the car. "I'll only be a minute," he said, getting out. "What are you—" He closed his door on her question. Quinn smiled when she recognized him. "Hello there." "Listen," he said, "do you know any friendly media people? I mean, friendly to what you're trying to accomplish here?" Her eyes narrowed. "One or two." "Well, you could slip them an exclusive. One of the inmates has just committed suicide." As soon as the words were out, he knew he'd made a mistake. "Could have phrased that better, John," he told himself as tears welled in Caraquin's eyes. "I'm sorry," he said. He could see Wiley watching in the wing mirror. "I just thought you could do something with it. There'll be an inquiry. The more press interest there is, the worse it is for Whitemire." She was nodding. "Yes, I can see that. Thanks for telling me." The tears were pouring down her face. Wiley sounded the horn. "Your friend's waiting," Quinn said. "Are you going to be all right?" "I'll be fine." She rubbed her face with the back of her free hand. The other hand still held a cup, though most of the tea inside was dribbling onto the ground unnoticed. "Sure." She nodded. "It's just so barbaric." "I know," he said quietly. "Look, have you got a phone with you?" She nodded. "You've got my number, right? Can I take yours?" She reeled it off, and he jotted it down in his notebook. "You better go," she said. Rebus nodded, backing away towards the car. He waved before getting into the passenger seat. "I hit the horn by accident," Wiley lied. "So you know her, then?" "A little," he admitted. "She's an artist, paints portraits." "So it's true, then?" Wiley put the car into first gear. "You really are a Renaissance man." "One N, two S's, right?" "Right," she said. Rebus angled the rear-view mirror so he could watch Caraquin recede as the car gathered pace. "So how do you know her?" "I just do, all right?" "Sorry I asked. Do your friends always burst into tears when you talk to them?" He gave her a look, and they drove in silence for a few moments. "Want to drop into Bain Hall?" Wiley eventually asked. "Why?" "I don't know," she said. "Just to take a look." They talked about the murder on the outward journey. "What'll we see?" "We'll see F Troop at work." F Troop, because Livingston was F Division of the Lothian and Borders Police, and few in Edinburgh really rated them. Rebus was forced to concede a smile. "Why not?" he said. "That's decided then." Rebus's mobile sounded. He wondered if it might be Carol Quinn, thought maybe he should have stayed a bit longer, kept her company. But it was Siobhan. "I've just been on the phone to Gayfield," she said. "Oh, aye. DCI McRae's got the pair of us marked down as AWOL. What's your excuse?" "I'm in Bain Hall." "Funny, we'll be there in 2 minutes." "We?" "Me and Ellen. We've been out to Whitemire. You still looking for that girl?" "There's been a bit of lateral movement. You heard they found a body?" "I thought it was a bloke." "It's the guy who raped her sister." "I can see that would change things. So, now you're helping F Troop with their inquiries?" "In a manner of speaking." Rebus snorted. "Jim McRae must think there's something about Gayfield we don't like." "He's not too thrilled, and he told me to give you another message." "Oh, aye." "Someone else who's fallen out of love with you." Rebus thought for a moment. "Is that sad bastard still after me for the torch?" "He's talking about an official complaint." "Christ's sake! I'm buying him a new one." "Apparently it's specialist kit, over 100 quid's worth." "You could buy a chandelier for that." "Don't shoot the messenger, John." The car was passing the sign into town. Bain Hall had become Bain Hell. "That's inventive," Wiley muttered. Then, "Ask her where she is." "Ellen wants to know where you are," Rebus said into the phone. "There's a room at the library. We're using it as a base." "Good idea. F Troop can see if there are any reference books to help them. My big book of murders, maybe." Wiley smiled at this, but Siobhan sounded anything but amused. "John, don't bring that attitude here." "Only a bit of fun, Shiv. See you in a few minutes." Rebus told Wiley where they were headed. The library's narrow car park was already full. Uniformed officers were carrying computers into the single-story, prefabricated building. Rebus held the door open for one, then followed, Wiley waiting outside while she checked her phone for messages. The room set aside for the investigation was only about 15 feet by 12. 2 folding tables had been appropriated from somewhere, along with a couple of chairs. "We don't have space for all these," Siobhan was telling one of the uniforms, as he crouched to deposit an oversized computer screen at her feet. "Orders," he said, breathing hard. "Can I help you?" This question was directed at Rebus from a young man in a suit. "D.I. Rebus," Rebus said. Siobhan stepped forward. "John, this is D.I. Young. He's in charge." The 2 men shook hands. "Call me Les," the young man said. He was already losing interest in this new visitor. He had a murder room to get ready. "Lester Young," Rebus mused, "like the jazz musician." "Leslie, actually, like the town in Fife." "Well, good luck, Leslie," Rebus offered. He walked back into the body of the library, Siobhan following. A few retired people were peering at newspapers and magazines, seated at a large circular table. In the kids' corner, a mother lay on a beanbag, apparently dozing, while her toddler, dummy in mouth, pulled books off the shelves and piled them on the carpet. Rebus found himself in the history aisle. "Les, eh?" he said in an undertone. "He's a good guy," Siobhan whispered back. "You're a quick judge of character." Rebus picked a book off the shelf. It seemed to be saying that the Scots had invented the modern world. He looked around to make sure they weren't in the fiction section. "So, what happens about Ishbel Jardine?" he asked. "I don't know. That's one reason I'm sticking around." "Do the parents know about the murder?" "Yes." "Party time tonight, then?" I went to see them. They weren't celebrating. "And was either of them caked in blood?" "No." Rebus placed the title back on its shelf. The toddler sent up a squeal as the tower of books toppled over. And the skeletons? A dead end, as you might say. Alexis Cater says the chief suspect was a guy who came to a party with a friend of Cater's, only the friend barely knew him, wasn't even sure of his name, Barry or Gary, I think she said. So that's it then. The bones can lie in peace. Siobhan shrugged. What about you? Any luck with the stabbing? Inquiries are continuing. A police spokesman said today. I take it you're floundering. I wouldn't go that far. A break would be nice, though. Isn't that what you're doing here? Having a break? Not the kind I meant. He looked around. You reckon F Troop are up to this? No shortage of suspects. I suppose not. How was he killed? Whacked with something not unlike a hammer. Where? On the head. I meant where in the house? His bedroom. So it was probably someone he knew. I'd say so. I reckon Ishbel could swing a hammer hard enough to kill someone. I don't think she did it. Maybe you'll get a chance to ask her. Rebus patted her on the arm, but with F Troop on the case, you may have to work that wee bit harder. Outside, Wiley was finishing a call. Anything worth looking at indoors? She asked. Rebus shook his head. Back to base then, she guessed. With just one more detour along the way, Rebus informed her. Where's that then? The university. Chapter 17. They parked in a pay bay on George Square and walked through the gardens, emerging in front of the university library. Most of the buildings here had gone up in the 1960s, and Rebus hated them. Blocks of sand-coloured concrete replacing the square's original 18th century townhouses. Rows of treacherous steps and a notorious wind tunnel effect which could blow over the unwary on the wrong day. Students walked between the buildings, hugging books and folders in front of them. Some stood and chatted in groups. Bloody students, was Wiley's concise summing up of the situation. Didn't you used to go to college yourself, Ellen? Rebus asked. That's why I'm entitled to say it. A big issue vendor stood beside the George Square Theatre. Rebus approached him. All right, Jimmy. Not so bad, Mr. Rebus. You going to survive another winter? It's that or die in the trying. Rebus handed over a couple of coins, but refused to take one of the magazines. Anything I should know? He asked, dropping his voice a little. Jimmy looked thoughtful. He wore a frayed baseball cap over long grey matted hair. A green cardigan hung down almost to his knees. There was a border collie, or a version thereof, asleep at his feet. Nothing much, he eventually said, voice coarsened by the usual vices. Sure. You know I keep my eyes and ears open. Jimmy paused. Price of blaw has fallen, if that's any use. Blaw. Cannabis. Rebus smiled. Sadly, I'm not in the market. My drugs of choice. Prices only ever seem to rise. Jimmy laughed loudly, causing the dog to open one eye. Aye, the fags and booze, Mr. Rebus, the most pernicious drugs known to man. Take care of yourself, Rebus said, moving away again. Then to Wiley, this is the building we want. He pulled open the door for her. You've been here before, then? There's a linguistics department. We've used them in the past for voice tests. A grey uniformed servitor sat in a glass reception booth. Dr. Maybury, Rebus said. Room 212. Thanks. Rebus led Wiley to the lifts. Do you know everyone in Edinburgh? She asked. He looked at her. This is the way it used to be done, Ellen. He ushered her into the lift and punched the button for the second floor. Knocked on the door of 212, but there was no one home. A frosted glass window to the side of the door showed no movement within. Rebus tried the next office along and was told he might find Maybury in the basement language lab. The language lab was at the end of a corridor, through a set of double doors. 4 students sat in a row of booths, unable to see each other. They wore headphones and spoke into microphones, repeating a set of random-seeming words. Bread, mother, think, properly, lake, allegory, entertainment, interesting, impressive. They looked up as Rebus and Wiley entered. A woman was facing them, seated at a large desk with what looked like a switchboard attached to it and a large cassette recorder hooked up to that. She made an impatient sound and switched off the recorder. "What is it?" she snapped. "Dr. Maybury. We've met before. I'm Detective Inspector John Rebus." "Yes, I think I remember. Threatening phone calls? You were trying to identify the accent?" Rebus nodded and introduced Wiley. "Sorry to interrupt. Just wondered if you might spare a few minutes." "I'll be finished here at the top of the hour." Maybury checked her watch. "Why don't you go up to my office and wait for me? There's a kettle and stuff." "A kettle and stuff sounds great." She fished in her pocket for the key. By the time they turned to leave, she was already telling the students to prepare for the next set of words. "What do you think she was up to?" Wiley asked as the lift took them back to the second floor. "Christ knows." "Well, I suppose it keeps them off the streets." Dr. Maybury's room was a clutter of books and papers, videos and audio cassettes. The computer on her desk was well camouflaged by more paperwork. A table, meant to accommodate tutorial groups, was laden with books borrowed from the library. Wiley found the kettle and plugged it in. Rebus stepped outside and headed to the toilets, where he took out his mobile and called Carol Quinn. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I'm fine," she assured him. "I called a reporter on the evening news. The story might make the final edition this evening." "What's been happening?" "A lot of comings and goings." She broke off. "Is this another interrogation?" "Sorry if it looks that way." She paused. "Do you want to come round later on? To the flat, I mean." "What for?" "So my team of highly trained anarcho-syndicalists can start the indoctrination process." "They like a challenge, then." She managed a short laugh. "I'm still wondering what makes you tick." "Apart from our wristwatch, you mean?" "Best be careful, Caro. I'm the enemy after all." "Don't they say it's best to know your enemy?" "Funny. Someone told me that just recently." He paused. "I could buy you dinner." "Thus propping up the masculine hegemony." "I've no idea what that means, but I'm probably guilty as charged." "It means we split the bill," she told him. "Come to the flat at 8 o'clock. "See you then." Rebus ended the call, and almost at once wondered how she would get home from Whitemire. He hadn't thought to ask. Did she hitch? He was halfway through calling her number again when he stopped himself. She wasn't a kid. She'd been holding her vigil for months. She could get home without his help. Besides, she would only accuse him of propping up the masculine hegemony. Rebus went back into Maybury's office and took a cup of coffee from Wiley. They sat at opposite ends of the table. "Weren't you ever a student, John?" she asked. "Could never be bothered," he answered. "Plus, I was a lazy sod at school." "I hated it," Wiley said. "Never seemed to know what to say. I sat in rooms much like this one, year after year, keeping my mouth shut so nobody'd notice I was thick." "How thick were you, exactly?" Wiley smiled. "Turned out the other students thought I never spoke, because I already knew it all." The door opened and Dr. Maybury shuffled in, squeezing behind Wiley's chair. She muttered an apology and reached the safety of her own desk. She was tall and thin and seemed self-conscious. Her hair was a mass of thick, dark waves, pulled back into something resembling a ponytail. She wore old-fashioned glasses, as if these could disguise the classical beauty of her face. "Can I get you a coffee, Dr. Maybury?" Wiley asked. "I'm awash with the stuff," Maybury said briskly. Then she uttered another apology, thanking Wiley for the offer. Rebus remembered this about her, that she was easily flustered, and she always apologised more than was necessary. "Sorry," she said again, for no apparent reason, as she shuffled together some of the papers in front of her. "What was happening downstairs?" Wiley asked. "You mean reeling off those lists?" Maybury's mouth twitched. "I'm doing some research into elision." Wiley held up a hand, like a pupil in class. "While you and I know what that means, Doctor, maybe you could explain it for D.I. Rebus." "I think, when you came in, the word I was interested in was properly. People have started pronouncing it with part of its middle missing. That's what elision is." Rebus had to stop himself from asking what the point of such research was. Instead, he tapped the table in front of him with his fingertips. "We've got a tape we'd like you to listen to," he said. "Another anonymous caller?" "In a manner of speaking. It was a 999 call. We need to establish nationality." Maybury slid her glasses back up the steep slope of her nose and held out a hand, palm upwards. Rebus rose from his seat and gave her the tape. She slid it into a cassette deck on the floor beside her and pressed play. "You might find it a bit distressing," Rebus warned her. She gave a nod, listened to the message all the way through. "Regional accents are my field, Inspector," she said after a few moments' silence. "Regions of the United Kingdom. This woman is non-native." "Well, she's a native of somewhere." "But not these shores." "So you can't help? Not even a guess?" Maybury tapped her finger against her chin. "African, maybe Afro-Caribbean." "She probably speaks some French," Rebus added. "Might even be her first language." "One of my colleagues in the French department might be able to say with more certainty. Hang on a minute." When she smiled, the whole room seemed to light up. "There's a postgraduate student. She's done a bit of work on French influences in Africa. I wonder—" "We'll settle for anything you can give us," Rebus said. "Can I keep the tape?" Rebus nodded. "There is a certain amount of urgency." "I'm not sure where she is. Maybe you could try calling her at home," Wiley asked. Maybury peered at her. "I think she's somewhere in southwest France." "That could be a problem," Rebus offered. "Not necessarily. If I can contact her by phone, I could play the tape down the line to her." It was Rebus's turn to smile. "Elision," Rebus said, leaving the word to hang there. They were back at Torpichen Place. The police station was quiet, the Noxland squad wondering what the hell to do next. When a case wasn't solved within the first 72 hours, it started to feel as if everything slowed down. The initial adrenaline rush was long gone. The doorstepping and interviews had come and gone, everything conspiring to wear down appetite and application both. Rebus had cases that still weren't closed 20 years after the fact. They gnawed away at him because he couldn't shrug off the man-hours spent labouring on them to no effect whatsoever, knowing throughout that you were one phone call, one name, away from a solution. The culprits might have been interviewed and dismissed, or ignored altogether. Some clue might be loitering amidst the mouldering pages of each case file, and you were never going to find it. "Elision," Wiley agreed, nodding. "Good to know research has been done into it." "And done properly," Rebus snorted to himself. "You ever studied geography, Ellen?" I did it at school. You reckon it's more important than linguistics? I was just thinking of Whitemire. Some of the nationalities there. Angola, Namibia, Albania. I couldn't point to them on a map. Me neither. Yet half of them are probably better educated than the people guarding them. What's your point? He stared at her. Since when does a conversation need a point? She gave a long sigh and shook her head. Seen this? Shug Davidson asked. He was standing in front of them, holding up a copy of the city's daily evening newspaper. The front cover headline was, Whitemire Hanging. Nothing if not direct, Rebus said, taking the paper from Davidson and starting to read. I've had Rory Allen on the blower asking for a quote for tomorrow's Scotsman. He's planning a spread about the whole problem, Whitemire to Noxland and all points between. That should stir the pot, Rebus said. The story itself was thin. Caro Quinn was quoted on the inhumanity of the detention centre. There was a paragraph about Noxland and a few old photos of the original Whitemire protests. Caro's face had been circled. She was one among many toting placards and shouting at the staff as they arrived for the centre's opening day. Your friend again? Wiley commented, reading over his shoulder. What friend? Davidson asked, suspicious. Nothing, sir, Wiley said quickly. Just a woman who's holding vigil at the gates. Rebus had reached the end of the story, which directed him towards a comment piece elsewhere in the paper. He flicked pages and perused the editorial. Inquiry needed. Time for politicians to stop turning a blind eye. Intolerable situation for all concerned. Backlogs. Appeals. Future of Whitemire itself left hanging by this latest tragedy. Mind if I keep this? He asked, knowing Caro might be heartened by it. 35 pence, Davidson said, hand outstretched. I can get a new one for that. But this one's been cherished, John, and only one careful owner. The hand was still outstretched. Rebus paid up, reasoning that it was still cheaper than a box of chocolates. Not that he reckoned Caro Quinn had much of a sweet tooth, but there he was, prejudging her again. His job had taught him prejudice at the most basic us-and-them level. Now he wanted to see what lay beyond. So far, all it had cost him was 35 pence. Siobhan was back at the Bain. This time she'd brought a police photographer with her, plus Les Young. Could do with a drink anyway, he'd sighed, having found that 3 out of the 4 computers in the murder room had software problems, and none of them would connect successfully to the library's telephone system. He ordered a half of 80 shilling. Lime and soda for a lady, Malky guessed. Siobhan nodded. The photographer was sitting at a table next to the toilets, attaching a lens to his camera. One of the drinkers approached and asked him how much he wanted for it. Settle down, Arthur, Malky called. They're cops. Siobhan sipped her drink while Young handed over the money. She stared at Malky as he placed Young's change on the bar. It's not what I call a typical reaction, she said. What? Les Young asked, wiping the thin line of foam from his top lip. Well, Malky here knows we're CID, and we've got a man over there setting up a camera, and Malky hasn't asked why. The barman offered a shrug. Doesn't bother me what you do, he muttered, turning away to wipe one of the beer taps. The photographer seemed almost ready. D.S. Clark, he said. Maybe you should go first, check no one's in there. Siobhan smiled. How many women do you think come in here? All the same. Siobhan turned to Malky. Anyone in the ladies? Malky gave another shrug. Siobhan turned to Young. See? He's not even surprised we're taking photos in the loo. Then she walked to the door and pushed it open. All clear, she told the photographer. But then, peering into the cubicle, she saw that changes had been made. The various pieces of graffiti had been gone over with a thick black marker pen, rendering them almost illegible. Siobhan let out a hiss of air and told the photographer to do his best. She strode back to the bar. "Nice work, Malky," she said coldly. "What?" Lejeune asked. "Malky here's as sharp as a tack. Saw me using the toilet both times I was here, and it dawned on him why I was so interested, so he decided to cover over the messages as best he could." Malky said nothing, but raised his jawline a little, as if to show that he felt no guilt. "You don't want to give us any leads, is that it, Malky? You're thinking, Bain Hall's well shot of Donny Cruikshank. Good luck to whoever did it. Am I right?" "I'm saying nothing." "You don't need to. There's still ink on your fingers." Malky looked down at the black smudges. "Thing is," Siobhan went on, "first time I came in here, you and Cruikshank were having a falling out." "I was sticking up for you," Malky retorted. Siobhan nodded. "But after I left, you slung him out. Bit of bad blood between the two of you." She leaned her elbows on the bar and stood on tiptoe, stretching towards him. "Maybe we need to take you in for a proper interview. What do you say, D.I. Young?" "Sounds good to me." He put down his empty glass. "You can be our first official suspect, Malky." "Get stuffed." "Or," Siobhan paused, "you can tell us whose work the graffiti is. I know some belongs to Ishbel and Susie, but who else?" "Sorry, I don't frequent the ladies' lavs." "Maybe not, but you knew about the graffiti." Siobhan smiled again. "So, you must go in there sometimes. Maybe when the bar's shut." "Got a bit of a pair thing going, Malky," Young prodded. "That why you didn't get on with Cruikshank? Too much alike?" Malky pushed a finger towards Young's face. "You're talking pish." "Seems to me," Young said, ignoring the proximity of Malky's forefinger to his left eye, "we're talking straight common sense. Case like this, one connection's sometimes all you need to make." He straightened up. "Would you be okay to come with us just now, or do you need a minute to close up the bar?" "You're having a laugh." "That's right, Malky," Siobhan said. "You can see it in our faces, can't you?" Malky looked from one to the other. Their faces were stern, serious. "I'm guessing you only work here," Young pressed on. "Best phone the owner and tell him you're being taken in for questioning." Malky had allowed the finger to retreat back into his fist, the fist to fall to his side. "Come on," he said, hoping to make them see sense. "Can I just remind you," Siobhan told him, "that interfering with the course of a murder inquiry is a big no-no. Judges tend to pounce on it." "Christ, all I—" But he clamped shut his mouth. Young sighed and pulled out his mobile, called a number. "Can I get a couple of uniforms to the Bain? Suspect to be detained." All right, Malky said, holding up his hands in a pacifying gesture. "Let's sit down and have a talk. Nothing we can't do here, eh?" Young snapped shut his phone. "We'll let you know once we've heard what you've got to say," Siobhan informed the barman. He looked around, making sure none of the regulars needed a refill, then helped himself to a whisky from the Optic, opened the serving hatch and came out, nodding towards the table with the camera bag on it. The photographer was just emerging from the toilets. "Did what I could," he said. "Thanks, Billy," Lejeune said. "Let me have them by close of play." "I'll see what I can do." "Digital camera, Billy. Take you 5 minutes to do me some prints." "Depends." Billy had packed his bag, slipped it onto his shoulder. He gave a general nod of farewell and headed for the door. Young sat with arms folded, businesslike. Malky had drained his drink in one go. "Tracy was well liked," he began. "Tracy Jardine," Siobhan said, for Young's benefit. "The girl Cruikshank raped." Malky nodded slowly. "She was never the same afterwards." when she topped herself. It didn't surprise me. And then Cruikshank came back home? Siobhan prompted. Bold as brass, like he owned the place. Figured we should all be scared of him because he'd done prison time. Fuck that. Malky examined his empty glass. Anyone for another? They shook their heads, so he headed back behind the bar and fetched himself a refill. This is my last today, he told himself. Bit of a drink problem in the past, Young asked, sounding sympathetic. I used to put a bit away, Malky admitted. I'm fine now. Good to hear it. Malky, Siobhan said, I know Ishbel and Susie wrote some of those things in the toilet, but who else? Malky took a deep breath. I'd guess a pal of theirs called Janine Harrison. She was more a pal of Tracy's, to be honest, but after Tracy died, she started going around with Ishbel and Susie. He leaned back, staring at the glass as if willing himself to eke it out. She works at Whitemire. Doing what? She's one of the guards. He paused. Did you hear what happened? Someone hanged himself. Christ. If they shut that place. What? Bain Hall was built in coalfields. Only there's no coal left. Whitemire's the only employer round here. Half the folk you see, the ones with new cars and satellite dishes, they've got something to do with Whitemire. OK, so that's Janine Harrison. Anyone else? There's another friend of Susie's. Right quiet she is, until the drink hits her. Name? Janet Islet. And does she work at Whitemire too? He nodded. I think she's one of the secretaries. They live locally, Janine and Janet. He nodded again. Well, Siobhan said, having jotted the names down, I don't know. Dear Young? She looked at Les Young. What do you think? Do we still need to take Malky in for questioning? Not right this moment, D.S. Clark, but we need his surname and a contact address. Malky was happy to provide both. Chapter 18. They took Siobhan's car to Whitemire. Young admired the interior. This is a bit sporty. Is that good or bad? Good, probably. A tent had been pitched next to the access road, and its owner was being interviewed by a TV crew, more reporters listening in, hoping for a few usable quotes. The guard at the gate told them it was an even bigger bloody circus inside. Don't worry, Siobhan assured him. We've brought our leotards. Another uniformed guard was there to meet them at the car park. He greeted them coolly. I know this isn't the best of days, Young said consolingly, but we're working a murder inquiry, so you can appreciate that it couldn't wait. Who is it you need to see? 2 members of staff, Janine Harrison and Janet Islet. Janet's gone home, the guard said. She was a bit upset at the news. He saw Siobhan raise an eyebrow. News of the suicide, he clarified. And Janine Harrison? She asked. Janine works a family wing. I think she's on duty till 7. We'll talk to her then, Siobhan said. And if you could give us Janet's home address. Inside, the corridors and public areas were empty. Siobhan guessed that the inmates were being kept corralled until the fuss had died down. She caught glimpses of meetings behind doors left only slightly ajar. Men in suits with grim looks on their faces. Women in white blouses and half-moon glasses, pearls around their necks. Officialdom. The guard led them to an open-plan office and put in a call to Officer Harrison. While they were waiting, a man walked past, backtracking so he could ask the guard what was going on. Police, Mr. Trainer, about a murder in Bain Hall. Have you told them all our clients are accounted for? He sounded profoundly irritated by this latest news. "It's just background, sir," Siobhan piped up. "We're talking to anyone who knew the victim." This seemed to satisfy him. He made a grunting noise and moved off. "Brass?" Siobhan guessed. "Second in command," the guard confirmed. "Not having a good day." The guard left the room where Janine Harrison appeared. She was in her mid-20s, with short, dark hair. Not tall, but with some muscle beneath the uniform. Siobhan would guess she worked out, maybe did martial arts or the like. "Sit down, will you?" Young offered, having introduced himself and Siobhan. She stayed standing, hands behind her back. "What's this about?" "It's about the suspicious death of Donny Cruikshank," Siobhan said. "Somebody nailed him. What's suspicious about that?" "You weren't a fan of his?" "A man who rapes a drunk teenager? No, you couldn't call me a fan." "The local pub," Siobhan prompted. "Graffiti, in the ladies' loo." "What about it?" "You contributed a little something of your own." "Did I?" She looked thoughtful. "Might have done, I suppose. Female solidarity and all that." She gave Siobhan a look. "He raped a young girl, beat her up, and now you're going to knock yourself out trying to pin someone down for getting rid of him." She gave a slow shake of her head. "No one deserves to be murdered, Janine." "No?" Harrison sounded doubtful. "So which one did you write? Dead Man Walking, maybe? Or how about Claimed in Blood?" "I honestly don't remember." "We might ask for a specimen of your writing," Les Young interrupted. She shrugged. "I've got nothing to hide." "When did you last see Cruikshank?" "About a week ago in a Bain, playing pool by himself because no one would give him a game." "I'm surprised he drank there, if he was such a hate figure." "He liked it." "The pub?" Harrison shook her head. "All the attention. Didn't seem to bother him what kind it was, as long as he was at the centre." From the little Siobhan had seen of Cruikshank, she could accept this. "You were a friend of Tracy's, weren't you?" Harrison wagged a finger. "I know who you are now. You hung around with Tracy's mum and dad, went to her funeral." "I didn't really know her." "But you saw what she'd been through." Again the tone was accusatory. "Yes, I saw," Siobhan said quietly. "We're police officers, Janine," Young interrupted. "It's our job." "Fine. So go and do your job. Just don't expect too much help." She brought her arms out from behind her back and folded them across her chest, creating a picture of hardened resolve. "If there's anything you can tell us," Young persisted, "best we should hear it from your own lips." "Then hear this. I didn't kill him, but I'm glad he's dead all the same." She paused. "And if I had killed him, I'd be shouting it from the rooftops." A few seconds of silence followed. Then Siobhan asked, "How well do you know Janet Islet?" "I know Janet. She works here." "That's her chair you're sitting in." She nodded towards Young. "What about socially?" Harrison nodded. "You go out drinking?" Siobhan prompted. "Occasionally." "Was she with you in the Bain the last time you saw Cruikshank?" "Probably." "You don't remember?" "No, I don't." "I hear she gets a bit daft with the drink in her." "Have you seen her? She's 5 foot nothing in high heels." "You're saying she wouldn't have attacked Cruikshank?" "I'm saying she wouldn't have succeeded." "On the other hand, you look pretty fit, Janine." Harrison gave a glacial smile. "You're not my type." Siobhan paused. "Have you any idea what might have happened to Ishbel Jardine?" Harrison was thrown momentarily by the change of subject. "No," she said at last. "She never talked about running away? Never. She must have spoken about Cruikshank, though. Must have. Care to elaborate? Harrison shook her head. Is that what you do when you're stuck? Pin the blame on someone who's not around to stick up for herself? She fixed her eyes on Siobhan. Some friend you are. Young started to say something, but she cut him off. It's your job, I know. Just a job. Like working in this place. Someone dies in our care. We all feel it. I'm sure you do, Young said. Speaking of which, I've got checks I need to make before I clock off. Are we finished here? Young looked to Siobhan, who had one final question. Did you know Ishbel had written to Cruikshank while he was in prison? No. Does it surprise you? Yes, I suppose so. Maybe you didn't know her as well as you think you did. Siobhan paused. Thanks for talking to us. Yes, thank you very much, Young added. Then, as she started to leave, we'll be in touch about that sample of your handwriting. After she'd gone, Young leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head. If it wasn't so politically incorrect, I'd call her a ball breaker. Probably comes with the job she does. The guard who'd brought them in appeared suddenly in the doorway, as though he'd been waiting within earshot. She's fine once you get to know her, he said. Here's Janet Islet's address. As Siobhan took the note from him, she saw that he was studying her. And by the way, for what it's worth, you're exactly Janine's type. Janet Islet lived in a new-build bungalow on the edge of Bain Hall. For now, the view from her kitchen window was of fields. Won't last, she said. Developer's got his eye on it. Enjoy it while you can, eh? Young said, accepting the mug of tea. The three of them sat down around the small square table. There were 2 young kids in the house, struck dumb by a noisy video game. I limit them to an hour, Islet explained, and only once the homework's done. Something about the way she said it told Siobhan that Islet was a single mum. A cat jumped onto the table, Islet sweeping it off with her arm. I've bloody told you, she shouted, as the cat retreated into the hall. Then she put her hand to her face. Sorry about that. We realise you're upset, Janet, Siobhan said softly. Did you know the man who hanged himself? Islet shook her head. But he did it 50 yards from where I was sitting. Just makes you think about all the horrible things that could be happening around you, and you don't know about it. I see what you mean, Young said. She looked at him. Well, in your job, you see things all the time. Like Donnie Cruikshank's body, Siobhan said. She'd noticed the neck of an empty wine bottle jutting out from beneath the lid of the kitchen bin. A single wine glass drying on the draining board. Wondered how much Janet Islet put away of an evening. He's the reason we're here, Young was telling Islet. We're looking at his lifestyle, people who might have known him, maybe even harboured a grudge. What's that got to do with me? Didn't you know him? Who'd want to? We just thought, after what you wrote about him on the wall of the Bain. I wasn't the only one, Islet snapped. We know that. Siobhan's voice had grown even quieter. We're not accusing anyone, Janet. We're just filling in the background. This is all the thanks I get, Islet said, shaking her head. Bloody typical. How do you mean? That asylum seeker, the one who got himself stabbed, it was me phoned you lot. You'd never have known who he was otherwise, and this is how I'm paid back. You gave us Steph Yurgi's name. That's right. If my boss ever hears that, I'll be for the high jump. 2 of your lot came to Whitemire, big hefty bloke and a younger woman. D.I. Rebus and D.S. Wiley. Couldn't tell you their names. I was keeping my head down. She paused. But instead of solving that poor sod's murder, you'd rather focus on a sleeves bag like Cruikshank. Everyone's equal under the law, Young said. She stared at him so hard he started to blush, disguising the fact by lifting the mug to his lips. "See?" she said accusingly. "You say the words, but you know it's all crap." "All dear Young means," Siobhan interrupted, "is that we have to be objective." "But that's not true either, is it?" Islet rose to her feet, the chair legs scraping across the floor. She opened the fridge door, realised what she'd done, and slammed it shut again. 3 bottles of wine, chilling, on the middle shelf. "Janet," Siobhan said, "is Whitemire the problem? You don't like working there?" "I hate it." "Then leave." Islet laughed harshly. "And where's the other job coming from? I've 2 kids. I need to provide for them." She sat down again, staring out at the view. "Whitemire's what I've got." Whitemire, 2 kids, and a fridge. "What was it you wrote on the toilet wall, Janet?" Siobhan asked quietly. There were sudden tears in Islet's eyes. She tried blinking them back. "Something about him being claimed," she said, voice cracking. "Claimed in blood?" Siobhan corrected her. The woman nodded, tears trickling down either cheek. They didn't stay much longer. Both found themselves taking lungfuls of fresh air when they emerged. "You got kids, Les?" Siobhan asked. He shook his head. "I've been married, though. Lasted a year. We split up 11 months ago. How about you?" "Never even come close." "She's coping, though, isn't she?" He risked a glance back at the house. "I don't think we need to phone social services just yet." She paused. "Where to now?" "Back to base." He checked his watch. "Nearly time to knock off. I'm buying if you're interested." "As long as you're not suggesting the Bane." He gave a smile. "I'm heading into Edinburgh, actually." "I thought you lived in Livingston." "I do, but I'm in this bridge club." "Bridge?" She couldn't completely suppress a smile. He shrugged. "I started playing years ago in college." "Bridge?" she repeated. "What's wrong with that?" He tried a laugh, but sounded defensive all the same. "Nothing's wrong with it. I'm just trying to picture you in a dinner jacket and bow tie. It's not like that." "Then we'll meet for a drink in town and you can tell me all about it. The Dome on George Street, 6:30? 6:30 it is," he said. Maybury was as good as gold. Called Rebus back at 5:15. He jotted the time down so it could be added to the case notes. One of the truly great Who songs, he thought to himself. Out of my brain on the 5:15. "I've played her the tape," Maybury was saying. "You didn't waste any time." "I found her mobile number. Extraordinary how they seem to work anywhere these days." "She's in France, then?" "Bergerac, yes." "So what did she say?" "Well, the sound quality wasn't brilliant." "I appreciate that." "And the connection kept breaking up." "Yes." "But after I'd played it back to her a few times, she came up with Senegal. She's not 100% sure, but that's her best guess." "Senegal?" "It's in Africa. French-speaking." "Okay. Well, thanks for that." "Good luck, Inspector." Rebus put the phone down, found Wiley working at her computer. She was typing a report of the day's activities to be added to the murder book. "Senegal," he told her. "Where's that?" Rebus sighed. "In Africa, of course. French-speaking." She narrowed her eyes. "Maybury just told you that, didn't she?" "Oh, ye of little faith." "Little faith, but big resources." She closed down her document and logged on to the web, typed Senegal into a search engine. Rebus pulled a chair up next to her. "Just there," she said, pointing to an on-screen map of Africa. Senegal was on the continent's northwest coast, dwarfed by Mauritania to the north and Mali to the east. "It's tiny," Rebus commented. Wiley clicked on an icon and a reference page opened up. "Just the 76,000 square miles," she said. "I think that's 3/4 the size of Britain. Capital, Dakar." "As in the Dakar Rally?" "Presumably. Population 6.5 million. -1. "She sure the caller was from Senegal?" "I think we're talking best guess." Wiley's finger ran down the list of statistics. "No sign here that the country's in turmoil or anything." "Meaning what?" Wiley shrugged. "She might not be an asylum seeker, maybe not even an illegal." Rebus nodded, said he might know someone who'd know, and called Cara Quinn. "You're crying off," she guessed. "Far from it. I've even bought you a present." For Wiley's information, he patted his jacket pocket, from which jutted the folded newspaper. "Just wondering if you can shed any light on Senegal." "The country in Africa?" "That's the one." He peered at the screen. "Mostly Muslim and an exporter of ground nuts." He heard her laugh. "What about it?" "Do you know of any refugees from there, maybe in Whitemire?" "Can't say I do. Refugee Council might help." "That's a thought." But as he said it, Rebus was having another thought entirely. If anyone would know, immigration would. "See you later," he said, ending the call. Wiley had her arms folded, a smile on her face. "Your friend from outside Whitemire," she guessed. "Her name's Cara Quinn." "And you're meeting her later?" "So?" Rebus twitched his shoulders. "So what was she able to tell you about Senegal?" "Just that she doesn't think there are any Senegalese in Whitemire. She says we should talk to the Refugee Council." "What about Moderwan? He seems the sort who might know." Rebus nodded. "Why don't you give him a call?" Wiley pointed at herself. "Me? You're the one he seems to worship." Rebus's face creased. "Give me a break, Ellen." "But then I forgot. You've got a date tonight. You probably want to nip home for a facial." "If I hear that you've been blabbing about this—" She raised both hands in a show of surrender. "Your secret's safe with me, Don Juan. Now ski-daddle. I'll see you after the weekend." Rebus stared at her, but she fluttered her hands, shooing him off. He'd gone 3 steps towards the door when she called out his name. He turned his head towards her. "Take a tip from one who knows." She gestured towards the newspaper in his pocket. "A bit of gift wrapping goes a long way."
This ends Disc 8. Flesh Market Close, Disc 9.
Chapter 19. That evening, fresh from a bath and a shave, Rebus arrived at Cara Quinn's flat. He looked around, but there seemed no sign of mother and child. "Aisha's gone to visit friends," Quinn explained. "Friends?" "She's allowed to have friends, John." Quinn was bending over to hook a low-heeled black shoe onto her left foot. "I didn't mean anything," he said defensively. She straightened up. "Yes, you did, but don't worry about it." "Did I tell you Aisha was a nurse back in her homeland?" "Yes." "She wanted work here doing the same thing, but asylum seekers aren't allowed to work. Still, she made friends with some nurses. One of them's having a get-together." "I brought something for the baby," Rebus said, sliding a rattle from his pocket. Quinn came towards him, took the rattle, and tried it out. She looked at him and smiled. "I'll put it in her room." Left on his own, Rebus realized he was sweating, his shirt clinging to his back. He thought of removing his jacket, but feared the stain would be visible. It was the jacket's fault. 100% wool, too warm for indoors. He visualized himself at dinner, beads of perspiration falling into his soup. "You haven't told me how nicely I scrub up," Quinn said, coming back into the room. She still had only the one shoe on. Her feet were covered in black tights, which disappeared beneath a knee-length black skirt. Her top was mustard-coloured, with a wide neckline stretching almost to both shoulders. "You look great," he said. "Thanks." She slipped the other shoe on. "I've got you a present too." He handed over the newspaper. "And here I was, thinking you brought it along in case you got bored of my company." Then she saw that he tied a narrow red bow around it. "Nice touch," she added, removing it. "Reckon the suicide will make any difference?" She seemed to consider this, patting the newspaper against the palm of her left hand. "Probably not," she finally conceded. "As far as the government's concerned, they have to be kept somewhere. Might as well be Whitemire." "The newspaper talks about a crisis." "That's because the word crisis sounds like news." She'd opened the paper to the page with her photograph. "That circle around my head makes me look like a target." Rebus narrowed his eyes. "Why do you say that?" "John, I've been a radical all my life. Nuclear subs at Fast Lane, the Torness Power Station, Greenham Common. You name it, I've been there. Is my phone tapped right this second? I couldn't tell you. Has it been tapped in the past? Almost certainly." Rebus stared at the telephone apparatus. "Do you mind if I—" Without waiting for an answer, he picked up the receiver, pressed the green button, and listened. Then he closed the connection, opened it, and closed it again. Looked at her and shook his head, replacing the handset. "You reckon you could tell?" she asked him. He shrugged. "Maybe." "You think I'm exaggerating, don't you?" "Wouldn't mean you don't have a reason." "I'm betting you've bugged phones in the past. During the miners' strike, maybe?" "Now who's the one doing the interrogating?" "That's because we're enemies, remember?" "Are we?" "Most of your lot would see me that way, with or without the combat jacket." "I'm not like most of my lot." "I'd say that's true. Otherwise I'd never have let you over the threshold." "Why did you?" "It was to show me those photos, right?" She eventually nodded. "I wanted you to see them as human beings, rather than problems." She brushed down the front of her skirt, took a deep breath to indicate a change of subject. "So where are we gracing with our custom tonight?" "There's a good Italian on Leith Walk." He paused. "You're probably vegetarian, right?" "God, you're full of assumptions, aren't you? But as it happens, this time you're right. Italian's good, though, plenty of pasta and pizza." "Italian it is, then." She took a step towards him. "You know, you'd probably put your foot in your mouth less often if you could try and relax." "This is about as relaxed as I get, without the demon alcohol." She slipped her arm into his. "Then let's go find your demons, John." And then there were those 3 Kurds. You must have seen it on the news. They sewed their mouths shut in protest, and another asylum seeker sewed his eyes shut. His eyes, John. Most of these people are desperate by anyone's standards. Most don't speak English, and they're fleeing the most dangerous places on earth. Iraq, Somalia, Afghanistan. A few years back, they had a good chance of being allowed to stay, but the restrictions now are crippling. Some of them resort to desperate measures, tearing up any ID, thinking it means they can't be sent home, but instead they're sent to prison or end up on the streets. And now we've got politicians arguing that the country's already too diverse, and I just feel there must be something we can do about it. Finally, she stopped for breath, picking up the wine glass, which Rebus had just refilled. Though flesh and fowl were off Caro Quinn's menu, alcohol, it appeared, was not. She'd eaten only half her mushroom pizza. Rebus, having demolished his own calzone, was restraining himself from reaching over for one of her remaining slices. "I was under the impression," he said, that Britain takes more refugees than anywhere else. That's true, she conceded. Even more than the United States. She nodded with the wineglass at her lips. But what's important is the number who are allowed to stay. The world's number of refugees is doubling every 5 years, John. Glasgow has more asylum seekers than any other council in Britain, more than Wales and Northern Ireland combined, and do you know what's happened? More racism? Rebus guessed. More racism. Racial harassment is up, race attacks are growing by half each year. She shook her head, sending her long silver earrings flying. Rebus checked the bottle. It was 3/4 empty. The first bottle had been Valpolicella. This one was Chianti. Am I talking too much? She asked suddenly. Not at all. Her elbows were on the table. She rested her chin on her hands. Tell me a bit about you, John. What made you join the police? A sense of duty, he offered. Wanting to help my fellow human beings. She stared at him, and he smiled. Only joking, he said. I just wanted a job. I'd been in the army for a few years. Maybe I still had a thing for uniforms. She narrowed her eyes. I can't see you as the Bobby on the beat type, so what is it exactly that you get out of the job? Rebus was saved from answering by the appearance of the waiter. Being Friday night, the restaurant was busy. Their table was the smallest in the place, and situated in a dark corner between the bar and the door to the kitchen. You enjoy? The waiter asked. It was fine, Marco, but I think we're finished. Dessert for the lady, Marco suggested. He was small and round, and had not lost his Italian accent, despite having lived in Scotland for the best part of 40 years. Cara Quinn had quizzed him on his roots when they'd first entered the restaurant, realising later that Rebus knew Marco of old. Sorry if I sounded like I was interrogating him, she'd said by way of apology. Rebus had just shrugged and told her she'd make a good detective. She was shaking her head now, as Marco reeled off a list of desserts, each of which apparently was a particular speciality of the house. Just coffee, she said. A double espresso. Same for me, thanks, Marco. And a digestive, Mr. Rebus. Just coffee, thanks. Not even for the lady. Cara Quinn leaned forward. Marco, she said, no matter how drunk I get, there's no way I'm sleeping with Mr. Rebus, so don't put yourself out trying to aid and abet, okay? Marco just shrugged and held up his hands, then turned sharply towards the bar and barked out the order for coffees. Was I a bit hard on him? Quinn asked Rebus. A bit. She leaned back again. Does he often help you in your seductions? You might find this hard to fathom, Caro, but seduction had never entered my mind. She looked at him. Why not? What's wrong with me? He laughed. There's nothing wrong with you. I was just trying to be... He sought the right word. Gentlemanly was the one he came up with. She seemed to think about this, then shrugged and pushed her glass away. I shouldn't drink so much. We haven't even finished the bottle yet. Thanks, but I think I've had enough. I get the feeling I've been guilty of speechifying, probably not what you had in mind for Friday night. You filled in a few gaps for me. I didn't mind listening. Really? Really? He could have added that this was partly down to the fact that he would rather listen to her than talk about himself any day. So, how's the work going? He asked. It's fine, when I get time to do any. She studied him. Maybe I should do a portrait of you. You want to scare small children? No, but there's something about you. She angled her head. It's hard to see what's going on behind your eyes. Most people try to hide the fact that they're calculating and cynical. With you, that's what seems to be on the surface. But I've got a soft romantic centre. I'm not sure I go that far. They leaned back in their chairs as the coffees arrived. Rebus started to unwrap his amaretto biscuit. Have mine too, if you want. Quinn said, getting to her feet. "I need to pay a visit." Rebus rose an inch from his chair, the way he'd seen actors do in old films. She seemed to realize that this was new to his repertoire, and gave another smile. Quite the gentleman. Once she'd gone, he searched his pockets for his mobile, switched it on to check for messages. There were 2, both from Siobhan. He called her number, heard background noise. "It's me," he said. "Hang on a sec." Her voice was breaking up. He heard a door swinging open and then shut again, muting the background voices. "You at the Ox?" he guessed. "That's right. I was at the Dome with Les Young, but he had a prior engagement, so I drifted along here. What about you?" "Dining out." "Alone?" "No." "Anyone I know?" "Her name's Carol Quinn. She's an artist." "The White Mire one-woman crusade?" Rebus's eyes narrowed. "That's right." "I read the papers too, you know. What's she like?" "She's fine." His eyes looked up to where Quinn was returning to the table. "Look, I'd better ring off." "Wait a second. The reason I was calling, well, 2 reasons, actually." Her voice was drowned out by a vehicle as it rumbled past her. "And I wondered if you'd heard." "Sorry, I missed that. Heard what?" "Mo Derwan." "What about him?" "He's been beaten up. Happened around 6. "In Knoxland?" "Where else?" "How is he?" Rebus's eyes were on Quinn. She was playing with her coffee spoon, making a show of not listening. "He's okay, I think. Cuts and bruises." "Is he in hospital?" "Recuperating at home." "Do we know who did it?" "I'm guessing racists." "I mean anyone in particular." "It's Friday night, John." "Meaning?" "Meaning it'll wait till Monday." "Fair enough." He thought for a second. "So what was your other reason for calling? You said there were 2. "Janet Islet." "I know the name." "She works at Whitemire. Says she gave you Steph Yurgi's name." "She did. What about it?" "Just wanted to check she was on the level." "I told her she wouldn't get into trouble." "She's not." Siobhan paused. "Not yet, at any rate. Any chance we'll be seeing you at the Ox?" "I might manage along later." Quinn's eyebrows rose at this. Rebus ended the call and slipped the phone back into his pocket. "A girlfriend?" she teased. "Colleague." "And where is it you might manage along to?" "Just a place we sometimes drink." "The bar with no name?" "It's called the Oxford." He picked up his cup. "Someone got a doing tonight, a lawyer called Mo Derwan." "I know him." Rebus nodded. "Thought you might." "He often visits Whitemire, likes to stop and talk to me afterwards, letting off steam." She seemed lost in thought for a moment. "Is he all right?" "Seems to be." "He calls me his Lady of the Vigils." She broke off. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Rebus lowered the cup onto its saucer. "You can't be his white knight every time." "It's not that." "What then?" "He was attacked in Knoxland." "So?" "It was me who asked him to stick around, knock on doors." "And that makes it your fault?" "If I know Mo Derwan, he'll bounce back stronger and more bolshy than ever." "You're probably right." She drained her coffee. "You should go to your pub. Might be the only place you can relax." Rebus signalled to Marco for the bill. "I'll see you home first," he told Quinn. "Got to keep up the pretense of being a gentleman." "I don't think you understand, John. I'm coming with you." He stared at her. "Unless you don't want me to." "It's not that." "What then?"
I'm just not sure it's your kind of place.
But it's yours, and that's what I'm curious about.
You think my choice of watering hole will tell you something about me?
It might. She narrowed her eyes. Is that what you're afraid of?
Who said I'm afraid?
I can see it in your eyes.
Maybe I'm just worried about Mo Derwan.
He paused.
Remember when you said you'd been run out of Knoxland.
The nod she gave was exaggerated, affected by the wine.
Could be the same guys.
Meaning I was lucky to get away with a warning.
No chance of you remembering what they looked like.
Baseball caps and hooded tops. The shrug she gave was exaggerated too. That's just about all I saw of them.
And their accents?
She slapped a hand down on the tablecloth. Switch off for the night, will you? Just for the rest of the night. Rebus raised his hands in surrender.
How can I refuse?
You can't, she told him, as Marco arrived with the bill. Rebus tried to hide his annoyance. It wasn't just that Siobhan was in the front bar, standing where he usually stood, but she seemed to have taken the place over, a crowd of men around her, listening to her stories. As Rebus pushed the door open, there was a blast of laughter to accompany the end of another anecdote. Caro Quinn followed hesitantly. There were probably only a dozen or so bodies in the front bar, but this made for a crowd in the cramped space. She fanned her face with her hand, commenting either on the heat or the fug of cigarette smoke. Rebus realised he hadn't lit up now for the best part of 2 hours. Reckoned he could manage another 30 or 40 minutes. Tops. "The prodigal returns," one of the regulars barked, slapping Rebus's shoulder. "What are you having, John?"
"No, ta, Sandy," Rebus said. "I'm getting these."
Then, to Quinn,
"What'll it be?"
"Just an orange juice." During the short taxi ride, she'd seemed to doze off for a moment, her head leaning against Rebus's shoulder. He'd kept his body rigid, not wanting to disturb her, but a pothole had brought her upright again.
"Orange juice and a pint of IPA,"
Rebus told Harry the barman. Siobhan's circle of admirers had broken up just enough to make room for the new arrivals. Introductions were made, hands shaken. Rebus paid for the drinks, noting that Siobhan appeared to be on the gin and tonics. Harry was channel hopping with the TV remote, dismissing the various sports channels and ending up with the Scottish news. There was a photo of Moderwan behind the announcer, a head and shoulders shot, showing him with a huge grin. The announcer became just a voice, as the picture changed to some video footage of Derwan outside what appeared to be his house. He sported a black eye and some grazies, a pink plaster sitting awkwardly on his chin. He held up a hand to show that it was bandaged. "That's Knoxland for you," one of the drinkers commented. "You're saying it's a no-go zone?" Quinn asked lightly. "I'm saying you don't go there if your face doesn't fit." Rebus could see Quinn begin to bristle. He touched her elbow.
"How's your drink?"
"It's fine." She looked at him and seemed to see what he was doing, nodded just enough to let him know she wouldn't rise. Not this time. 20 minutes later, Rebus had given in and was smoking. He looked towards where Siobhan and Quinn were in conversation, heard Caro's question, "So what's he like to work with?" Excused himself from a 3-way argument about the Parliament and squeezed between 2 drinkers to get to the women.
"Did anyone remember to put a pair of earmuffs in the fridge?"
he asked. "What?" Quinn looked genuinely perplexed. "He means his ears are burning," Siobhan explained. Quinn laughed. "I was just trying to find out a little bit more about you." She turned to Siobhan. "He won't tell me anything." "Don't worry. I know all John's dirty little secrets." As happened on a good night in the Ox, conversations ebbed and flowed, people joining in 2 discussions at once, bringing them together only for them to splinter again after a few minutes. There were bad jokes and worse puns. Cara Quinn becoming upset because nobody seems to take anything seriously anymore. Someone else agreed that it was a dumbed-down culture, but Rebus whispered what he felt to be the truth into her ear. "We're never more serious than when we seem to be joking." And later still, the back room now filled with noisy tables of drinkers, Rebus queued at the bar for more drinks and noticed that both Siobhan and Caro were missing. He frowned at one of the regulars who angled his head towards the women's toilet. Rebus nodded and paid for the drinks. He was having 1 tot of whisky before calling it a night, 1 tot of Lafroig, and a fourth cigarette. And that would be him. Soon as Caro came back, he'd ask if she wanted to share a taxi. Voices were rising from the top of the steps which led to the toilets. Not a full-blown fight as yet, but getting there. People were stopping their own conversations, the better to appreciate the argument. All I'm saying is, those people need jobs, same as anyone else. You don't think the guards in the concentration camps said the same thing? Christ's sake, you can't compare the two. Why not? They're both morally abhorrent. Rebus left the drinks where they were and started pushing through the throng, because he'd recognised the voices now. Caro and Siobhan. I'm just trying to say that there's an economic argument, Siobhan was telling the whole bar, because whether you like it or not, Whitemire's the only game in town if you happen to live in Bain Hall. Caro Quinn raised her eyes to heaven. I can't believe I'm hearing this. You had to hear it sometime. Not everyone out here in the real world can afford the moral high ground. There are single mums working in Whitemire. How easy is it going to be for them if you get you away? Rebus was at the top of the steps. The two women were inches apart. Siobhan, slightly taller, Caro Quinn standing on tiptoe the better to lock eyes with her opponent. Whoa there, Rebus said, trying for a placatory smile. I think I can hear the drink talking. Don't patronise me, Quinn growled. Then to Siobhan, what about Guantanamo Bay? I don't suppose you see anything wrong with locking people up without the barest human rights. Listen to yourself, Caro. You're all over the place. The point I was making was specific to Whitemire. Rebus looked at Siobhan and saw the whole working week raging within her, saw the need to let all that pressure out. He guessed the same could be said for Caro. The argument could have come at any time, involved any topic. He should have seen it sooner. Decided to try again. Ladies? Now both of them glowered at him. Caro, he said, your taxi's outside. The glower became a frown. She was trying to remember making the arrangement. He locked eyes with Siobhan, knew she could see he was lying. He watched as her shoulders relaxed. We can pick this up again another time, he continued to cajole Caro. But for tonight, I think we should call it a day. Somehow he managed to manoeuvre Caro down the steps and through the crowd, miming the making of a phone call to Harry, who nodded back. A taxi would be ordered. We'll see you later, Caro, one of the regulars called. Watch out for him, another warned her, jabbing Rebus in the chest. Thanks, Gordon, Rebus said, slapping the hand away. Outside, she sank to the pavement, feet by the roadside, head in her hands. You okay? Rebus asked. I think I lost it a bit in there. She took her hands away from her face, breathed the night air. It's not that I'm drunk or anything. I just can't believe anyone could stick up for that place. She turned to stare at the door of the pub, as if considering rejoining the fray. I mean, tell me you don't feel that way. Now her eyes were on his. He shook his head. Siobhan likes to play devil's advocate, he explained, crouching down beside her. It was Caro's turn to shake her head. That's not it at all. She really believed what she was saying. She can see Whitemire's good points. She looked at him to fathom his reaction to those words. Words he guessed were quoted verbatim from Siobhan's argument. It's just that she's been spending some time in Bain Hall, Rebus continued to explain. Not a lot of jobs going begging out that way. And that justifies the whole ugly enterprise. Rebus shook his head. I'm not sure anything justifies Whitemire, he said quietly. She took his hands in hers and squeezed them. He thought he could see the beginnings of tears in her eyes. They sat in silence like that for a few minutes, groups of revellers passing them on each side of the road, some of them staring, saying nothing. Rebus thought back to a time when he, too, had harboured ideals. They'd been knocked out of him early on. He joined the army at 16. Well, not knocked out of him exactly, but replaced with other values, mostly less concrete, less passionate. By now, he was almost inured to the idea. Faced with someone like whodunit, his first instinct was to look for the con, the hypocrite, the money-making ego. And faced with someone like Caro Quinn? Initially, he'd thought her the typical spoilt middle-class conscience, all that affordable liberal suffering, so much more palatable than the real thing. But it took more than that to drive someone out to Whitemire day after day, sneered at by the workforce, unthanked by the inmates. It took a large measure of guts. He could see right now the toll it was taking. She'd leaned her head against his shoulder again. Her eyes were still open, staring at the building across the narrow lane. It was a barber shop, complete with red and white striped pole. Red and white meaning blood and bandages, Rebus seemed to think, though he couldn't remember why. And now there was the sound of a diesel engine chugging towards them, the taxi bathing them in its headlights. "Here's the cab," Rebus said, helping Caro to her feet. "I still don't remember asking for one," she confessed. "That's because you didn't," he said with a smile, holding open the door for her. She told him coffee meant just that, no euphemisms. He nodded, wanting to see her safely indoors. Then he reckoned he would walk all the way home, burn some of the alcohol out of his system. Aisha's bedroom door was closed. They tiptoed past it and into the living room. The kitchen was through another doorway. While Caro filled a kettle, he took a look at her record collection. All vinyl, no CDs. There were albums he hadn't seen in years. Steppenwolf, Santana, Mahavishnu Orchestra. Caro came back through, holding a card. "This was on the table," she said, handing it to him. It was a thank you for the rattle. "Decaf all right? It's either that or mint tea." "Decaf's fine." She made tea for herself, its aroma filling the small square room. "I like it at night," she said, staring out of the window. "Sometimes I work for a few hours." "Me too." She gave a sleepy smile and sat down on the chair opposite him, blowing across the surface of her cup. "I can't decide about you, John. Most people, we know within half a minute of meeting them whether they're on the same wavelength." "So, am I FM or medium wave?" "I don't know." They were keeping their voices low so as not to wake mother and child. Caro tried stifling a yawn. "You should get some sleep," Rebus told her. She nodded. "Finish your coffee first." But he shook his head, placing the mug on the bare floorboards and rising to his feet. "It's late." "I'm sorry if I—" "What?" She shrugged. "Siobhan's your friend. The Oxford's your pub." "Both are pretty thick-skinned," he assured her. "I should have left you to it. I was in the wrong mood." "Will you be going to Whitemire this weekend?" She gave a shrug. "That depends on my mood too." "Well, if you get bored, give me a call." She was on her feet now too, walked over to him and pushed up with her toes so she could plant a kiss on his left cheek. When she stepped back, her eyes widened suddenly, and a hand flew to her mouth. "What's wrong?" Rebus asked. "I've just remembered. I let you pay for dinner." He smiled and headed for the door. He walked back up Leith Walk, checking his mobile to see if Siobhan had left a message. She hadn't. Midnight was chiming. He reckoned it would take him half an hour to get home. There'd be plenty of drunks in South Bridge and Clark Street, stoking up on whatever was left under the chip shop's heat lamps, then maybe heading down the Cowgate to the 2 a.m. bars. There were some railings on South Bridge, and you could stop there and peer down onto the Cowgate, like watching exhibits in a zoo. This time of night, traffic was banned from the street. Too many drinkers falling into the road and being sideswiped by cars. He knew he could probably still get a drink at the Royal Oak, but the place would be heaving. No, he was headed straight home, and at as brisk a pace as he could manage, sweating off tomorrow's hangover. He wondered if Siobhan was back in her flat. He could call her, try to clear the air. Then again, if she was drunk, better to wait till morning. Everything would look better in the morning. Streets hosed down, bins emptied, broken glass swept away. All the ugly energy of the night earthed for a few hours. Crossing Princes Street, Rebus saw that a fight was taking place in the middle of North Bridge, taxis slowing and veering around the two young men. They held one another by the backs of their shirt collars, so that only the tops of their heads were showing, swinging with their free hands and their feet. No sign of weapons. It was a dance to which Rebus knew all the steps. He kept walking, passing the girl for whose affections they were vying. "Marty!" she was yelling. "Paul! Don't be so fucking daft!" Of course, she didn't really mean what she was saying. Her eyes were alight at the spectacle, and all of it for her. Friends were trying to comfort her, arms embracing her, wanting to be close to the drama's core. Further along, someone was singing to the effect that they were too sexy for their shirt, which went some way towards explaining why they ditched it somewhere along the route. A patrol car cruised by to jeers and V-signs. Someone kicked a bottle into the road, eliciting cheers when it exploded under a wheel. The patrol car didn't seem to mind. A young woman appeared suddenly in Rebus's path, hair falling in dirty ringlets, eyes hungry as she asked him first for money, then for a cigarette, and finally whether he wanted to do a bit of business. The phrase sounded curiously old-fashioned. He wondered if she'd learned it from a book or film. "Bugger off home before I arrest you," he told her. "Home?" she mouthed, as though this were some new and alien concept. She sounded English. Rebus just shook his head and moved on. He cut through to Buccleuch Street. Things were quieter here, and quieter still as he crossed the expanse of the meadows, its name reminding him that at one time much of this had been farmland. As he entered Arden Street, he looked up at the tenement windows. There were no signs of student parties, nothing to keep him awake. He heard car doors open behind him, spun round, expecting to confront Felix Story. But these two men were white, dressed in black from their polo necks to their shoes. It took him a moment to place them. "You've got to be kidding," he said. "You owe us a torch," the leader said. His colleague was younger and scowling. Rebus recognised him as Alan, the man whose torch he had borrowed in the first place. "It got stolen," Rebus told him with a shrug. "It was an expensive piece of kit," the leader said, "and you promised to return it." "Don't tell me you've never lost stuff before." But the man's face told Rebus that he was unlikely to be won over by any argument, any appeal to a spirit of camaraderie. The drug squad saw itself as a force of nature, independent from other cops. Rebus held his hands up in surrender. "I can write you a cheque." "We don't want a cheque. We want a torch identical to the one we gave you." The leader held out a slip of paper, which Rebus took. "That's the make and model number."
I'll nip down to Argus tomorrow.
The leader was shaking his head.
Think you're a good detective? Tracking that down will be the proof. Argus, or Dixon's. I'll let you have what I find.
The leader took a step closer, chin jutting.
You want us off your back. You'll find that torch.
He stabbed a finger at the piece of paper. Then, satisfied he'd made his point, he pivoted and headed for the car, followed by his young colleague.
Look after him, Alan, Rebus called. Bit of TLC. I'll be right as rain.
He waved the car off, then climbed the steps to his flat and unlocked the door. The floorboards creaked underfoot as though in complaint. Rebus switched on the hi-fi, a Dick Gaughan CD, just audible. Then he collapsed onto his favoured chair, searching his pockets for a cigarette. He inhaled and closed his eyes. The world seemed to be tilting, taking him with it. His free hand gripped the arm of the chair, feet pressed solidly to the floor. When the phone rang, he knew it would be Siobhan. He reached down and picked up the receiver. "You're home, then?" her voice said.
"Where did you expect me to be?"
"Do I need to answer that?"
"You've got a dirty little mind."
"Then?"
"I'm not the one you should be apologising to."
"Apologise?" Her voice had risen. "What in God's name is there to apologise about?"
"You did a bit too much to drink."
"That's got nothing to do with it." She sounded grimly sober.
"If you say so."
"I admit I don't quite see the attraction."
"You sure you want us to have this conversation?"
"Will it be taken down and used in evidence?"
"Hard to take things back once they're said out loud."
"Unlike you, John, I've never been good at bottling things up." Rebus had spotted a mug on the carpet. Cold coffee, half full. He took a mouthful, swallowed.
"So, you don't approve of my choice of companion?"
"It's not up to me who you go out with."
"That's generous of you."
"But the two of you just seem so different."
"And that's a bad thing?"
She gave a loud sigh, which rumbled like static down the line. "Look, all I'm trying to say, we don't just work together, do we? There's more to us than that. We're pals." Rebus smiled to himself, smiled at the pause before pals. Had she considered mates, discarding it because of its other, more awkward meaning?
"And, as a pal," he said, "you don't want to see me make a bad decision?"
Siobhan was silent for a moment, long enough for Rebus to drain the mug. "Why are you so interested in her anyway?" she asked.
"Maybe because she is different."
"You mean because she holds to a set of woolly ideals?"
"You don't know her well enough to be able to say that."
"I think I know the type." Rebus closed his eyes, rubbed the bridge of his nose, thinking, that's pretty much what I'd have said before this case came along.
"We're back on thin ice, Shiv. Why don't you get some sleep? I'll call you in the morning."
"You think I'm going to change my mind, don't you?"
"That's up to you."
"I can assure you I'm not."
"Your prerogative. We'll talk tomorrow."
She paused so long, Rebus feared she'd already drifted off. But then, "What's that you're listening to?"
"Dick Gaughan."
"He sounds angry about something."
"That's just his style."
Rebus had taken out the slip of paper with the torch's details. "A Scottish trait, maybe?"
"Maybe."
"Good night, then, John."
"Before you go, if you didn't phone to apologise, then why exactly did you phone?"
"I didn't want us falling out."
"And are we falling out?"
"I hope not."
"So you weren't just checking that I was safely tucked up on my lonesome?"
"I'm going to ignore that."
"Night, Shiv. Sleep tight."
He put down the receiver, rested his head against the back of the chair, and closed his eyes again. Not mates, just pals. Days 6 and 7. Saturday, Sunday. Chapter 20. Saturday morning, the first thing he did was call Siobhan's number. When her machine picked up, he left a brief message. "This is John. Keeping that promise from last night. Talk to you soon." Then tried her mobile and was forced to leave one there too. After breakfast, he dug in the hall cupboard and in the boxes beneath his bed, and emerged with dust and cobwebs clinging to him, clasping packets of photographs to his chest. He knew he didn't have many family snaps. His ex-wife had taken most of them with her, but he did retain a few photos she hadn't felt able to claim right to. Members of his family, his mother and father, uncles and aunts. Again, there weren't many of these. He reckoned either his brother had the majority, or they'd been lost over time. Years back, his daughter Sammy would want to play with them, staring at them for long periods, running fingers over their ribbed edges, touching sepia faces, studio poses. She would ask who people were, and Rebus would turn the photo over, hoping to find clues penciled on the back, then offering a shrug. His grandfather, his father's father, had arrived in Scotland from Poland. Rebus didn't know why he'd emigrated. It had been before the rise of fascism, so he could only guess that it had been for economic reasons. He'd been a young man, and single, marrying a woman from Fife a year later or thereabouts. Rebus was sketchy on the whole period of his family's history. He didn't think he'd ever really asked his father. If he had, then his father either hadn't wanted to answer, or simply didn't know. There could have been things his grandfather hadn't wanted to remember, far less share and discuss. Rebus held a photo now. He thought it was his grandfather. A middle-aged man, thinning black hair combed close to the skull, a wry smile on his face. He was dressed in Sunday best. It was a studio shot, showing a painted background of hayfield and bright sky. On the back was printed a photographer's address in Dunfermline. Rebus turned the photo over again. He was searching for something of himself in his grandfather, the way the facial muscles worked, or the posture when at rest. But the man was a stranger to him. His whole family history was a collection of questions asked too late. Photos with no names attached. No hint of year or provenance. Blurry, smiling mouths, the pinched faces of workers and their families. Rebus considered his own remaining family, daughter Sammy, brother Michael. He phoned them infrequently, usually after one drink too many. Maybe he'd call both of them later on, making sure he hadn't been drinking first. "I don't know anything about you," he said to the man in the photograph. "I can't even be 100% sure that you are who I think you are." He wondered if he had any relatives in Poland. There could be whole villages of them, a clan of cousins who would speak no English but be pleased to see him all the same. Maybe Rebus's grandfather hadn't been the only one to leave. The family might well have spread to America and Canada, or east to Australia. Some could have ended up assassinated by the Nazis, or aiding that self-same cause. Untold histories, criss-crossing with Rebus's own life. He thought again of the refugees and asylum seekers, the economic migrants, the mistrust and resentment they brought with them, the way tribes feared anything new, anything from outside the camp's tight confines. Maybe that explained Siobhan's reaction to Caro Quinn. Caro, not part of the gang. Multiply that mistrust, and you got a situation like Knoxland. Rebus didn't blame Knoxland itself. The estate was a symptom rather than anything else. He realised he wasn't going to glean anything from these old photographs, representing, as they did, his own lack of roots. Besides, he had a trip to take. Glasgow had never been his favourite place. It seemed all teeming concrete and high-rise. He got lost there, and always had trouble finding landmarks to navigate by. There were areas of the city which felt as if they could swallow up Edinburgh wholesale. The people were different too. He couldn't say what it was exactly, accent or mindset, but the place made him uncomfortable. Even with an A to Z, he managed to take an apparent wrong turning almost as soon as he left the motorway. He'd come off too soon, and found himself not far from Barlinnie prison, working his way slowly towards the centre of the city, through a sludge of Saturday shopping traffic. It didn't help that the fine mist had developed into rain, blurring street names and road signs. Mo Derwan had said that Glasgow was the murder capital of Europe. Rebus wondered if the traffic system might have something to do with it. Derwan lived in Carlton, between the necropolis and Glasgow Green. It was a pleasant enough area with plenty of green spaces and mature trees. Rebus found the house, but there was nowhere to park nearby. He did a circuit and eventually ended up jogging the 100 yards from the car to the front door. It was a solidly built red stone semi with a small front garden. The door was new, glazed with leaded diamonds of frosted glass. Rebus rang the bell and waited, only to find that Mo wasn't home. His wife, however, knew who Rebus was and tried to pull him inside. "I really just wanted to check he's okay," Rebus argued. "You must wait for him. If he finds out that I pushed you away—" Rebus glanced down at the grip she had on his arm. "Doesn't look like you're doing much pushing." She relented, smiling in embarrassment. She was probably 10 or 15 years younger than her husband, with lustrous waves of black hair framing her face and neck. Her makeup had been applied liberally, but with great care, turning her eyes dark and her mouth crimson. "I am sorry," she told Rebus. "Don't be. It's nice to feel wanted. Will Mo be back soon?" "I'm not sure. He had to go to Rutherglen. There has been some trouble recently." "Oh, nothing serious, we hope. Just gangs of young men fighting each other." She shrugged. "I'm sure the Asians are just as much to blame as the others." "So what's Mo doing there?" "Attending a residents' meeting." "You know where it's been held?" "I have the address." She motioned indoors, Rebus nodding to let her know she should retrieve it. She left no hint of perfume in her wake. He stood just inside the doorway, sheltering from the rain. It was still a fine, persistent drizzle. There was a word in Scots for it, smur. He wondered if other cultures had similar vocabularies. When she returned and handed him the slip of paper, their fingers brushed, and Rebus felt a momentary spark. "Static," she explained, nodding towards the hall carpet. "I keep telling Mo we need to change it to all wool." Rebus nodded and thanked her, jogging back to his car. He checked in his A to Z for the address she'd given him. It looked like a 15-minute drive, most of it south, on the Dalmarnock Road. Parkhead wasn't far away, but Celtic weren't at home today, meaning less chance of finding his route closed or diverted. The rain, however, had forced shoppers and travellers into their vehicles. Ignoring his map for a few minutes, he found that he'd managed to take yet another wrong turn and was heading for Cambuslang. Pulling over, prepared to wait until he could execute a U-turn, he was startled when the back doors were yanked open and two men fell in. "Good on ye," one of them said. He smelled of beer and cigarettes. His hair was a mess of soaked curls, which he shook free of raindrops, much as a dog would. "What the hell is this?" Rebus asked, voice rising. He turned in his seat, the better to let both men examine the expression on his face. "You know our minicab," the other man said. His nose was like a strawberry, breath soured and teeth blackened by dark rum. "Bloody right, I'm not," Rebus shouted. "Sorry, pal, sorry. Genuine misunderstanding." "Aye, no offence meant," his companion added. Rebus looked out of the passenger side window, saw the pub they just raced from. breeze blocks, and a solid door. No windows. They were preparing to exit the car.
"Not headed to Wardlaw Hill by any chance, gents?"
Rebus asked, voice suddenly calmer.
"We'd usually hike it, but with the rain and that."
Rebus nodded.
"Tell you what then. How about I drop you at the community centre there?"
The men looked at one another, then at him.
"And how much do you plan to charge?"
Rebus waved the mistrust aside.
"Just playing the Good Samaritan. You going to try and convert us or something?"
The first man's eyes had narrowed to slits. Rebus laughed.
"Don't worry. I don't want to show you the way or anything."
He paused.
"In fact, quite the opposite. I want you to show me."
By the end of the short, twisty drive through the housing scheme, the three were on first-name terms, Rebus asking if neither of his passengers had thought to attend the residents' meeting.
"Best keep your head down. That's always been my philosophy,"
he was told. The rain had eased by the time they arrived outside the single-storey building. Like the pub, it, too, seemed to have no windows on first appraisal. However, it was just that they were tucked away high on the front elevation, almost at the eaves. Rebus shook hands with his guides.
"Getting in here was one thing,"
they offered with a laugh. Rebus nodded and smiled. He, too, had been wondering if he'd ever find a motorway back to Edinburgh. Neither passenger had asked why a visitor might be interested in the residents' meeting. Rebus put this down to that philosophy of life again, keeping your head down. If you didn't ask questions, no one could accuse you of sticking your nose in where it wasn't wanted. In some ways it was sound advice, but he'd never lived like that, and never would. There were figures huddled around the building's main entrance doors. Having waved goodbye to his passengers, Rebus parked as close to those doors as he could, worrying that the meeting had already broken up, meaning he'd missed Mo Derwan. But as he approached, he saw he'd been wrong. A middle-aged white man in a suit, tie, and black coat was holding a leaflet out to him. The man's head was shaven, gleaming with droplets of rainwater. His face looked pale and doughy, the neck composed of rolls of fat.
"BNP,"
he said, in what sounded to Rebus like a London accent.
"Let's make Britain Street safe again."
The front of the leaflet showed a photo of an elderly woman, looking terrified as a blur of coloured youths charged towards her.
"All pictures posed by models,"
Rebus guessed, mashing the dampened leaflet in his fist. The other men on the scene, keeping in the background but flanking the man in the suit, were considerably younger and scruffier, wearing what had almost become rabble chic. Trainers, jogging bottoms, and wind-cheaters, baseball caps low on their foreheads. Their jackets were zipped tight, so that the bottom half of each face disappeared into the collar. It meant they were harder to identify from photographs.
"All we want is fair rights for British people."
The word British almost came out as a bark.
"Britain for the British. You tell me what's wrong with that?"
Rebus dropped the leaflet and kicked it aside.
"I get the feeling your definition might be a bit narrower than most." "You won't know unless you give us a try."
The man's lower jaw jutted forward. Christ, Rebus thought, and this is him trying to be nice. It was like watching a gorilla's first attempt at flower arranging. From inside he could hear a mixture of hand claps and boos.
"Sounds lively,"
Rebus said, pulling open the doors. There was a reception area, with another set of double doors leading to the main hall. There was no stage as such, but someone had provided a PA system, meaning that whoever held the microphone should have the advantage. But some in the audience had other ideas. Men were standing up, trying to shout down opponents, fingers stabbing the air. Women were on their feet too, screaming with equal gusto. There were rows of chairs, most of them full. Rebus saw that these chairs faced a trestle table at which sat 5 glum-looking figures. He guessed this table comprised a mix of local worthies. Derwan was not among them, but Rebus saw him nevertheless. He was standing up in the front row, flapping his arms as if trying to emulate flight, but actually gesturing for the audience to settle. His hand was still bandaged, the pink sticking plaster still covering his chin. One of the worthies, however, had had enough. He flung some paperwork into a satchel, slung it over his shoulder, and marched towards the exit. More booing erupted. Rebus couldn't tell if this was because he was chickening out or because he'd been forced to withdraw. "You're a wanker, McCluskey!" someone called out. This failed to clarify things for Rebus, but now others were following their leader. A small, plump woman at the table held the mic, but her innate good manners and reasonable tone of voice were never going to restore order. Rebus saw that the audience comprised a melting pot. It wasn't white faces on one side of the room, coloureds on the other. The age range was mixed too. One woman had brought her baby stroller with her. Another was waving her walking cane wildly in the air, causing those in the vicinity to duck. Half a dozen uniformed police officers had been trying to melt into the background, but now one of them was on his walkie-talkie, almost certainly summoning reinforcements. Some kids had decided that the uniforms should be the focus of their own complaints. The two groups stood only 8 or 10 feet apart, and that gap was closing with each moment that passed. Rebus could see that Derwan didn't know what to do next. There was a look of consternation on his face, as if he were realizing that he was a human rather than a Superman. This situation was beyond even his control, because his powers depended on the willingness of others to listen to his arguments, and no one here was going to listen to anything. Rebus reckoned Martin Luther King could have been standing there with a bullhorn and gone unheeded. One young man seemed bewildered by it all. His eyes rested on Rebus's for a moment. He was Asian, but wore the same clothes as the white kids. There was a single hooped earring through one of his lobes. His bottom lip was puffy and crusted with old blood, and Rebus saw that he stood awkwardly, as though trying to keep the weight off his left leg. That leg was hurting. Was this the reason for his bewilderment? Was he the latest victim, the one who'd led to the meeting being called? If he looked anything, it was scared. Scared that a single act could escalate so ceaselessly. Rebus would have tried for reassurance if he'd known how, but the doors were bursting open, more uniforms crowding in. There was a senior face there, more silver on his lapels and cap than any of the others. Silver, too, in the hair that emerged from below his cap. "Let's have some order!" he yelled, marching confidently towards the front of the hall and the microphone, which he snatched without ceremony from the now mumbling woman. "A bit of order, please, people!" The voice booming through the loudspeakers. "Let's try and calm things down." He looked down at one of the figures seated at the table. "I think this meeting's probably best adjourned for now." The man he'd been looking towards nodded just perceptibly. Maybe the local councillor, Rebus guessed. Certainly someone the policeman had to pretend to defer to. But there was only one man in charge now. When a hand slapped Rebus's shoulder, he flinched, but it was a grinning Derwan, who'd somehow spotted him and made his approach unseen. "My very good friend, what in God's name brings you here at this time?" Close up, Rebus saw that Derwan's injuries were no more serious than would be sustained during a weekend brawl between drunks. Just a minimum of scrapes and nicks. He was suddenly dubious of the plaster and the bandage, wondering if they were for show. "Wanted to see how you were." "Ha!" Derwan pounded his shoulder again. The fact that he was using his bandaged hand reinforced Rebus's suspicions. "You were feeling perhaps a little bit of guilt?" "I also want to know how it happened." "Bloody hell, that's easily told. I was jumped. Didn't you read your newspaper this morning? Whichever one you chose, I was in them all." And Rebus didn't doubt those papers would be spread across the floor of Derwan's living room. But now the lawyer's attention was diverted by the fact that everyone was being ushered from the hall. He squeezed through the crowd until he met the senior uniform, whose hand he shook, sharing a few words. Then it was on to the counsellor, whose expression told Rebus that one more wasted, thankless Saturday like this, and he'd be tapping out that letter of resignation. Derwan had strong words for this man, but when he attempted to grip his arm, it was shrugged off with a force which had probably been building for the whole length of the meeting. Derwan wagged a finger instead, then patted the man's shoulder and headed back toward Rebus.
"Bloody hell, isn't this an absolute melee? I've seen worse."
Derwan stared at him.
"Why do I get the feeling you'd say that whatever the circumstances in front of you?"
"Happens to be true," Rebus told him.
"So, can I have that word now?"
"What word?" But Rebus said nothing. Instead, it was his turn to slap a hand down on Derwan's shoulder, holding it there as he steered the lawyer out of the building. A scuffle was taking place, one of the BNP man's minions having come to blows with a young Asian. Derwan looked ready to step in, but Rebus held him back, and the uniforms waded in. The BNP man was standing on a grassy bank across the road, hand held high in what looked like a Nazi salute. To Rebus's mind, he seemed ridiculous, which didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. "Shall we go to my house?" Derwan was suggesting.
"My car,"
Rebus said, shaking his head. They got in, but there was too much still happening all around. Rebus started the ignition, figuring he'd drive into one of the side streets, the better to talk without distractions. As they made to pass the BNP man, he pushed his foot a little harder on the accelerator and steered the car close to the curb, sending up a spray which doused the man, much to Derwan's delight.
This ends Disc 9. Flesh Market Close, Disc 10.
Rebus reversed into a tight curbside space, switched off the ignition, and turned to face the lawyer.
"So, what happened?"
he asked.
Derwan shrugged. "It is quickly told. I was doing as you asked, questioning as many of Noxland's incomers as would speak with me.
Some refused.
Not everyone trusts a stranger, John, not even when he boasts the same colour of skin."
Rebus nodded his acceptance of this.
"So, where were you when they jumped you?"
"Waiting for one of the lifts in Stevenson House. They came from behind, maybe 4 or 5 of them, faces hidden."
"Did they say anything?"
"One of them did, right at the end."
Derwan looked uncomfortable, and Rebus was reminded that he was dealing with the victim of an assault. No matter how minor the injuries, it was unlikely to be the sort of memory the lawyer would cherish.
"Look,"
Rebus said,
"I should have said right at the start. I'm sorry this had to happen."
"It wasn't your fault, John. I should have been better prepared."
"I'm assuming you were targeted?"
Derwan nodded slowly.
"The one who spoke. He told me to get out of Noxland. He said I'd be dead otherwise. He held a knife to my cheek as he spoke."
"What sort of knife?"
"I can't be sure."
"You are thinking of the murder weapon?" "I suppose so."
And he could have added, the knife found on Howie Slowther.
"You didn't recognise any of them?"
"I spent most of my time on the ground. Fists and shoes were about the only things I saw."
"What about the one who spoke? Did he sound local?"
"As opposed to what?"
"I don't know. Irish, maybe?"
"I find Irish and Scots hard to tell apart sometimes."
Derwan shrugged an apology.
"Shocking, I know, in someone who has spent some years here."
Rebus's mobile sounded from deep within one of his pockets. He dug it out and studied the screen. It was Cara Quinn.
"I have to take this,"
he told Derwan, opening the car door. He walked a few paces along the pavement and held the phone to his ear.
"Hello?"
he said. "How could you do that to me?"
What?
Let me drink like that, she groaned.
Nursing a sore head, are we?
I'm never touching alcohol again.
An excellent proposition. Maybe we could discuss it over dinner.
I can't tonight, John. I'm off to the film house with a mate.
Tomorrow, then?
She seemed to consider this. I'm supposed to be doing some work this weekend, and thanks to last night, I'm already losing today.
You can't work with a hangover.
Can you?
I've turned it into an art form, Carol.
Look, let's see how tomorrow pans out. I'll try to give you a call.
Is that the best I can hope for?
Take it or leave it, chum.
Then I'll take it.
Rebus had turned and was heading back towards the car.
Bye, Carol.
Bye, John. Off to the film house with a mate. A mate, not a pal.
Rebus got in behind the steering wheel.
Sorry about that.
Business or pleasure? Maud Derwan asked. Rebus didn't answer. He had a question of his own.
You know Carol Quinn, don't you?
Derwan frowned, trying to place the name.
Our Lady of the Vigils?
He guessed. Rebus nodded.
Yes, she is quite a character.
A woman of principles.
My goodness, yes. She has given a room in her home to an asylum seeker. Did you know that?
I did, as it happens.
The lawyer's eyes widened.
She was the one you were speaking to just now?
Yes.
You know that she, too, was chased out of Knoxland?
She told me.
We share a common thread, she and I.
Derwan studied him.
Perhaps you are part of that thread too, John?
Me?
Rebus started the engine.
More likely I'm one of those knots you come across from time to time.
Derwan chuckled.
I'm quite sure you think of yourself that way.
Can I give you a lift home?
If it's not any trouble.
Rebus shook his head.
It might actually help me get back to the motorway.
So the offer masked an ulterior motive.
I suppose you could put it like that.
And if I accept, will you allow me to offer some hospitality?
I really need to be getting back.
I am being snubbed.
It's not that.
Well, that is exactly how it looks.
Bloody hell, Mo.
Rebus gave a loud sigh.
All right, then. A quick cup of coffee.
My wife will insist that you eat something.
A biscuit, then.
And some cake, perhaps?
Just a biscuit.
She will prepare a little more, you will see.
All right. Cake, then. Coffee and cake.
The lawyer's face broke open in a grin.
You are new to the bartering method, John. Had I been selling carpets, your credit card would now be maxing out.
What makes you think it's not there already?
Besides, Rebus could have added, he really was hungry. Chapter 21. On a bright, blustery Sunday morning, Rebus walked to the bottom of Marchmont Road and headed across the meadows. Teams were already gathering for pre-arranged football games. Some of the sides wore uniform strips in emulation of professional sides. Others were more ragged affairs. Denims and trainers in place of shorts and boots. Traffic cones were the favoured replacements for proper goalposts, and the lines marking the boundary of each pitch were invisible to all but the players. Further on, a game of frisbee saw a panting dog playing piggy in the middle, while a couple on one of the benches made hard work of trying to turn the pages of their Sunday newspapers, each gust of wind threatening to turn the many supplements into airborne kites. Rebus had spent a quiet evening at home, but only after a saunter down Lothian Road had established that the movies showing at the film house were not his kind of thing. He now had a little bet with himself about which of the offerings had received Caro's custom. He also wondered what excuse he'd have used if she'd happened to bump into him in the foyer.
Nothing I like better than a good Hungarian family saga.
Home had seen him demolish an Indian takeaway, his fingers still redolent even after a morning shower, and a double helping of videos he'd watched before, Rock and Roll Circus and Midnight Run. While he'd smiled throughout the De Niro, it was Yoko Ono's performance on the former which had sent him into hoots of laughter. Just the 4 bottles of IPA to wash it all down, which meant he'd awakened early and clear-headed, breakfast consisting of half a leftover naan and a mug of tea. Now it was approaching lunchtime, and Rebus was walking. The old infirmary was surrounded by hoardings, doing nothing to mask the building work within. Last he'd heard, the compound would become a mix of retail and housing. He wondered who would pay to move into a reconfigured cancer ward. Would the place be haunted by a century of distress? Maybe they'd end up running ghost tours, same as they did with places like Mary King's Close, said to be home to the spirits of plague victims, or Greyfriars Kirkyard, where Covenanters had perished. He'd often thought of moving from Marchmont, had gone as far as quizzing a solicitor on a likely asking price. 200k, he'd been told. Probably not enough to buy even half a cancer ward. But with money like that in his pocket, he could jack the job in on full pension and do some travelling. Problem was, nowhere appealed. He'd be far more likely to piss it all away. Was this the fear that kept him working? The job was his whole life. Over the years, he'd let it push aside everything else. Family, friends, pastimes. Which was why he was working now. He walked up Chalmers Street, passing the new school, and crossed the road at the Art College, heading down Lady Lawson Street. He didn't know who Lady Lawson had been, but doubted she'd be impressed by the road named in her honour, and probably less so by the huddle of pubs and clubs adjoining it. Rebus was back in the pubic triangle. Not that much was happening. It was probably only 7 or 8 hours since some of the premises had closed for the night. People would be sleeping off Saturday's excesses. Dancers with the best pay packet of the week, owners like Stuart Bullen dreaming of their next expensive car, businessmen wondering how to explain that forthcoming credit card statement to their spouses. The street had been cleaned, the neon turned off. Church bells in the distance. Just another Sunday. A metal bar held the Nook's doors closed, fixed by a heavy-duty padlock. Rebus came to a stop, hands in pockets, staring at the empty shop opposite. If there was no answer, he was prepared to walk the extra mile to Haymarket, drop in on Felix Story at his hotel. He doubted they'd be at work this early. Wherever Stuart Bullen was, he wasn't in the Nook. Despite which, Rebus crossed the road and rapped his knuckles against the shop window. He waited, looking to left and right. There was no one in the vicinity, no passing traffic, no heads at any of the windows above street level. He knocked again, then noticed a dark green van. It was parked curbside, 50 feet further along. Rebus strolled towards it. Whoever had owned it originally, their name had been painted out, the shapes of the letters just about discernible beneath the paint job. There was no one visible inside. Around the back, the windows had been painted over. Rebus remembered the surveillance van at Knoxland, Shug Davidson ensconced within. He took another look up and down the street, then pounded his fist on the van's back doors, placing his face to one of the windows, before walking away. He didn't look back, but did pause as if to examine the small ads in a newsagent's window. "You trying to endanger our operation?" Felix Story asked. Rebus turned. Story stood with hands in pockets. He wore green combat trousers and an olive T-shirt. "Nice disguise," Rebus commented. "You must be keen." "What do you mean?" "Working a Sunday shift. The Nook doesn't open till 2. "Doesn't mean there's nobody there." "No, but the bolts on the door give a pretty big clue." Story slid his hands from his pockets and folded his arms. "What do you want?" "I'm after a favour, actually." "And you couldn't just leave a message at my hotel?" Rebus shrugged. "Not my style, Felix." He studied the immigration man's clothing again. "So what are you supposed to be? Urban guerrilla or something?" "A clubber at repose," Story admitted.
Rebus snorted. Still, the van's not a bad idea. I dare say the shop's too risky of a daytime. People might spot someone sitting atop a stepladder.
Rebus looked to left and right.
Shame the street's so quiet. You stick out like a sore thumb.
Story just glowered.
And you thumping the van doors, that was supposed to look natural, was it?
Rebus shrugged again.
It got your attention. That it did. So, go ahead and ask your favour. Let's do it over coffee.
Rebus gestured with his head.
There's a place not 2 minutes' walk away.
Story thought for a moment, glancing towards the van.
I'm assuming you've got someone covering for you,
Rebus said.
I'll just need to tell him. On you go, then.
Story pointed down the street.
You walk on ahead. I'll catch you up.
Rebus nodded. He turned and started to leave, turned back to see that Story was watching over his shoulder as he made his way to the van.
What do you want me to order?
Rebus called.
Americano,
the immigration man called back. Then, when Rebus had turned to face the other way, he quickly opened the van doors and jumped in, closing them after him.
He wants a favour,
he said to the person within. I wonder what it is.
I'm going with him to find out. Will you be all right here?
Bored to tears, but I'll manage somehow.
I'll be 10 minutes at most.
Story broke off as the door was yanked open from outside. Rebus's head appeared.
Hiya, Phil,
he said with a smile.
Want us to fetch you anything?
Rebus felt better for knowing. Ever since he'd been clocked going into the Nook, he'd wondered who Story's source was. Had to be someone who knew him. Knew Siobhan too.
So, Phillida Hawes is working with you,
he said as the two men sat down with their coffees. The cafe was on the corner of Lothian Road. They got the table only because a couple were leaving as they arrived. People were immersed in reading, newspapers and books. A woman nursed a small baby as she sipped from her mug. Story busied himself peeling open the sandwich he'd bought.
It's none of your business,
he growled, working hard at keeping his voice low, not wanting to be overheard. Rebus was trying to place the background music. 60s style. California style. He doubted very much it was original. Plenty of bands out there trying to sound like the past.
None of my business,
Rebus agreed. Story slurped from his mug, wincing at the near-molten temperature. He bit into the refrigerated sandwich to ease the shock.
Making any headway?
Rebus was asking.
Some,
Story said through a mouthful of lettuce.
But nothing you'd care to share.
Rebus blew across the surface of his own mug. He'd been here before, knew the contents would be superheated.
What do you think? I'm thinking this whole operation of yours must be costing a fortune. If I was blowing money like that in the surveillance, I'd be sweating a result. Do I look like I'm sweating? That's what interests me. Someone somewhere is either desperate for conviction or else scarily confident of getting one.
Story was ready with a comeback, but Rebus held up a hand.
I know. It's none of my business. And that's the way it's going to stay. Scout's honour.
Rebus raised 3 fingers in mock salute.
Which brings me to my favour. A favour I'm not inclined to help with. Not even in a spirit of cross-border cooperation.
Story pretended to be interested only in his sandwich, flecks of which he was brushing from his trousers.
You suit those combats, by the way,
Rebus flattered him. Finally, this produced the ghost of a smile.
Ask you a favour,
the immigration man said.
The murder I'm working on, the one in Knoxland.
What of it?
Looks like there was a girlfriend, and I've got word she's from Senegal. So I'd like to find her. Do you have a name?
Rebus shook his head.
I don't even know if she's here legally. He paused. That's where I thought you could help.
Help? How?
The immigration service must know how many Senegalese there are in the UK. If they're here legally, you'll know how many of them live in Scotland. I think, Inspector, you may be mistaking us for a fascist state. You're telling me you don't keep records? Oh, there are records, all right, but only of registered migrants. They wouldn't show up an illegal, or even a refugee. The thing is, if she's here illegally, she'd probably try to find other people from her home country. They'd be most likely to help her, and those are the ones you'd have records of. Yes, I can see that, but all the same, you've got better things to occupy your time.
Story took a tentative sip of his drink, brushed the foam from his top lip with the back of his hand.
I'm not even sure the information exists, not in a form you'd find useful. Right now, I'd settle for anything. You think this girlfriend is involved in a murder? I think she's running scared, because she knows something. I won't know that until I ask her.
The immigration man went quiet, making milky circles on the tabletop with the bottom of his mug. Rebus bided his time, watched the world outside the window. People were heading down to Princess Street, maybe with shopping in mind. There was a queue now at the counter, people looking around for a table they could share. There was a spare chair between Rebus and Story, which he hoped no one would ask to use. Refusal could often offend.
I can authorise an initial search of the database,
Story said at last.
That would be great. I'm not promising anything, mind.
Rebus nodded his understanding.
Have you tried students?
Story added.
Students? Overseas students. There may be some around town from Senegal. That's a thought,
Rebus said.
Glad to be of service.
The two men sat in silence until their drinks were finished. Afterwards, Rebus said he'd walk back to the van with Story. He asked how Stuart Bullen had first appeared on immigration's radar.
I thought I'd already told you. My memory's not what it was,
Rebus apologised.
It was a tip-off, anonymous. That's how it often starts. They want to stay anonymous until we get a result. After that, they want paying. So, what was the tip-off? Just that Bullen's dirty. People smuggling. And you set this whole thing in motion on the evidence of one phone call? This same tipster, he's come good before. A cargo of illegals coming into Dover in the back of a lorry. I thought you had all this high-tech stuff at the ports these days.
Story nodded.
We do. Sensors that can pick up body heat, electronic sniffer dogs. So, you'd have picked these illegals up anyway. Maybe, maybe not.
Story stopped and faced Rebus.
What exactly is it you're implying, Inspector? Nothing at all. What is it you think I'm implying?
Nothing at all, Story echoed, but his eyes gave the lie to his words. That evening, Rebus sat by his window with the telephone in his hand, telling himself there was still time for Caro to call. He'd gone through his record collection, pulling out albums he hadn't played in years. Montrose, Blue Oyster Cult, Rush, Alex Harvey. None of them lasted more than a couple of tracks until he reached Goat's Head Soup. It was a stew of sounds, ideas stirred into the pot with only half the ingredients improving the flavour. Still, it was better, more melancholy than he remembered. Ian Stewart played in a couple of tracks. Poor Stu, who'd grown up not far from Rebus and Fife, and had been a fully fledged member of the Stones until the manager decided he didn't have the right image, the band keeping him around for sessions and touring. Stu, hanging in there, even though his face didn't fit. Rebus could sympathise. Day 8. Monday. Chapter 22. Monday morning, Bain Hall Library. Beakers of instant coffee, sugar doughnuts from a bakery. Les Young was wearing a 3-button grey suit, white shirt, dark blue tie. There was a faint aroma of shoe polish. His team sat at desks and on desks, some scratching at bleary faces, others sucking on the bitter coffee as though it were elixir. There were posters on the walls advertising children's authors: Michael Morpurgo, Francesca Simon, Eon Colfer. Another poster depicted a cartoon hero called Captain Underpants, and for some reason this had become Young's nickname, Siobhan overhearing an exchange to that effect. She didn't think he would be flattered. Having somehow run out of sensible trousers, Siobhan was wearing a skirt and tights, a rare outfit for her. The skirt came to her knees, but she kept tugging at it in the hope that it might magically transform into something a few inches longer. She'd no idea whether her legs were good or bad. She just didn't like the idea that people were studying them, maybe even judging her by them. Moreover, she knew that before the end of the day, the tights would have contrived to ladder themselves. As a precaution, she'd stuffed a second pair into her bag. Laundry had failed to be part of her weekend. She'd driven to Dundee on Saturday, spending the day with Liz Hetherington, the two of them swapping work stories as they sat in a wine bar, then hitting a restaurant, the Flicks, and a couple of clubs. Siobhan sleeping on Lizzie's sofa, then driving home again in the afternoon, still groggy. She was now on her third cup of coffee. One reason she'd gone to Dundee was to escape Edinburgh and the possibility that she might bump into or be cornered by Rebus. She hadn't been so drunk on Friday night, didn't regret the stand she'd taken or the ensuing shouting match. It was barroom politics, that was all. But even so, she doubted Rebus would have forgotten, and she knew whose side he'd be on. She was conscious, too, that Whitemire was less than 2 miles away, and that Cara Quinn was probably back on sentry duty there, struggling to become the conscience of the place. Sunday night she drifted into the city centre, climbing Coburn Street, passing through Flesh Market Close. On the high street, a group of tourists had huddled around their guide, Siobhan recognising her by her hair and voice. Judith Lennox. In Knox's day, of course, rules were much stricter. You could be punished for plucking a chicken on the Sabbath. No dancing, no theatre or gambling. Adultery carried a death sentence, while lesser crimes could be punished by the likes of the Branks. This was a padlocked helmet which forced a metal bar into the mouth of liars and blasphemers. At the end of the tour there'll be a chance for you to enjoy a drink in the Warlock, a traditional inn celebrating the grisly end of Major Weir. Siobhan had wondered whether Lennox was being paid for her endorsement. And in conclusion, Les Young was saying now, blunt trauma's what we're looking at. A couple of good whacks, fracturing the skull and causing bleeding in the brain pan. Death almost certainly instantaneous. He was reading from the autopsy notes. And according to the pathologist, circular indentations would indicate that something like an everyday hammer was used. Sort of thing you'd find in DIY stores. Diameter of 2.9 centimetres. What about the force of the blow, sir? One of the team asked. Young gave a wry smile. The notes are a bit coy, but reading between the lines, I think we can safely say we're dealing with a male attacker, and more likely to be right than left-handed. The pattern of the indents makes it look as though the victim was struck from behind. Young walked over to where a room divider had become a makeshift notice board, crime scene photos pinned to it. We'll be getting close-ups from the autopsy later today. He was pointing to a photo from Cruikshank's bedroom, the head helmeted in blood. It was the back of the skull that took most damage. That's hard to do if you're standing in front of the person you're attacking. It definitely happened in the bedroom, someone else asked. He wasn't moved afterwards. He died where he fell, best as we can tell. Young looked around the room. Any more questions? There were none. Right then. He turned to a roster of the day's workload, started assigning tasks. The focus seemed to be on Cruikshank's porn collection, its provenance, and who might have been party to it. Officers were being sent to Berlin to ask the warders about any friends Cruikshank had made while serving his sentence. Siobhan knew that sex offenders were kept in a separate wing from other prisoners. This stopped them being attacked on a daily basis, but also meant that they tended to form friendships with each other, which only made matters worse on release. A lone offender might be introduced to a whole network of similar-minded individuals, completing a circle which led to further offending and future brushes with the law. Siobhan, she focused her eyes on Young, realizing he'd been speaking to her. Yes? She looked down, saw her cup was once again empty, craved another refill. Did you get round to interviewing Ishbel Jardin's boyfriend? You mean her ex? Siobhan cleared her throat. No, not yet. You didn't think he might know something? They'd split amicably. Yes, but all the same. Siobhan could feel her face reddening. Yes, she'd been too preoccupied elsewhere, concentrating her efforts on Donny Cruikshank. He was on my list, was all she could think to say. Well, would you like to see him now? Young checked his watch. I'm due to talk to him as soon as we're finished here. Siobhan nodded her agreement. She could feel eyes on her, knew there were some ill-disguised grins around the room too. In the team's collective mind, she and Young were already linked, the DI smitten with this interloper. Captain Underpants now had a sidekick. Roy Brinkley's his name, Young told her. All I know is he dated Ishbel for 7 or 8 months, then a couple of months back they split up. They were alone in the murder room, the others having set out with their assignments. You see him as a suspect. There's a link there we need to ask him about. Cruikshank does time for attacking Tracy Jardin. Tracy tops herself and her sister does a runner. Young gave a shrug, arms folded. But he was Ishbel's boyfriend, not Tracy's. Surely if anyone was going to have a go at Cruikshank, it's more likely to have been one of Tracy's boyfriends than one of Ishbel's. Siobhan broke off, fixing her eyes on Young's. But then, Roy Brinkley's not the suspect, is he? You're wondering what he knows about Ishbel's disappearance. You think she did it. I don't recall saying that. But it's what you're thinking. Didn't I just hear you say the blows came from a man? And you'll keep hearing me say that. Siobhan nodded slowly. Because you don't want her to know. You're scared she'd become even more invisible. Siobhan paused. You think she's close, don't you? I've no proof of it. Is this what you've been doing all weekend, mulling it over? Actually, it came to me on Friday night. He unfolded his arms, started walking towards the door, Siobhan following. While you were playing bridge? Young nodded. Unfair on my partner. We hardly won a hand. They'd left the murder room now, and were in the main library. Siobhan reminded him that he hadn't locked the door. Not necessary, he said, giving a half-smile. I thought we were going to talk to Roy Brinkley. Young just nodded, making to pass the reception desk where the morning's first batch of returns were being run through a scanner by the male librarian. Siobhan had taken a few more steps before she realised Young had stopped. He was standing directly in front of the librarian. Roy Brinkley, he said. The young man looked up. That's right. Any chance we could have a word? Young gestured towards the murder room. Why? What's wrong? Nothing to worry about, Roy. We just need a little bit of background. As Brinkley emerged from behind his desk, Siobhan stepped up next to Les Young and poked him in the side with her finger. Sorry. Young apologised to the librarian. There's nowhere else we can do this. He'd pulled out a chair for Brinkley. It gave a direct line of sight to the murder scene photos. Siobhan knew he was lying. Knew the interview was being conducted here because of those very photos. Try as he might to ignore them, the young man's eyes were drawn towards them anyway. The look of horror on his face would have been defence enough in most juries' minds. Roy Brinkley was in his early 20s. He wore an open-necked denim shirt, his wavy mop of brown hair reaching the collar. There were thin, threaded bracelets on his wrists, but no watch. Siobhan would have called him pretty rather than handsome. He could pass for 17 or 18. She could see the attraction for Ishbel, but wondered how he had coped with her noisy ladette friends. "Did you know him?" Young was asking. Neither detective was seated. Young leaned against a table, arms folded, legs crossed at the ankles. Siobhan stood at a distance to Brinkley's left, so that he would be aware of her from the corner of his eye. "Didn't so much know him as knew of him." "Two of you at school together?" "But different years. He was never really a bully, more the class joker. I got the feeling he never found a way to fit in." Siobhan was reminded for a moment of Alf McAteer playing jester for Alexis Cater. "But this is a small town, Roy," Young was protesting. "You must have known him to speak to at the very least. If we happened to meet, I suppose we'd say hello." "Maybe you always had your head in a book, eh?" "I like books." "So what about you and Ishbel Jardine? How did that start?" "First time we met was at a club." "You didn't know her at school?" Brinkley shrugged. "She was 3 years below me." "So, you met at this club and started going out?" "Not straight away. We had a few dances, but then I danced with her mates too." "And who were her mates, Roy?" Siobhan asked. Brinkley looked from Young to Siobhan and back again. "I thought this was about Donny Cruikshank." Young made a non-committal gesture. "Background, Roy," was all he said. Brinkley turned to Siobhan. "There were two of them, Janet and Susie." "Janet from Whitemire, Susie from the salon?" Siobhan clarified. The young man just nodded. "And which club was this?" "Somewhere in Falkirk. I think it closed down." He wrinkled his brow in concentration. "The Albatross?" Siobhan guessed. "That's the one, yes." Brinkley was nodding enthusiastically. "You know it?" Les Young asked Siobhan. "It came up in connection with a recent case," she said. "Oh?" "Afterwards," she said in warning, nodding towards Brinkley, letting Young know this wasn't the time. He twitched his head in agreement. "Ishbel and her friends were pretty close, weren't they, Roy?" Siobhan asked. "Sure." "So why would she run off without so much as a word to them?" He shrugged. "Have you asked them that?" "I'm asking you." "I don't have an answer." "Well, what about this, then? Why did the two of you split up?" "Just drifted apart, I suppose." "Had to be a reason, though," Les Young added, taking a step towards Brinkley. "I mean, did she dump you, or was it the other way round?" "It was more a mutual thing." "Which is why you stayed friends," Siobhan guessed. "So, what was your first thought when you heard she'd run off?" He twisted in his chair, making it creak. "Her mum and dad turned up at my place, wanted to know if I'd seen her." "To be honest—" "Yes?" "I thought it might be their fault. They never really got over Tracy's suicide, always talking about her, telling stories from the past." "And Ishbel?" "Are you telling me she did get over it?" "She seemed to." "So why did she dye her hair, style it so she looked more like Tracy? Look, I'm not saying they're bad people." He squeezed his hands together. "Who? John and Alice?" He nodded. "It's just that Ishbel got the idea. The notion they really wanted Tracy back. I mean, Tracy rather than her." "And that's why she tried to look like Tracy?" He nodded again. "I mean, it's a lot to take on, isn't it? Maybe that's why she left." His head dropped disconsolately. Siobhan looked across to Les Young, whose lips formed a thoughtful pout. The silence lasted the best part of a minute, until broken by Siobhan. "Do you know where Ishbel is, Roy?" "No." "Did you kill Donny Cruikshank?" "Part of me wishes I had." "Who do you think did it?" "Has Ishbel's dad crossed your mind?" Brinkley raised his head. Crossed my mind. Yes, but only for a moment. She nodded as if in agreement. Les Young had a question of his own. Did you see Cruikshank after his release, Roy? I saw him. To speak to? He shook his head. Saw him with a guy a couple of times, though. What guy? Must have been a mate of his. But you didn't know him? No. Probably not local, then. Might have been. I don't know every single person in Bain Hall. Like you said yourself, too often I've got my head stuck in a book. Can you describe the man? You'll know him if you see him, Brinkley said, half his mouth forming the beginnings of a smile. How's that, then? Tattoo, all across his neck. He touched his own throat to indicate the area. A spider's web. Not wanting to be overheard by Roy Brinkley, they sat in Siobhan's car. Spider's web tattoo, she commented. Not the first time it's come up, Les Young informed her. One of the drinkers at the Bain mentioned it. Barman admitted he'd served the guy once, didn't like the look of him. No name? Young shook his head. Not yet, but we'll get one. Someone he met in jail? Young didn't answer. He had a question for her. So what's this about the Albatross? Don't tell me you know the place too. When I was a teenager in Livingston, if you didn't go to Lothian Road for your kicks, you might get lucky at the Albatross. It had a reputation then. A bad sound system, watered beer, and sticky dance floor. But people still went. For a while, it was the only game in town. Some nights there were more women there than men, women old enough to have known better. So it was a knocking shop. He shrugged. I never got the chance to find out. Too busy playing bridge? She teased. He ignored this. But I'm intrigued that you know about it. Did you read in the paper about those skeletons? He smiled. I didn't need to. Plenty of gossip flying around the station. It's not often Dr. Kurt screws up. He didn't screw up. She paused. And even if he did, they fooled me too. How so? I covered the baby with my jacket. The plastic baby, half covered in earth and cement. He held up his hands in surrender. I still don't see the connection. It's thin, she agreed. The man who runs the pub, he used to own the Albatross. Coincidence? I suppose so. But you'll talk to him again, in case he knew Ishbel. Might do. Young sighed, leaving us with the tattooed man and not much else. It's more than we had an hour ago. I suppose so. He stared out across the car park. How come Bain Hall doesn't have a decent cafe? We could nip up the M8 to Hart Hill. Why? What's at Hart Hill? Motorway services. I did say decent, didn't I? Just a suggestion. Siobhan decided to stare out through the windscreen too. All right then, Young eventually conceded. You drive, and the drinks are on me. Deal, she said, starting the car. Chapter 23. Rebus was back at George Square, standing outside Dr. Maybury's office. He could hear voices within, which didn't stop him knocking. Enter! He opened the door and peered in. It was a tutorial, 8 sleepy-looking faces arranged around the table. He smiled at Maybury. Mind if I speak to you for a minute? She let her spectacles slip from her nose, to dangle from a cord just above her chest. Stood up, without saying anything. Managed to squeeze through what gaps there were between chairs and wall. She closed the door behind her and exhaled loudly. I'm really sorry to bother you again. Rebus began to apologize. No, it's not that. She pinched the bridge of her nose.
Bit of a dippy group.
I'll never know why we bother to hold tutorials this early on a Monday. She stretched her neck to left and right. Sorry, not your problem. Any luck tracing the woman from Senegal?
Well, that's why I'm here.
Yes?
Our latest theory is that she might know some of the students.
Rebus paused.
Actually, she could even be a student.
Oh?
Well, what I was wondering was, how do I go about finding out for sure? I know it's not your territory, but if you could point me in the right direction.
Maybury thought for a moment.
Registry office would be your best bet.
And where's that?
Old College.
Opposite Thin's bookshop.
She smiled. Been a while since you bought any books, Inspector. Thin's went burst. It's run by Blackwell's now.
But that's where Old College is.
She nodded. Sorry for the pedantry.
Will they talk to me, do you think?
The only people they ever see down there are students who've lost their matric cards. You'll be like some exotic new species to them. Walk across Bristow Square and take the underpass. You can get into Old College from West College Street.
I think I knew that, but thanks anyway.
You know what I'm doing? She seemed to realise. I'm yakking away to postpone the inevitable. She glanced at her wristwatch. 40 minutes still to go. Rebus made a show of listening at the door.
Sounds like they've dropped off anyway. Be ashamed to wake them.
Linguistics waits for no man, Inspector, Maybury said, stiffening her spine. Once more unto the fray. She took a deep breath and opened the door. Disappeared inside. As he walked, Rebus called Whitemire and asked to be put through to Trainer. I'm sorry, Mr. Trainer's not available.
Is that you, Janet?
There was silence for a moment. Speaking? Janet Islet said.
Janet, it's D.I. Rebus here. Look, I'm sorry I've had my colleagues bothering you. If I can help at all, just let me know.
Thank you, Inspector.
So what's up with your boss? Don't tell me he's off with stress.
He just doesn't want any interruptions this morning.
Fine. But can you try him for me? Tell him I wouldn't take no for an answer.
She took her time replying. Very well, she said at last. A few moments later, Trainer picked up.
Look, I'm up to my eyes. Aren't we all? Rebus sympathised. I was just wondering if you'd run those checks for me.
What checks?
Kurds and French-speaking Africans bailed from Whitemire.
Trainer sighed. There aren't any.
You're sure?
Positive. Now, was that all you were wanting?
For now,
Rebus said. The call was disconnected before the final word had died away. Rebus stared at his mobile, decided it wasn't worth making a nuisance of himself. He had his answer, after all. He just wasn't sure he believed it. Highly unusual, the woman at the registry said, not for the first time. She had led Rebus across the quadrangle to another set of offices in Old College. Rebus seemed to remember that this had once been the medical faculty, a place where grave robbers brought their wares to sell to inquisitive surgeons. And hadn't the serial killer William Burke been dissected here after his hanging? He made the mistake of asking his guide. She peered at him over her half-moon glasses. If she thought him exotic, she was hiding it well. I wouldn't know anything about that, she trilled. Her walk was brisk, feet kept close together. Rebus reckoned she was around the same age as him, but it was hard to imagine her ever having been younger. Highly irregular, she said now, as if to herself, stretching her vocabulary.
Any help you can give would be appreciated.
It was the same line he'd used during their initial conversation. She'd listened closely, then made a call to someone higher up the admin ladder. Assent had been given, but with a caution. Personal data was a confidential matter. There would need to be a written request, a discussion, a good reason for the handing over of any information. Rebus had agreed to all of this, adding that it would be irrelevant should there turn out to be no Senegalese students registered at the university, as a result of which Mrs. Scrimger was going to make a search of the database. "You could have waited in the office, you know," she said now. Rebus just nodded as they turned into an open doorway. A younger woman was working at a computer. "I'll need to relieve you, Nancy," Mrs. Scrimger said, managing to make it sound like admonishment rather than a request. Nancy almost tipped over the chair in her rush to comply. Mrs. Scrimger nodded to the other side of the desk, meaning for Rebus to stand there, where he couldn't see the screen. He complied, up to a point, leaning forward so his elbows rested against the edge of the desk, eyes at a level with Mrs. Scrimger's own. She frowned at this, but Rebus just smiled. "Anything?" he asked. She was tapping keys. "Africa's divided into 5 zones," she informed him. "Senegal's in the northwest." She peered at him. "North or west?" "One or the other," he said with a shrug. She gave a little sniff and kept typing, eventually pausing with her hand on the mouse. "Well," she said, "we do have one student from Senegal, so that's that. But I'm not allowed to know name and whereabouts. Not without the procedures we discussed, which just end up taking more time." "Proper procedures," she intoned, "as laid down by law, if you need reminding." Rebus nodded slowly. His face had inched closer to hers. She pulled back in her seat. "Well," she said, "I think that's as much as we can do today." "And it's unlikely that you'd absent-mindedly leave the screen showing when you walked away?" "I think we both know the answer to that, Inspector." Saying which, she clicked twice with the mouse. Rebus knew that the information had disappeared, but that was all right. He'd seen just about enough from the reflection in her lenses. A smiling photo of a young woman with dark curly hair. He was pretty sure her name was Kawaki, with an address at the university's halls of residence on Dalkeith Road. "You've been very helpful," he told Mrs. Scrimger. She tried not to look too disappointed at this news. Pollock Halls was sited at the foot of Arthur's Seat on the edge of Holyrood Park, a sprawling, maze-like compound which mixed old architecture with new, crow-stepped gables and turrets with boxy modernity. Rebus stopped his car at the gatehouse, getting out to meet the uniformed guard. "Hiya, John," the man said. "You're looking well, Andy," Rebus offered, shaking the proffered hand. Andy Edmonds had been a police constable from the age of 18, meaning he'd been able to retire on a full pension while still well shy of his 50th birthday. The guard's job was part-time, a way of filling some of the hours in the day. The two men had been useful to one another in the past, Andy feeding Rebus info on any dealers attempting to sell to the students at Pollock, Andy feeling still part of the force as a result. "What brings you here?" he asked now. "A bit of a favour. I've got a name. Could be her first or last, and I know this is her most recent address." "What's she done?" Rebus looked around as if to emphasise the importance of what he was about to say. Edmonds took the bait, moved a step closer. "That murder at Knoxland," Rebus said under his breath. "There may be a tie-in." He placed his finger to his mouth, Edmonds nodding his understanding. "What's said to me stays with me, John, you know that." "I know, Andy. So, is there any way we can track her down?" The "we" seemed to galvanise Edmonds. He retreated to his glass box and made a call, then returned to Rebus. "We'll go talk to Maureen," he said. Then he winked. "Wee thing going on between the two of us, but she's married." It was his turn to place a finger to his mouth. Rebus just nodded. He had shared a confidence with Edmonds, so a confidence had to be traded in return. Together they walked the 10 yards or so to the main admin building. This was the oldest structure on the site, built in the Scots baronial style, the interior dominated by a vast wooden staircase, the walls panelled with more slabs of dark-stained wood. Maureen's office was on the ground floor, boasting an ornate green marble fireplace and a panelled ceiling. She wasn't quite what Rebus had been expecting. Small and plump, almost mousy. Hard to imagine her carrying on an illicit affair with a man in uniform. Edmonds was staring at Rebus, as though seeking some sort of appraisal. Rebus raised an eyebrow and gave a little nod, which seemed to satisfy the ex-cop. Having shaken Maureen's hand, Rebus spelt the name for her. "I might have the odd letter in the wrong place," he cautioned.
"Kawami Mana," Maureen corrected him. "I've got her here."
Her screen was showing the identical information to Mrs. Scrimgeour's.
"She's got a room in Ferguson Hall, studying psychology."
Rebus had flipped open his notebook.
"Date of birth?"
Maureen tapped the screen, and Rebus jotted down what was printed there. Kawami was a second-year student, aged 20.
"Calls herself Kate,"
Maureen added.
"Room 210.
Rebus turned to Andy Edmonds, who was already nodding. "I'll show you," he said. The narrow, cream-coloured corridor was quieter than Rebus had expected.
"Nobody playing hip-hop full blast?"
he queried.
Edmonds snorted. "They've all got earphones these days, John. Shuts them right away from the world." "So, even if we knock, she won't hear us?"
"Time to find out." They paused at the door marked 210. It boasted stickers of flowers and smiley faces, plus the name Kate, picked out in tiny silver stars. Rebus made a fist and gave 3 hard thumps. The door across the corridor opened a fraction, male eyes gazing at them. The door closed again quickly, and Edmonds made a show of sniffing the air. 100% herbal, he said. Rebus's mouth twitched. When there was still no answer at the second attempt, he kicked the other door, causing it to rattle in its frame. By the time it opened, he already had his want card out. He reached forward and plucked at the tiny earphones, dislodging them. The student was in his late teens, dressed in baggy green combats and a shrunken grey t-shirt. A breeze was coming from a just-opened window.
"What's up?"
the boy asked in a lazy drawl.
"You are, by the look of things."
Rebus walked to the window and angled his head out. A thin wisp of smoke was coming from the bush immediately below.
"Hope there wasn't too much of it left."
"Too much of what?" The voice was educated, home counties.
"Whatever it is you call it. Draw, blow, wacky-backy, weed."
Rebus smiled.
"But the last thing I want to do is go back downstairs, retrieve the spliff, check the saliva on the cigarette papers for DNA, and come all the way back up here to arrest you."
"Didn't you hear? Grass has been decriminalised." Rebus shook his head.
"Downgraded. There's a difference. Still, you'll be allowed a phone call to your parents. That's one law they've yet to tinker with."
He looked around the room. Single bed with a rumpled duvet on the floor beside it. Shelves of books, a laptop computer on a desk, posters advertising drama productions.
"You like the theatre?"
Rebus asked.
"I've done a bit of acting, student productions."
Rebus nodded.
"You know Kate?"
"Yeah."
The student was switching off the machine attached to the earphones. Siobhan, Rebus guessed, would know what it was. All he could tell was that it was too small to play CDs.
"Know where we could find her?"
"What's she done?"
"She hasn't done anything. We just need a word."
"She's not here much, probably in the library."
"John," this from Edmonds, who was holding open the door, allowing a view of the corridor. A dark-skinned young woman, her tightly curled hair held back in a band, was unlocking the door. Glancing over her shoulder as she did so, curious about the scene in her neighbour's room.
"Kate?"
Rebus guessed.
"Yes, what is the matter?"
Her accent gave each syllable equal stress.
"I'm a police officer, Kate."
Rebus had stepped into the corridor. Edmonds let the door swing shut on the male student, dismissing him.
"Mind if we have a word?"
"My God, is it my family?"
Her already wide eyes grew wider still.
"Has something happened to them?"
The satchel slid from her shoulder to the ground.
"It's nothing to do with your family,"
Rebus assured her.
"Then what? I do not understand."
Rebus reached into his pocket, produced the tape in its little clear box. He gave it a rattle.
"Got a cassette player?"
he asked. When the tape had finished playing, she raised her eyes towards his.
"Why do you make me listen to this?"
she asked, voice trembling. Rebus was standing against the wardrobe, hands behind his back. He'd asked Andy Edmonds to wait outside, which hadn't pleased the security man. Partly, Rebus hadn't wanted him to hear. This was a police inquiry, and Edmonds was no longer a cop, whatever he might like to think. Partly also, and this was the argument Rebus would use to Edmonds' face, there simply wasn't room for the three of them. Rebus didn't want to make things any less comfortable for Kate. The cassette radio sat on her desk. Rebus leaned towards it, hitting stop, and then rewind.
"Want to hear it again?"
"I do not see what it is you want me to do."
"We think she's from Senegal. The woman on the tape."
"From Senegal?"
Kate pursed her lips.
"I suppose it is possible. Who told you such a thing?"
"Someone in the linguistics department."
Rebus ejected the tape.
"Are there many Senegalese in Edinburgh?"
"I'm the only one I know of."
Kate stared at the cassette.
"What has this woman done?"
Rebus was making a show of perusing her collection of CDs. There was a whole rack of them, plus further teetering piles on the window ledge.
"You like your music, Kate?"
"I like to dance."
Rebus nodded.
"I can see that."
In fact, what he could see were the names of bands and performers completely unknown to him. He straightened up. "You don't know anyone else from Senegal?"
"I know there are some in Glasgow." "What has she done?"
"Just what you heard on the tape. Made an emergency call. Someone she knew was murdered, and now we need to talk to her."
"Because you think she did it?"
"You're the psychologist here. What do you think?"
"If she had killed him, why would she then make the call to the police?"
Rebus nodded.
"That's pretty well what we think. All the same, she may have information."
Rebus had taken note of everything, from Kate's array of jewellery to the new-smelling leather satchel. He looked around for photos of the parents he presumed were paying for it all.
"Family back in Senegal, Kate?"
"Yes, in Dakar."
"That's where the rally finishes, right?"
"That is correct."
"And your family? You keep in touch with them?"
"No."
"Oh, so you're supporting yourself?" She glared at him. "Sorry, nosiness is a hazard of the job. How are you liking Scotland?"
"It's a much colder place than Senegal."
"I'd imagine it is."
"I'm not talking about the climate merely."
Rebus nodded his understanding.
"So you can't help me then, Kate?"
"I am truly sorry."
"Not your fault."
He placed a business card on the desk.
"But if a stranger from home should suddenly cross your path—"
"I will be sure to tell you."
She'd risen from the bed, apparently eager to see him on his way.
"Well, thanks again."
Rebus stretched a hand towards her. When she took it, her own was cold and clammy. And as the door closed behind him, Rebus wondered about the look in her eyes, a look very much of relief. Edmonds was sitting on the topmost stair, arms wrapped around his knees. Rebus apologised, giving his explanation. Edmonds didn't say anything till they were back outside, making for the barrier and Rebus's car. Eventually, he turned to Rebus. "Is that right? About DNA from cigarette papers?"
How the hell should I know, Andy? But it put the fear of God into that wee toe rag, and that's all that matters.
This ends Disc 10. Flesh Market Close, Disc 11.
The porn had gone to Divisional HQ in Livingston. There were 3 other women officers in the viewing room, and Siobhan saw that this made it an uncomfortable experience for the dozen or so men. The only available TV had an 18-inch screen, meaning they to cluster round it. The men stayed tight-lipped for the most part, or chewed on their pens, keeping jokes to a minimum. Les Young spent most of his time pacing the floor behind them, arms folded, peering down at his shoes, as if wanting to disassociate himself from the whole enterprise. Some of the films were commercially made, bought in from America and the continent. One was in German, another Japanese, the latter featuring school uniforms and girls who looked no more than 15 or 16. "Kiddie porn," was one officer's comment. He would ask for an occasional freeze frame, using a digital camera to take a photo of the relevant face. One of the DVDs was badly filmed and edited. It showed a suburban living room. One couple on the green leather sofa, another on the shag-pile carpet. Another woman, darker-skinned, crouched topless by the electric fire, appearing to masturbate as she watched. The camera was all over the place. At one point, the cameraman's hand came into shot so he could squeeze one woman's breast. The soundtrack, which until then had been a series of mumbles, grunts, and wheezings, picked up his question. "All right there, big man." "Sounds local," one of the officers commented. "Digital camera and some computer software," someone else added. "Anyone can direct their own porn film these days." "Happily not everyone would want to," a woman officer qualified. "Wait a second," Siobhan interrupted. "Go back a bit, will you?" The officer holding the remote obliged, freezing the frame and backtracking moment by moment. "Is this you looking for tips, Siobhan?" one of the men asked, to a few snorts. "That's enough, Rod," Les Young called out. An officer near Siobhan leaned in towards his neighbour. "That's exactly what the woman in the rug just said," he whispered. This produced another snort, but Siobhan's mind was on the TV screen. "Freeze it there," she said. "What's that on the back of the cameraman's hand?" "Birthmark," someone guessed, angling their head for a better view. "Tattoo," one of the women offered. Siobhan nodded agreement. She slid from her chair, getting even closer to the screen. "I'd say, if it's anything, it's a spider." She looked up at Les Young. "A spider tattoo," he said softly. "With maybe the web on his neck?" "Meaning the victim's friend makes porn films?" "We need to know who he is." Les Young looked around the room. "Who's in charge of finding us names for Cruikshank's known associates?" The team shared looks and shrugs until one of the women cleared her throat and offered an answer. "DC Maxton, sir. And where is he?" "I think he said he was headed back to Berlin," meaning he was checking for prisoners who'd been close to Cruikshank. "Call him and tell him about the tattoos," Young ordered. The officer walked over to a desk and picked up a phone. Siobhan, meantime, was on her mobile. She'd moved away from the TV, was standing next to the curtained window. "Can I speak to Roy Brinkley, please?" She caught Young's eye and he nodded, realising what she was doing. "Roy? D.S. Clark here. Listen, this friend of Donny Cruikshank's, the one with the spider's web, you didn't happen to notice any other tattoos on him?" She listened, broke into a grin. "On the back of his hand? Okay, thanks for that. I'll let you get back to your books." she ended the call. Spider tattoo on the back of his hand.
Nice work, Siobhan.
There were a few resentful glances at this. Siobhan ignored them.
Doesn't get us any further until we know who he is.
Young seemed to agree. The officer in charge of the remote was running the film again.
Maybe we'll get lucky, he said.
If this guy's as hands-on as he looks, he might pass the camera to somebody else. They sat down again to watch. Something was niggling Siobhan, but she couldn't say what. Then the camera panned round from the sofa to the crouching woman. Only she was no longer crouching. She'd risen to her feet. There was some music in the background. It wasn't a soundtrack, but actually playing in the living room as the filming happened. The woman was dancing to this music, seeming lost in it, oblivious to the other choreographies around her.
I've seen her before,
Siobhan said quietly. From the corner of her eye she could see one of the team rolling his eyes in disbelief. Here she was again, Captain Underpants' sidekick, showing them all up.
Live with it,
she wanted to tell them, but instead she turned to Young, who looked as though he couldn't quite believe it himself.
I think I saw her dancing once.
Where? Siobhan looked at the team, then back towards Young.
A place called the Nook.
The lap dancing bar,
one of the men said, eliciting laughter and jabbed fingers. It was a stag, he tried explaining. So did you pass the audition? One of the others was asking Siobhan, to even more laughter. You're behaving like school kids, Les Young snapped. Either grow up or ship out. He hooked a thumb towards the door. Then to Siobhan. When was this? A few days back, in connection with Ishbel Jardin. She had the full attention of the room now. We had information she might have ended up working there. And? Siobhan shook her head. No sign of her. But, pointing towards the TV, I'm fairly sure she was there, doing much the same dance she's doing right now. On the screen, one of the men, naked apart from his socks, was approaching the dancer. He pressed his hands to her shoulders, trying to push her to her knees, but she twisted free and kept on dancing, eyes closed. The man looked towards the camera and shrugged. Now the camera was jerked downwards, the focus blurring. When it came up again, someone new had entered the frame. Shaven-headed, his facial scars more prominent on film than in real life. Donnie Cruikshank. He was fully dressed, a grin spreading across his face, can of lager in one hand. "Use the camera," he said, holding out his free hand. "Know how to use it? Get away, Mark. If you can do it, I can do it." "Cheers, Donnie," said one of the officers, scribbling the name Mark into his notebook. The discussion continued, the camera eventually changing hands. And now Donnie Cruikshank swung the camera up to capture his friend. The hand went up too slowly to cover the face from identification. Without needing to be told, the officer with the remote tracked back and froze the frame. His colleague with the digital camera raised it to his face. On the screen, a huge, shaved head, the dome shiny with sweat, studs in both ears and through the nose, a nick in one of the thick black eyebrows, one central tooth missing from the protesting mouth, and a spider's web tattoo, of course, covering the whole of the neck. Chapter 24. From Pollock Halls it was a short drive to Gayfield Square. There was only one other body in the CID office, and it belonged to Phillida Hawes, whose face started to redden the moment Rebus walked in.
"Grassed up any good colleagues lately, DC Hawes?"
"Look, John,"
Rebus laughed. "Don't worry about it, Phil. You did what you felt you had to."
Rebus rested against the edge of her desk.
"When Story came to see me, He said he thought I was on the level because he knew my reputation. I'm guessing I've got you to thank for that.
All the same, I should have warned you. She sounded relieved, and Rebus realised she'd been dreading this encounter.
I'm not going to hold it against you.
Rebus stood up and made for the kettle.
Can I make you one?
Please, thanks. Rebus spooned coffee into the only 2 clean mugs left.
So,
he asked casually,
who introduced you to Story?
It came down the line, Fetus HQ to DCI McRae.
And McRae decided you were the woman for the job?
Rebus nodded, as if in agreement with the choice. I wasn't to tell anyone, Hawes added. Rebus waved the spoon at her.
I can't remember. Do you take milk and sugar?
She tried a thin smile. It's not that you've forgotten.
What then?
This is the first time you've offered. Rebus raised an eyebrow.
You're probably right. First time for everything, eh?
She'd risen from her chair and come part of the way towards him. I just take milk, by the way.
Duly noted.
Rebus was sniffing the contents of a half-litre carton.
I'd make one for young Colin, but I'm guessing he's down at Waverley, on the lookout for travelling sneak thieves.
Actually, he got called away. Hawes nodded towards the window. Rebus peered out at the car park. Uniforms were packing themselves into the available patrol cars, 4 or 5 to each vehicle.
What's going on?
He asked. Reinforcements needed at Cramond.
Cramond?
Rebus's eyes widened. Sandwiched between a golf course and the River Almond, it was one of the city's more douce neighbourhoods, with some of the most expensive homes.
Are the peasants revolting?
Hawes had joined him at the window. Something to do with illegal immigrants, she said. Rebus stared at her.
What exactly?
She shrugged. Rebus took her arm and guided her back to her desk, lifted the telephone receiver and handed it to her.
Give your friend Felix a call,
he said, making it sound like an order. What for? Rebus just shook away the question and watched her punch the numbers.
His mobile?
He guessed. She nodded, and he took the receiver from her. The call was picked up on the 7th ring.
Yes,
the voice impatient.
Felix,
Rebus said, his eyes on Phillida Hawes.
It's Rebus here. I'm a bit pushed right now.
He sounded as if he was in a car, either driving or being driven at speed.
Just wondering how my search is coming along. Your search? Senegalese living in Scotland, don't tell me you've forgotten.
Trying to sound hurt.
I've had other things on my mind, John. I'll get to it eventually. So what's been keeping you so busy? Is that you on your way to Cramond, Felix?
There was silence on the line. Rebus's face breaking into a grin.
Okay, Story said slowly. As far as I'm aware, I never got round to giving you this number. Meaning you probably got it from DC Hawes, which in turn means you're probably calling from Guyfield Square. And watching the cavalry ride out as we speak. So what's the big deal at Cramond, Felix?
More silence on the line. And then the words Rebus had been waiting for.
Maybe you'd best come along and find out.
The car park wasn't in Cramond itself, but a little way along the coast. People would stop there and take a winding path through grass and nettles towards the beach. It was a barren, windswept spot, probably never before as crowded as now. There were a dozen patrol cars and 4 marked vans, plus the powerful saloons favoured by customs and immigration. Felix Story was gesticulating as he gave orders to the troops.
It's only about 50 yards to the shore, but be warned. Soon as they see us, they'll start running. The saving grace is there's nowhere for them to run to unless they plan to swing to Fife.
There were smiles at this, but Story held up a hand.
I'm serious. It's happened before. That's why the Coast Guard's on standby.
A walkie-talkie crackled into life. He held it to his ear.
Go ahead.
Listen to what seemed to Rebus like a wash of static.
Over and out.
He lowered the handset again.
That's the 2 flanking teams in position. They'll start moving in about 30 seconds, so let's get going.
He set off, making to pass Rebus, who had just given up trying to get a cigarette lit.
Another tip-off,
Rebus guessed.
Same sauce.
Story kept walking, his men, D.C. Colin Tibbet included, behind him. Rebus started walking too, right by Story's shoulder.
So, what's happening then? Boat's bringing illegals ashore?
Story glanced at him. Cockling.
Say again?
Picking cockles. The gangs behind it use immigrants and asylum seekers, pay them a pittance. The two Land Rovers back there. Rebus turned his head, saw the vehicles in question, parked in a corner of the car park. They both had small trailers attached to their tow bars. A couple of uniforms stood guard beside each.
That's how they bring 'em in.
They sell the cockles to restaurants. Some of them probably go overseas. At that moment, they passed a sign warning them that any crustaceans found on the seashore were likely to be contaminated and unfit for human consumption. Story gave Rebus another glance.
The restaurants aren't to know what they're buying. I'll never look at paella the same way.
Rebus was about to ask about the trailers, but he could hear the high whine of small engines, and as they crested the rise, he saw two quad bikes laden with bulging sacks, and dotted all around the shore, stooped figures with shovels, reflected in the shimmer of the wet sand.
Now!
Story called, breaking into a run. The others followed as best they could down the incline across its powder-dry surface. Rebus held back to watch. He saw the cockle pickers look up, saw sacks and shovels dropped. Some stood where they were, others started to flee. Uniforms were approaching from both directions. With Story's men descending on them from the dunes, the only possible escape route was provided by the Firth of Forth. One or two waded further out, but seemed to come to their senses by the time the icy water started numbing legs and waists. Some of the invaders were yelling and whooping. Others lost their footing and went down on all fours, spattered with sand. Rebus had finally found shelter enough to get his lighter to work. He inhaled deeply, holding the smoke in as he enjoyed the spectacle. The quad bikes were circling, the two drivers shouting at one another. One of them took the initiative and headed up the slope, perhaps imagining that if he made it to the car park, he might manage to escape. But he was going too fast for the cargo still strapped to the bike's rear. The machine's front tires flew upwards, the bike somersaulting, throwing its driver to the ground, where he was pounced on by 4 uniforms. The other rider saw no reason to follow suit. Instead, he held up his hands, the bike idling until its ignition was switched off by a besuited immigration officer. It reminded Rebus of something. Yes, that was it. The end of the Beatles film, Help. All they needed now was Eleanor Bron. As he walked onto the beach, he saw that some of the workers were young women. A few were sobbing. They all looked Chinese, including the 2 men on the bikes. One of Story's men seemed to know the relevant language. He had his hands cupped to his mouth and was rattling off instructions. Nothing he said seemed to appease the women, who wailed all the harder.
What are they saying?
Rebus asked him.
They don't want to be sent home.
Rebus looked around.
Can't be any worse than this, can it?
The officer's mouth twitched.
40-kilo sacks. They get paid maybe £3 for each one, and it's not as if they can go to an employment tribunal, is it? I suppose not. Slavery's what it boils down to, turning human beings into something you can buy and sell. In the northeast, it's fish gutting. Other places, it's picking fruit and veg. The gang masters have a supply for every possible demand.
He started barking out more advice to the workers, most of whom looked exhausted and glad of any excuse to down tools. The flanking officers had arrived, having picked up a few strays.
"One call,"
one of the bike riders was screeching.
"Get to make one call."
"When we get to the station," an officer corrected him, "if we're feeling generous." Story had stopped in front of the rider.
"Who is it you want to call? Got a mobile on you?
The rider made to move his hands towards his trouser pocket, hampered by the handcuffs. Story took the phone out for him, held it in front of his face.
Give me the number. I'll dial it for you.
The man stared at him, then gave a grin and shook his head, letting Story know he wasn't falling for it.
You want to stay in this country? Story persisted. You better start cooperating.
I am legal. Work permit and everything.
Good for you. We'll be sure to check it's not a forgery or expired.
The grin melted, like a sandcastle hit by the incoming tide.
I'm always open to negotiation, Story informed the man. Soon as you feel like talking, let me know.
He nodded for the prisoner to be marched uphill with the others. Then he noticed Rebus standing beside him.
Bugger is, he said, if his paperwork's in order, he doesn't have to tell us a thing. It's not illegal to pick cockles. And what about them?
Rebus gestured in the direction of the stragglers. These were the oldest of the workers, seeming to move with a permanent stoop.
If they're illegals, they'll be locked up till we can ship them home.
Story straightened up, sliding his hands into the pockets of his knee-length camel-hair coat.
Plenty more like them to take their place.
Rebus saw that the immigration man was staring out at the unceasing grey swell.
Canute and the tide,
he offered by way of comparison. Story took out a huge white handkerchief and blew his nose noisily, then started climbing the dune, leaving Rebus to finish his cigarette. By the time he reached the car park, the vans had moved off. However, a new handcuffed figure had entered the picture. One of the uniforms was explaining to Story what had happened.
He was heading along the road, saw the patrol cars and did a 3-point turn. We managed to head him off.
I told you, the man barked. It was nothing to do with yous.
He sounded Irish. A few days' growth on his square chin, lower jaw pushed out belligerently. His car had been brought into the car park. It was an old model BMW 7 Series, its red paint fading, sills turning to rust. Rebus had seen it before. He walked around it. There was a notebook visible on the passenger seat, folded open at a list of what looked like Chinese names. Story caught Rebus's eye and nodded. He already knew about it.
Name, please?
He asked the driver.
Let's have your ID first,
the man snapped back. He was wearing an olive-green parka, maybe the same coat he'd been wearing when Rebus had first set eyes on him the previous week.
Fuck are you staring at?
He asked Rebus, looking him up and down. Rebus just smiled and took out his own mobile, made a call.
Shug,
he said when it was answered.
Rebus here. Remember at the demo, you were going to come up with a name for that Irishman?
Rebus listened, eyes on the man in front of him.
Peter Hill.
He nodded to himself.
Well, guess what? If I'm not mistaken, he's standing right in front of me.
The man just scowled, making no attempt to deny it. It was Rebus's suggestion that they take Peter Hill to Torpichin police station, where Shug Davidson was already waiting in the Steph Jurgi murder room. Rebus introduced Davidson to Felix Story, and the two men shook hands. A few of the detectives couldn't help staring. It wasn't the first time they'd seen a black man, but it was the first time they'd welcomed one to this particular corner of the city. Rebus contented himself with listening while Davidson explained the connection between Peter Hill and Knoxland.
You have evidence he was dealing drugs?
Story asked at the end.
Not enough to convict him, but we did put away 4 of his friends. Meaning either he was too small a fish or
too clever to get caught, Davidson conceded with a nod.
And the connection to the paramilitaries?
Again, hard to pin down, but the drugs had to come from somewhere, and intelligence in Northern Ireland pointed to that particular source. Terrorists need to raise money any way they can.
Even by acting as gangmasters to illegal immigrants?
Davidson shrugged. First time for everything, he speculated. Story rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
That car he was driving.
BMW 7 Series, Rebus offered. Story nodded.
Those weren't Irish number plates, were they? Northern Ireland, they're usually 3 letters and 4 numbers.
Rebus looked at him.
You're well informed. I worked customs for a while. When you're checking passenger ferries, you get to know number plates.
I'm not sure I see what you're getting at, Shug Davidson was forced to admit. Story turned to him.
Just wondering how he came by the car, that's all. If he didn't bring it over here with him, then he either bought it here, or
it belongs to someone else. Davidson nodded slowly.
Unlikely he's working alone, not a set-up of that size.
Something else we can ask him, Davidson said. Story offered a smile and turned his gaze to Rebus, as if seeking further agreement. But Rebus's eyes had narrowed slightly. He was still wondering about that car. The Irishman was in interview room 2. He took no notice of the 3 men when they came in, relieving the uniform who'd been standing guard. Story and Davidson sat down opposite him at the table, Rebus finding a section of wall to rest his weight against. There was the sound of pneumatic drilling from the roadworks outside. It would punctuate any discussion, ending up on the cassette tapes Davidson was unwrapping. He slotted both into the recording machine and made sure the timer was correct. Then he did the same with a couple of blank videotapes. The camera was above the door, pointing straight at the table. If any suspect wanted to claim intimidation, the tapes would give the lie to the accusation. The 3 officers identified themselves for the benefit of the tapes. Then Davidson asked the Irishman to give his full name. He seemed content to let the silence lie, flicking threads from his trousers and then clasping his hands in front of him on the edge of the desk. Hill continued to stare at a patch of wall between Davidson and Story. Finally, he spoke.
I could do with a cup of tea. Milk, 3 sugars.
He was missing some teeth from the back of his mouth, giving his cheeks a sunken look, emphasizing the skull beneath the sallow skin. His hair was cropped and silver grey, eyes pale blue, neck scrawny. Probably not much more than 5 feet 9 tall and 10 stone in weight. Most of it, attitude. In due course, Davidson said quietly.
And a lawyer. A phone call.
Same applies. Meantime, Davidson opened a manila folder and extracted a large black and white photograph. This is you, isn't it? Only half the face was showing, the rest hidden by the Parker's hood. It had been taken the day of the Noxland demo, the day Howie Slowther had gone for Mo Derwan with a rock. Don't think so. How about this? The photographer this time had caught a full-face shot. Taken a few months back, also in Noxland.
And your point is?
My point is, I've been waiting a good long time to get you for something. Davidson smiled and turned to Felix Story.
Mr. Hill,
Story began, crossing one knee over the other.
I'm an immigration officer. We'll be checking the credentials of all those workers to see how many of them are here illegally.
No idea what you're talking about. I was out for a drive down the coast. Not against the law, is it?
No, but a jury might just wonder at the coincidence of that list of names on the passenger seat if it turns out they match the names of the people we've detained.
What list?
Finally, Hill's eyes met those of his questioner.
If there's any list been found, it's been planted.
So, we won't expect to find your fingerprints on it then.
And none of the workers will be able to identify you, Davidson added, twisting the knife.
Not against the law, is it?
Actually, Story confided, I think slavery may have come off the statute book a few centuries back.
That's why they let a nigger like you wear a suit,
the Irishman spat.
Story gave a wry smile, as if satisfied that things had come to this so readily.
I've heard the Irish referred to as the blacks of Europe. Does that make us brothers beneath the skin?
It means you can go arse yourself.
Story tipped his head back and laughed from deep within his chest. Davidson had closed the file again, leaving the 2 photographs out, facing Peter Hill. He was tapping a finger against the file, as if drawing to Hill's attention the thickness of it, the sheer quantity of information within.
So how long have you been in the slave trade?
Rebus asked the Irishman.
I'm saying nothing, till I get a mug of tea.
Hill leaned back and folded his arms.
And I want it brought in by my lawyer.
You've got a lawyer, then? Seems to suggest you thought you'd be needing one.
Hill turned his gaze towards Rebus, but his question was aimed across the table.
How long do you think you can keep me here?
That depends, Davidson told him.
You see, these links of yours to the paramilitaries.
He was still tapping the file.
Thanks to the legislation on terrorism, we can hold you a bit longer than you might think.
So now I'm a terrorist? Hill sneered.
You were always a terrorist, Peter.
The only thing that's changed is how you go about funding it. Last month you were a dealer. Today you're a slaver. There was a knock at the door. The head of a detective constable appeared. Have you got it? Davidson asked. The head nodded. Then you can come in here and keep the suspect company. Davidson started rising to his feet, intoning for the benefit of the various recording devices that the interview was being suspended, checking his watch to give the exact time. The machines were switched off. Davidson offered the DC his chair and accepted a scrap of paper in return. Outside in the corridor, once the door was firmly closed, he unfolded the paper, stared at it, then handed it to Story, whose mouth broke open in a gleaming grin. Finally, the paper was passed to Rebus. It contained a description of the red BMW, along with its license plate. Below it, written in capitals, were the owner's details. The owner was Stuart Bullen. Story snatched the note back from Rebus and planted a kiss on it. Then he did a little shuffle of a dance. The high spirits seemed infectious. Davidson was grinning too. He patted Felix Story on the back. Not often surveillance brings a result, he offered, looking to Rebus for his agreement. But it wasn't the surveillance. Rebus couldn't help thinking. It was another mysterious tip-off. That and Story's own intuition about the BMW's ownership. If intuition was indeed all it had been. Chapter 25. When they arrived at the Nook, they met another raiding party, Siobhan and Les Young. Offices were emptying for the day, and a few suits were heading past the doorman. Rebus was asking Siobhan what she was doing there when he saw one of the doormen place a hand to the mouthpiece of his radio set. The man was turning his face to one side, but Rebus knew they'd been clocked.
He's telling Bullen we're here,
Rebus called out to the others. They moved quickly, pushing past the businessman and into the premises. The music was loud, the place busier than on Rebus's first visit. There were more dancers too, 4 of them on the stage. Siobhan held back, studying faces, while Rebus led the way towards Bullen's office. The door with the keypad was locked. Rebus looked around, saw the barman, recalled his name. Barney Grant.
"Barney!"
he yelled.
"Get over here!"
Barney put down the glass he was filling, came out from behind the bar, punched in the numbers. Rebus shouldered the door and immediately felt the ground fall away beneath him. He was in the short corridor leading to Bullen's office, only now the cover of a trapdoor had been lifted, and it was through this opening that he'd fallen, landing awkwardly on the wooden steps which led down into darkness.
What the hell's this? Story yelped.
Sort of tunnel, the barman offered. Where does it lead? He just shook his head.
Rebus hobbled down the steps as best he could. His right leg felt like he'd grazed it all the way from ankle to knee, and he'd managed to twist his left ankle for good measure. He peered up at the faces above him.
Go outside. See if you can work out where it might lead.
Could be anywhere, Davidson muttered. Rebus peered along the tunnel.
It's heading down towards the grass market, I think.
He closed his eyes, trying to get them accustomed to the dark, and started moving, keeping his hands against the side walls to steady himself. After a few moments, he opened his eyes again, blinking a few times. He could make out the damp earthen floor, the curved walls and sloping ceiling. Probably man-made, going back centuries. The old town was a warren of tunnels and catacombs, mostly unexplored. They had sheltered the inhabitants from invasion, made assignations and plots possible. Smugglers might have used them. In more recent times, people had tried growing everything from mushrooms to cannabis in them. A few had been opened as tourist attractions, but the bulk were like this, cramped and unloved, and filled with stale air. The tunnel was veering left. Rebus took out his mobile, but there was no signal, no way of letting the others know. He could hear movement ahead of him, but nothing visible.
"Stuart,"
he called out, voice echoing.
"This is bloody stupid, Stuart!"
And kept moving, seeing a faint glow in the distance, a body disappearing into it. Then the glow was gone. It was another door, this time in the side wall, and Bullen had closed it after him. Rebus placed both hands to the right wall, fearing he'd missed the opening. His fingers hit something hard, a doorknob of all things. He turned and pulled, but the door opened the other way. Tried again, but something heavy had been placed against it. Rebus called out for help, pushed with his shoulder. A noise from the other side, someone attempting to slide a box out of the way. Then the door opened, leaving a space of only a couple of feet. Rebus crawled through. The door was at floor level. As he stood up, he saw that a box of books had been used for the barricade. An elderly man was staring at him.
"He went out of the door,"
was all he said. Rebus nodded and limped in that direction. Once outside, he knew exactly where he was, Westport. Emerging from a second-hand bookshop not 100 yards from the Nook. He had his mobile in his hand. It had picked up a signal again. Glanced back towards the traffic lights at Lady Lawson Street, then, to his right, down towards the grass market. Saw what he'd been hoping for. Stuart Bullen, being marched up the middle of the road towards him. Felix Story behind him with Bullen's right arm twisted upwards. Bullen's clothes torn and dirty. Rebus looked down at his own. They didn't look much better. He pulled up his trouser leg, glad to see there was no blood, just scrape marks. Shug Davidson was emerging at a jog from Lady Lawson Street, face red from running. Rebus bent at the waist, hands on his knees. Wanted a cigarette, but knew he wouldn't have the breath to smoke one. Stood up straight again, and was face to face with Bullen.
"I was gaining,"
he told the young man.
"Honest."
They took him back to the Nook. Word had gone around, and the place was empty of punters. Siobhan was quizzing some of the dancers who sat in a line at the bar, Barney Grant pouring soft drinks for them. A solitary customer emerged from behind the VIP curtain, puzzled by the sudden lack of music and voices. He seemed to sum up the situation and tightened the knot in his tie as he made to exit. Rebus's limp caused him to bump shoulders with the man.
"Sorry,"
the man muttered.
"My fault, counsellor,"
Rebus said, watching him as he left. Then he walked over to Siobhan, nodding a greeting to Les Young.
So, what's all this about?
It was Young who answered. We need to ask Stuart Bullen a few questions.
About what?
Rebus's eyes were still in Siobhan. In connection with the murder of Donald Cruikshank. Now Rebus's attention shifted to Young.
Well, intriguing as that sounds, you're going to have to wait in line. I think you'll find we've got first dibs.
We being? Rebus gestured towards Felix Story, who was finally and reluctantly letting go of Bullen, now that his hands had been handcuffed.
That man's immigration. He's had Bullen under surveillance for weeks. People smuggling, white slavery, you name it.
We'll need access, Les Young said.
Then go plead your case.
Rebus stretched an arm out towards Story and Shug Davidson. Les Young gave him a hard stare, then headed off in that direction. Siobhan was glowering at Rebus.
What?
He asked, all innocence. It's me you're pissed off with, remember? Don't go picking on Les.
Les is a big boy. He can look after himself.
Problem is, in a scrap, he'd play fair. Unlike some.
Harsh words, Siobhan.
Sometimes you need to hear them. Rebus just shrugged.
So, what's this about Bullen and Cruikshank?
Homemade porn in the victim's home featuring at least one of the dancers from this place.
And that's it?
We just need to talk to him.
I'm willing to bet there are some on the inquiry who are wondering why. They reckon if a rapist gets topped, why bust a gut over it?
He paused.
Am I right?
You'd know better than me. Rebus turned towards where Young and Davidson were in conversation.
Maybe you're trying to impress young Les over there.
She hauled on Rebus's shoulder, so she had his full attention again. It's a murder case, John. You'd be doing everything I'm doing. He gave the beginnings of a smile.
I'm just teasing, Siobhan.
He turned to the open doorway, the one leading to Bullen's office.
The first time we were here, did you notice that trapdoor?
I just thought it was the cellar, she halted. You didn't spot it?
Forgot it was there, that's all.
He lied, rubbing his right leg.
Looks so, mate. Barney Grant was studying the injury. Like you've been studied. Used to play a bit of footy, so I know what I'm talking about. You might have warned us about the trapdoor.
The barman offered a shrug. Felix Story was pushing Stuart Bullen towards the hallway. Rebus made to follow, Siobhan trailing him. Story slammed shut the trapdoor.
Good place to hide any illegals, he said.
Bullen just snorted. The door to the office was ajar. Story opened it with one foot. It was as Rebus remembered it, cramped and full of junk. Story's nose wrinkled.
Going to take us a while to empty all this into evidence bags. Christ's sake,
Bullen muttered by way of complaint. The door of the safe was slightly ajar too, and Story used the tip of a polished brogue to open it up.
Well now, he said, I think we'd better get those evidence bags in here.
This is a fit-up,
Bullen started to shout.
It's a plant,
you bastards!
He made to shake himself free of Story's grip, but the immigration man was 4 inches taller and probably 20 pounds heavier. Everyone stood crowded in the doorway, trying for a better view. Davidson and Young had arrived, as had some of the dancers. Rebus turned to Siobhan, who pursed her lips. She'd seen what he'd just seen. Lying in the open safe, a stack of passports held together with a rubber band, blank credit and debit cards, various official-looking stamps and franking machines, plus other folded documents, maybe birth or marriage certificates. Everything you'd need to create a new identity. Or even a few hundred. They took Stuart Bullen to Torpichen's interview room 1.
"We've got your pal next door,"
Felix Story said. He'd removed his jacket and was loosening his cufflinks so he could roll up his shirt sleeves.
"Who's that then?"
Bullen's handcuffs had been removed and he was rubbing his reddened wrists.
"Peter Hill, I think his name is."
"Never heard of him."
"Irish guy. Speaks very highly of you."
Bullen caught Story's eye.
"Now I know this is a fit-up." "Why? Because you're confident Hill won't talk?" "I've already told you I don't know him." "We've got photos of him coming in and out of your club."
Bullen stared at Story as if trying to gauge the truth of this. Rebus himself didn't know. It was possible the surveillance had netted Hill. Then again, Story could be bluffing. He had brought nothing with him to this meeting, no files or folders. Bullen turned his gaze on Rebus.
"Sure you want him around?"
he asked Story.
"How do you mean?" "Word is, he's Cafferty's man."
"Who?"
"Cafferty. He runs this whole city."
"And why should that concern you, Mr. Bullen?"
"Because Cafferty hates my family."
He paused for effect.
"And someone planted that stuff."
"You'll have to do better than that," Story said, almost sorrowfully. "Try explaining away your connection to Peter Hill."
"I keep telling you,"
Bullen's teeth were gritted,
"there isn't any.
And that's why we found him in your car." The room went quiet. Shug Davidson was walking up and down with arms folded. Rebus stood in his favoured place by the wall. Stuart Bullen was making an examination of his own fingernails.
"Red BMW 7 Series,
Story went on, "registered in your name."
"I lost that car months back."
"Did you report it?"
"Hardly worth the effort."
"And that's the story you'll be sticking to.
Planted evidence and a misplaced BMW.
I hope you got a good lawyer, Mr. Bullen."
"Maybe I'll try that more Derwan. He seems to win a few."
Bullen shifted his gaze to Rebus.
"I hear the two of you are good mates."
"Funny you should mention it," Shug Davidson interrupted, stopping in front of the table. "Because your friend Hill has been seen out at Knoxland. We've got photos of him from the demo, same day Mr. Derwan was nearly attacked."
"That what you do all day? Take pictures of people without them knowing?"
Bullen looked around the room.
"Some men do that and get called pervs."
"Speaking of which,"
Rebus said, "we've got another inquiry waiting to talk to you."
Bullen opened his arms.
"I'm a popular man."
"And that's why you're going to be with us for quite some time, Mr. Bullen," Story said. "So, make yourself comfortable." 40 minutes in, they took a break. The detained cockle-pickers were being held at St. Leonard's, the only place with enough cells to take them all. Story headed off to a telephone to check on progress with the interviews. Rebus and Davidson had just got their hands on a tea apiece when Siobhan and Young found them. "Do we get to talk to him now?" Siobhan asked.
"We'll be going back in soon,"
Davidson told her. "But all he's doing right now is kicking his heels," Les Young argued. Davidson sighed, and Rebus knew what he was thinking. Anything for a quiet life. "How long do you need?" he asked. "We'll take what you can give us."
"On you go, then."
Young turned to leave, but Rebus touched his elbow.
"Mind if I tag along, just out of interest?"
Siobhan gave Young a warning look, but he nodded anyway. Siobhan turned on her heels and started striding towards the interview room, so that neither man could see her face. Bullen had his hands clasped behind his head. When he saw Rebus's tea, he asked where his own was.
"In the kettle,"
Rebus replied, as Siobhan and Young began to introduce themselves.
"You're taking it in shifts,"
Bullen growled, lowering his hands.
"Good tea, this,"
Rebus chipped in. The look he received from Siobhan told him she found the contribution not altogether helpful. "We're here to ask you about a piece of homemade pornography," Les Young kicked off. Bullen let out a laugh.
That's sublime to ridiculous.
It was found in the home of a murder victim, Siobhan added coolly. Some of the performers might be known to you.
How's that, then?
Bullen seemed genuinely curious. I recognise at least one of them. Siobhan had folded her arms. She was pole dancing that time I visited your premises with Detective Inspector Rebus.
News to me,
Bullen offered with a shrug.
But girls come and go. I'm not their grandma. They're free to do what they like.
He leaned across the table towards Siobhan.
Found that missing girl yet?
No, she admitted.
But a guy got himself topped, didn't he? The one who raped her sister.
When she made no answer, he shrugged again.
I read the papers, same as anyone else.
That's whose house the film was found in, Les Young added.
I still don't see how I'm supposed to help.
Bullen turned to Rebus as if for advice. Did you know Donny Cruikshank? Siobhan asked.
Bullen turned back to her. Never heard of him, till I saw the murder in the paper.
He could have visited your club.
Of course he could. There are times I'm not around. Barney's the one to ask.
The barman, Siobhan said.
Bullen nodded. Or you could always ask immigration. They seem to have been keeping a pretty close watch.
He smiled unconvincingly.
Hope they took care to catch my good side.
You mean you've got one? Siobhan asked. Bullen's smile vanished. He glanced at his watch. It looked expensive, chunky, and gold.
We about done here?
Not by a long chalk, Les Young commented. But the door was opening. Felix Story entering the room, followed by Shug Davidson.
The gang's all here, Bullen exclaimed. If the Nook was this busy, I'd be retiring to Gran Canaria.
Time's up, Story was telling Young.
We need him again.
Les Young looked to Siobhan. She was producing some Polaroids from her pocket, spreading them across the table in front of Bullen. You know her, she said, stabbing one with her finger. What about the others?
Faces don't always mean a lot to me,
he said, looking her up and down.
It's bodies I tend to remember.
She's one of your dancers.
Yeah,
he admitted at last.
She is. What of it?
I'd like to talk to her.
She's got a shift this evening, as it happens.
He looked at his watch again.
Always supposing Barney can open up.
Story was shaking his head.
Not until we've searched the place.
Bullen gave a sigh.
In that case, he told Siobhan, I don't know what to say.
You must have an address for her, a phone number.
The girls like to be discreet. I might have a mobile somewhere.
He nodded towards Story.
Ask nicely, and he might find it for you when he's ransacking the premises. Not necessary,
Rebus said. He'd walked over to the table to study the photos. Now he picked up the one of the dancer.
I know her,
he said.
Know where she lives too.
Siobhan stared at him in disbelief.
Name's Kate.
He looked down at Bullen.
That's right, isn't it?
Kate?
Yeah,
Bullen admitted grudgingly.
Likes to dance a bit, does Kate.
He said it almost wistfully.
You handled him well,
Rebus said. He was in the passenger seat, Siobhan driving. Les Young had left them to it, needing to get back to Bain Hall. Rebus was sifting through the Polaroids again. How so? She eventually asked.
Someone like Bullen, you have to be straight with him. They clam shut otherwise. He didn't give us much. He'd have given young Leslie a lot less.
Maybe.
Christ, Shiv, accept some praise for once in your life.
I'm looking for the ulterior motive.
You won't find one.
That would be a first. They were heading for Pollock Halls. On the way out to the car, Rebus had filled her in on how he knew Kate.
Should have recognised her,
he'd said, shaking his head.
All that music in her room.
Call yourself a detective, Siobhan had teased him. Then, might have helped if she'd just been wearing a thong. They were on Dalkeith Road now, a stone's throw from St. Leonard's with its cells full of cockle-pickers. Nothing as yet had come of the questioning, or nothing that Felix Story was willing to share.
Siobhan signalled left into Holyrood Park Road and right into Pollock. Andy Edmonds was still manning the barrier. He crouched down by the open window.
"Back again so soon?"
he asked.
"Few more questions for Kate,"
Rebus explained.
"You're too late. Saw her heading out on her bike."
"How long ago?"
"No more than 5 minutes."
Rebus turned to Siobhan.
"She's on her way to her shift."
Siobhan nodded. No way Kate could know they'd pulled in Stuart Bullen. Rebus gave Edmonds a wave as Siobhan executed a 3-point turn. She ignored the red light at Dalkeith Road, horn sounding all around her. "I need to fix a siren to this car," she muttered. "Reckon we'll beat her to the Nook?"
"No, but that doesn't mean we won't catch her. She's going to want an explanation."
"Are any of Story's men there?"
"No idea,"
Rebus admitted. They had passed St. Leonard's and were heading for the Cowgate and the Grass Market. It took Rebus some moments to work out what Siobhan already knew. This was the quickest route. But also prone to tailbacks. More horns sounded, headlights alerting them to several illegal and bad-mannered manoeuvres. "What was it like in that tunnel?" Siobhan asked.
"Grim."
"No sign of any immigrants, though?"
"No,"
Rebus admitted. "See, if I was in charge of surveillance, it would be them I'd want to catch." Rebus tended to agree.
"But what if Bullen never goes near them? He doesn't need to, after all. He's got the Irishman working his go-between."
"The same Irishman you saw at Knoxland?" Rebus nodded. Then he saw what she was getting at.
"That's where they are, isn't it? I mean, that's the best place to stash them."
"I thought the place had been searched high and low," Siobhan said, playing devil's advocate.
"But we were looking for a killer. Looking for witnesses."
He broke off. "What is it?" Siobhan asked.
Moderwan was beaten up when he went snooping. Beaten up in Stevenson House.
He was reaching for his mobile, punched in Carol Quinn's number.
"Carol, it's John. I've got a question for you. Where were you exactly when you were chased off Knoxland?"
His eyes were on Siobhan as he listened.
"You're sure of that?" "No real reason. I'll talk to you later. Bye."
He ended the call.
"She just arrived at Stevenson House,"
he told Siobhan. Now there's a coincidence. Rebus was staring at his mobile.
"I need to tell a story."
Instead of which, he turned the mobile over and over in his hand. "You're not calling him?" she commented.
"I'm not sure I trust him,"
Rebus admitted.
"He gets all these useful, anonymous tip-offs. That's how he knew about Bullen. The Nook, the cockle pickers."
"And?" Rebus shrugged.
"And he got this sudden inspiration about the BMW. Exactly what was needed to connect it to Bullen."
"Another tip-off," Siobhan guessed.
"So, who's making the calls?"
"Has to be someone close to Bullen."
"Could just be someone who knows a lot about him. But if Story is being fed all this, Jen, surely he must have suspicions of his own."
"You mean, why am I being fed all this great stuff? Maybe he just isn't the type to look a gift horse in the mouth." Rebus pondered this for a moment.
"Gift horse or Trojan horse?"
"Is that her?" Siobhan said abruptly. She was pointing to an approaching cyclist, the bike past them, heading downhill to the Grass Market.
"I didn't really see,"
Rebus admitted. Siobhan bit her lip. "Hang on," she said, hitting the brake hard, executing another 3-point turn, this time with traffic backing up in both directions. Rebus waved and shrugged by way of an apology, then, when one driver started yelling from his window, resorted to less conciliatory gestures. Siobhan was driving them back into Grassmarket, the angry driver on her tail, lights on full beam, horn sounding a tattoo. Rebus turned in his seat and glared at the man, who kept shouting and waving a fist. "He's got a hard-on for us," Siobhan said. Rebus tutted.
"Language, please."
Then, leaning out of the window, he yelled,
"We're fucking police officers!"
at the top of his voice, keenly aware that the man couldn't hear him. Siobhan burst out laughing, then turned the steering wheel sharply. She stopped, she said. The cyclist was getting off her bike, preparing to chain it to a lamppost. They were in the heart of the grass market, all smart bistros and tourist pubs. Siobhan pulled up in a double yellow and jogged from the car. From this distance, Rebus recognised Kate. She was dressed in a frayed denim jacket and cut-off jeans, long black boots, and a silky pink neck scarf. She was looking confused as Siobhan introduced herself. Rebus undid his seatbelt and was about to open the door when an arm snaked through the window and caught his head in its vice-like grip. "What's your game then, pal?" the voice roared. "Think you're on the bloody highway, do you?" Rebus's mouth and nose were muffled by the padded sleeve of the man's oily jacket. He fumbled for the door handle and pushed with all his might, tumbling from the car onto his knees, sending a fresh jolt of pain through both legs. The man was still on the opposite side of the car door from Rebus and showed no sign of releasing his prey. The door acted as a shield, protecting him from Rebus's swipes and punches. "Think you're a big guy, eh? Giving me the finger." "He is the big guy," Rebus heard Siobhan saying. "He's police, same as me. Now let him go." "He's what?" "I said let him go." The pressure eased on Rebus, and he pulled his head free, standing up straight and feeling the blood singing in his ears, the world swirling around him. Siobhan had wrenched the man's free arm halfway up his back and was now forcing him down onto his knees, head stooped. Rebus brought out his warrant card and held it in front of the man's nose. "Try that again, and I'll do you," he gasped. Siobhan released her hold and took a step back. She, too, had her ID out by the time the man straightened up. "How was I supposed to know?" was all he said. But Siobhan had already dismissed him. She was walking back towards Kate, who had watched the performance wide-eyed. Rebus made a show of noting the man's registration as he retreated to his car. Then he turned and joined Siobhan and Kate. "Kate was just stopping off for a drink," Siobhan explained. "I've asked if we might join her." Rebus could think of nothing better. "I'm meeting someone in half an hour," Kate cautioned. "Half an hour's all we need," Rebus assured her. They made for the nearest place, found a table. The jukebox was loud, but Rebus got the barman to turn it down. A pint for himself, soft drinks for the two women. "I was just telling Kate," Siobhan said, "how good a dancer she is." Rebus nodded agreement, feeling a jolt of pain in his neck. "I thought it the first time I saw you at the Nook," Siobhan went on, making the place sound like an upmarket disco. Smart girl, thought Rebus. No moralising, no making the witness nervous or embarrassed. He took a gulp from his glass. "That's all it is, you know. Dancing." Kate's eyes flitted between Siobhan and Rebus. "All these things they are saying about Stuart, that he is a people smuggler, I did not know anything about it." She paused, as if about to say something more, but instead sipped her drink. "You're putting yourself through uni," Rebus guessed. She nodded. "I saw an advertisement in the newspaper. Dancers wanted." She smiled. "I'm not stupid. I knew straight away what sort of place the Nook would be. But the girls there are great, and all I ever do is dance." "Albeit with no clothes on." The sentence came out almost without thinking. Siobhan glared at Rebus, but too late. Kate's face hardened. "Are you not listening? I said I do not do any of the other things." "We know that, Kate," Siobhan said quietly. "We've seen the film." Kate looked at her. "What film?" "The one where you're dancing beside a fireplace." Siobhan placed the Polaroid on the tabletop. Kate snatched at it, not wanting it seen. "That happened the one time," she said, refusing to make eye contact. "One of the girls told me it was easy money. I told her I wouldn't do anything." "And you didn't," Siobhan agreed. "I've seen the film, so we know that's true." You put on some music and you danced. Yeah, and then they wouldn't pay me. Alberta offered me part of her money, but I would not take it from her. She had worked for that money. She took another sip of a drink, Siobhan following suit. Both women placed their glasses down at the same time. The guy behind the camera, Siobhan said. Did you know him? I had never met him until we walked into the house. And where was the house? Kate shrugged. Somewhere outside Edinburgh. Alberta was driving. I did not really pay much attention. She looked at Siobhan. Who else saw this film? Just me, Siobhan lied. Kate turned her attention to Rebus, who shook his head, letting her know he hadn't viewed it. I'm looking into a murder, Siobhan continued. I know, the immigrant in Knoxland. Actually, that's D.I. Rebus's case. The one I'm involved in happened in a town called Bain Hall. The man behind the camera... She broke off. Do you happen to remember his name? Kate looked thoughtful. Mark, she eventually offered. Siobhan nodded slowly. No surname? He had a big tattoo on his neck. A spider's web, Siobhan agreed.
This ends Disc 11. Flesh Market Close, Disc 12.
At one point, another man came in and Mark handed him the camera. Siobhan produced another Polaroid, this time a blurred image of Donny Cruikshank. Do you remember him? To be honest with you, I had my eyes closed most of the time. I was trying to concentrate on the music. It's how I do the job, by thinking of nothing but the music. Siobhan nodded again, to show she understood. He's the one who got murdered, Kate. Is there anything you can tell me about him? She shook her head. I just got the feeling the two of them were enjoying themselves. Like school kids, you know. They had that feverish look to them. Feverish? Almost as if they were trembling. In a room with 3 naked women, I got the feeling it was new to them, new and exciting. You never felt scared? She shook her head again. Rebus could see she was thinking back on the scene, with no fond memories at all. He cleared his throat. You say this other dancer took you along with her to the shoot? Yes. Did Stuart Bullen know about it? I do not think so. But you can't be positive. She shrugged. Stuart has always played fair with the girls. He knows the other clubs are looking for dancers. If we don't like where we are, we can always move on. Alberta must have known the man with the tattoo, Siobhan said. Kate shrugged again. I suppose so. Do you know how she knew him? Maybe he came into the club. That is how Alberta tended to meet men. She rattled the ice in her tumbler. Want another? Rebus asked. She looked at her watch and shook her head. Barney will be here soon. Barney Grant, Siobhan guessed. Kate nodded. He's trying to talk to all the girls. Barney knows if we go a day or 2 without work, he'll lose us. Meaning he intends keeping the nook open? Rebus asked. Just until Stuart comes back. She paused. He will be coming back. In lieu of answering, Rebus finished his pint. We better leave you to it, Siobhan told Kate. Thanks for talking to us. She made to get up from the table. I'm sorry I cannot be more help. If you remember anything else about those 2 men, Kate nodded, I'll let you know. She paused. The film with me in it? Yes. How many copies do you think there are? No way of telling. Your friend Alberta, does she still dance at the Nook? Kate shook her head. She left soon afterwards. You mean soon after the film was made? Yes. And how long ago was that? 2 or 3 weeks? They thanked Kate again and headed for the door. Outside, they faced one another. Siobhan spoke first. Donny Cruikshank must have just been out of jail. No wonder he looked feverish. You going to try finding Alberta? Siobhan let out a sigh. I don't know. It's been a long day. Fancy another drink someplace? She shook her head. Got a date with Les Young? Why, Have you got one with Cara Quinn?"
"I was just asking."
Rebus took out his cigarettes. "Give you a lift," Siobhan offered.
"I think I'll walk. Thanks all the same."
"OK, then." She hesitated, watched him light the cigarette. Then, when he didn't say anything, she turned and headed for her car. He watched her go. Concentrated on smoking for a moment, then crossed the road. There was a hotel, and he loitered by its entrance. He'd just finished the cigarette when he saw Barney Grant walking downhill from the direction of the Nook. He had his hands in his pockets and was whistling. No sign that he was worried about his job or his boss. He entered the pub, and for some reason Rebus checked his watch, then noted down the time, and stayed where he was, in front of the hotel. Looking in through the windows, he could see its restaurant. It looked white and sterile, the sort of place where the size of each plate is in inverse proportion to the amount of food served on it. There were only a few tables in use, the staff outnumbering clients. One of the waiters gave him a look, trying to shoo him away, but Rebus just winked back at him. Eventually, just as Rebus was getting bored and deciding to leave, a car drew up outside the pub, engine roaring as it idled, the driver playing with the accelerator. The passenger was talking into a mobile phone. The pub's door opened, and Barney Grant came out, sliding his own mobile back into his pocket as the passenger folded his closed. Grant got into the back seat of the car, which was in movement again, even before he'd closed the door. Rebus watched as the car raced up the hill, then began to follow on foot. It took him a few minutes to reach the Nook, and he arrived just as the car was taking off again. He stared at the locked door of the Nook, then across the street towards the closed-down shop. No more surveillance, no sign of the parked van. He tried the door of the Nook, but it was locked tight. All the same, Barney Grant had dropped in for some reason, the car waiting for him. Rebus hadn't recognised the driver, but he knew the face in the passenger seat. Had known it ever since it had screamed at him when he'd wrestled its owner to the ground. Cameras capturing the moment for tabloid posterity. Howie Slowther. The kid from Knoxland. The one with the paramilitary tattoo and the race hate. Friend of the Nook's barman. Either that, or of its owner. Day 9. Tuesday. Chapter 26. Dawn raids in Knoxland, the same team who chased cockle-pickers along Crammond's seashore. Stevenson House, the one with no graffiti. Why so? Either fear or respect. Rebus knew he should have seen it right at the start. Stevenson House had looked different, and it had been treated differently too. The original door-to-door teams had encountered many unanswered knocks there, almost a whole floor of them. Had they gone back and tried again? They had not. Why? Because the murder squad had been stretched. And maybe because the officers hadn't been trying too hard. The victim, a statistic to them, nothing more. Felix Story was being more thorough. This time doors would be pounded, letterboxes peered into. This time they wouldn't take no for an answer. The Immigration Service, as with Customs and Excise, wielded more power than the police. Doors could be kicked in without the need for search warrants. Due cause was the phrase Rebus had heard mentioned, and Story was clear in his own mind that whatever else they might have, they had due cause aplenty. Cara Quinn, threatened when she tried taking photos in and around Stevenson House. Mo Derwam, attacked when his door-to-door activities took him to Stevenson House. Rebus had been awake at 4, listening to Story's pep talk at 5, surrounded by bleary eyes and the smells of breath freshener and coffee. In his car soon afterwards, heading to Knoxland, giving lifts to 4 others.
They didn't say much, windows down to stop the Saab misting up. Passing darkened shops, then bungalows where a few bedroom lights were just starting to come on. A convoy of cars, not all of them unmarked. Taxi drivers staring at them, knowing something was up. The birds would be awake, but there was no sound of them as the cars pulled to a stop in Knoxland. Only car doors opening and closing, quietly. Whispers and gestures, a few muffled coughs. Someone spat on the ground. An inquisitive dog was shooed away before it could start barking. Shoes moving up the stairwell, making a sound like sandpaper. More gestures, whispers, taking up position all along the third floor. The floor where so few doors had been answered, first time the police had come calling. They stood and waited, 3 to each door. Watches were checked. 5:45. They'd start pounding and shouting. 30 seconds to go. And then the stairwell door had opened, a foreign boy standing there, wearing a long smock over his trousers, a grocery bag in one hand. The bag falling. Milk bursting from it. One of the officers was just placing a finger to his lips as the boy filled his lungs. Let out an almighty cry. Doors pummeled, letter boxes rattled. The boy lifted from his feet and carried downstairs. The cop who carried him left milky footprints. Doors answered. Others shoulder-charged, revealing domestic scenes. Families gathered around the breakfast table. Living rooms where people lay in sleeping bags or beneath blankets. As many as 7 or 8 to a room, sometimes spilling into the hallway. Kids screaming in terror, wide-eyed, mothers reaching for them. Young men pulling on clothes or gripping the edges of the sleeping bags, fearful. Elders remonstrating in a clatter of languages, hands busy as if in mime. Grandparents, inured to this new humiliation, half blind without their spectacles, but determined to muster whatever dignity the situation would allow. Story moving from room to room, flat to flat. He'd brought 3 interpreters, not nearly enough. One of the officers handed him a sheet of paper torn from a wall. Story passed it on to Rebus. It looked like a work roster, addresses of food processing factories, a roll call of surnames with the shifts they'd be filling. Rebus passed it back. He was interested in the oversized polythene bags in one hallway, filled with headbands and wands. He switched one of the headbands on, its small twin spheres flashing red. He looked around, but couldn't see the kid from Lothian Road, the one who'd been selling the same sort of stuff. In the kitchen, a sink full of decomposing roses, their buds still tightly closed. The translators were holding up surveillance photos of Bullen and Hill, asking people to identify them. Shakes of the head and pointed fingers, but a few nods too. One man, he looked Chinese to Rebus, was shouting in fractured English, "We pay much money come here, much money, work hard, send money home, work we want to, work we want to." A friend snapped back at him in the native language. This friend's eyes locked on Rebus, and Rebus nodded slowly, knowing the gist of his message. Save your breath. They're not interested in us, not for who we are. This man started walking towards Rebus, but Rebus shook his head, gestured towards Felix Story. The man stopped in front of Story. The only way he could get his attention was to tug on the sleeve of his jacket, something the man probably hadn't done since he was a kid. Story glared at him, but the man ignored this. "Stop pulling," he said. "Peter Hale." He knew he had Story's attention now. "These are the men you want." "Already in custody," the immigration man assured him. "That is good," the man said. "And you have found the ones they murdered?" Story looked to Rebus, then back to the man. "Would you mind repeating that?" he asked.
The man's name was Min Tan, and he was from a village in central China. He sat in the back of Rebus's car, Story alongside him, Rebus in the driver's seat. They were parked outside a bakery on Gorgie Road. Min Tan took loud sips from a beaker of sugary black tea. Rebus had already ditched his own drink. It wasn't until he'd lifted the weak grey coffee to his lips that he'd remembered. This was the same place he'd bought the undrinkable coffee the afternoon Steph Yogi's body had been found. Yet the bakery was doing good business. Commuters at the nearby bus stop all seemed to be holding beakers to their faces. Others munched on breakfast rolls of scrambled egg and sausage. Story had taken a break from the questioning so he could hold another conversation with whoever was on the other end of his mobile phone. Story had a problem. Edinburgh's police stations could not accommodate the immigrants from Knoxland. There were too many of them, and not nearly enough cells. He'd tried asking the courts, but they had accommodation problems of their own. For now, the immigrants were being held in their flats, the third floor of Stevenson House, blocked off to visitors. But now manpower was the issue. The officers Story had commandeered were needed for their day-to-day duties. They couldn't play at being glorified guards. At the same time, Story was in no doubt that without adequate provision, there was nothing to stop the illegals in Stevenson House charging past any skeleton crew and making a run to freedom. He'd called his superiors in London and elsewhere, requested aid from Customs and Excise. "Don't tell me there aren't a few VAT inspectors twiddling their thumbs," Rebus had heard him say, meaning the man was clutching at straws. Rebus wanted to ask why they couldn't just let the poor buggers go. He'd seen the fatigue on those faces. They'd been working so hard, it had drilled its way into the marrow of their bones. Story would argue that most, maybe even all, had entered the country illegally, or had overstayed their visas and permits. They were criminals, but it was obvious to Rebus that they were victims too. Min Tan had been talking about the grinding poverty of the life he'd left in the province, of his duty to send money home. Duty. Not a word Rebus came across too often. Rebus had offered the man some food from the bakery, but he'd wrinkled his nose, not been quite desperate enough to partake of the local cuisine. Story, too, had passed, leaving Rebus to purchase a reheated bridie, most of which now lay in the gutter alongside the beaker of coffee. Story snapped shut his mobile with a growl. Min Tan was pretending to concentrate on his tea, but Rebus had no such scruples. "You could always concede defeat," he offered. Story's narrowed eyes filled the rear-view mirror. Then he turned his attention to the man beside him. "So, we're talking about more than one victim?" he asked. Min Tan nodded and held up 2 fingers. "2?" Story coaxed. "At least 2, Min Tan said. He seemed to shiver and took another sip of tea. Rebus realised that the clothes the Chinaman was wearing weren't quite enough to ward off the morning chill. He turned on the ignition and adjusted the heat. "We going somewhere?" Story snapped. "Can't sit in the car all day," Rebus replied. "Not without catching our death." "2 deaths," Min Tan stressed, misunderstanding Rebus's words. "One of them was the Kurd?" Rebus asked. "Steph Yogi?" The Chinaman frowned. "Huh?" "The man who was stabbed. He was one of your lot, wasn't he?" Rebus had turned in his seat, but Min Tan was shaking his head. "I do not know this person," which served Rebus right for jumping to conclusions. "Peter Hill and Stuart Bullen. They didn't kill Steph Yogi?" "I tell you, I do not know this man." Min Tan's voice had risen. "You saw them kill 2 people, Story interrupted, another shake of the head. "But you just said you did. Everyone knows about it. We all are told about it." "About what?" Rebus persisted. "The 2. Words seemed to fail Min Tan. 2 bodies.
You know, after they die. He pinched the skin of the arm which held his beaker. It all goes. None left.
No skin left, Rebus guessed. Bodies with no skin. You mean skeletons?
Min Tan wagged a finger triumphantly.
And people talk about them?
Rebus went on. One time, man not want to work for solo pay. He was loud. He told people not to work, to go free.
And he was killed,
Story interrupted. Not killed, Min Tan cried in frustration. Just listen, please. He was taken to a place and they showed him bodies with no skin. Told him this would happen to him, to everybody, unless he obeyed, did good work.
2 skeletons,
Rebus said quietly, talking to himself. But Min Tan had heard him. Mother and child, he said, eyes widening in remembered horror. If they can kill mother and child, not arrested, not found out, they can do anything, kill anyone who disobeys. Rebus nodded his understanding. 2 skeletons, mother and child.
You've seen these skeletons?
Min Tan shook his head. Others saw. One a baby wrapped in newspaper. They showed it in Knoxland, showed the head and hands, then buried mother and baby in... He sought the words he needed. Place underground.
A cellar?
Rebus suggested. Min Tan nodded eagerly. Buried them there. With one of us watching, he told us the story. Rebus stared out through the windscreen. It made sense. Using the skeletons to terrify the immigrants, keep them in fear, stripping away the wires and screws to make them more authentic, and for a final flourish, pouring concrete over them in front of a witness. That man returning to Knoxland, spreading the story. They can do anything, kill anyone who disobeys. It was half an hour till opening when he knocked on the door of the Warlock. Siobhan was with him. He'd called her from his car, after dropping Story and Min Tan at Torpichen, the immigration man armed with a few more questions for Bullen and the Irishman. Siobhan hadn't quite woken up, Rebus having to go over the story more than once. His central point, how many pairs of skeletons had popped up in recent months. Her eventual answer, just the one that she could think of. I need to speak to Mangold anyway, she said now, as Rebus kicked at the door of the Warlock, his polite knock having been ignored.
Any particular reason?
He asked. You'll find out when I question him.
Thanks for sharing.
One final kick, and he took a step back.
Nobody home.
She checked her watch. Cutting it fine. He nodded. Usually there'd be someone inside this close to opening, if only to prime the pumps and fill the till. Cleaner might have come and gone, but whoever was manning the bar should have been limbering up. What did you get up to last night? Siobhan asked, trying for a conversational tone.
Not much.
Not like you to refuse the offer of a lift.
I felt like walking.
So you said. She folded her arms. Stop off at any watering holes en route?
Despite what you think, I can go whole hours at a time without a drink.
He busied himself lighting a cigarette.
What about you? Was it another rendezvous with Major Underpants?
She stared at him, and he smiled.
Nicknames have a habit of travelling.
Maybe so, but you've got it wrong. It's Captain, not Major. Rebus shook his head.
Might have been that originally, but I can assure you it's Major now. Funny things, nicknames.
He walked to the top of Flesh Market Close, blew smoke down it, then noticed something. Walked to the cellar door. The cellar door, standing ajar. Pushed it open with his fist and stepped inside, Siobhan following. Ray Mangold was staring at one of the interior walls, hands in his pockets, lost in thought. He was on his own.
surrounded by the half-finished building work. The concrete floor had been lifted in its entirety. The rubble had gone, but there was still plenty of dust in the air.
"Mr. Mangold,"
Rebus said. Spell broken, Mangold swivelled his head. "Oh, it's you," he said, sounding less than thrilled.
"Nice bruises,"
Rebus commented.
Healing,
Mangold said, touching his cheek.
"How did you get them?"
like I told your colleague.
Mangold nodded towards Siobhan.
I had a bust up with a punter.
"Who won?"
He won't be drinking in the Warlock again, that's for sure.
Sorry if we're interrupting anything, Siobhan said.
Mangold shook his head. Just trying to think what this'll look like when it's finished.
"Tourists will lap it up,"
Rebus told him. Mangold smiled.
That's what I'm hoping.
He removed his hands from his pockets, clapped them together.
So, what can I do to help you today?
"Those skeletons."
Rebus gestured towards the patch of earth where the find had been made.
I can't believe you're still wasting your time.
"We're not,"
Rebus broke in. He was standing next to a wheelbarrow, presumably belonging to the builder, Joe Evans. There was a toolbox lying open inside it, a hammer and stone chisel uppermost. Rebus lifted the stone chisel, impressed with its weight.
"Do you know a man called Stuart Bullen?"
Mangold considered his answer.
I know of him. Rab Bullen's son.
"That's right."
I think he owns some sort of strip joint.
"The Nook."
Mangold nodded slowly.
That's it.
Rebus let the chisel clatter back into the barrow.
"He also does a nice sideline in slavery, Mr. Mangold."
Slavery?
"Illegal immigrants. He puts them to work. Probably holds back a decent cut for himself. Looks like he might be providing them with new identities too."
Christ.
Mangold looked from Rebus to Siobhan and back again.
Hang on, though. What's this got to do with me?
When one of the immigrants started acting up, Bullen decided to scare him off. Showed him a couple of skeletons being buried in a cellar.
Mangold's eyes widened.
The ones Evans dug up?
Rebus just shrugged, eyes boring into Mangold's.
"Cellar door always kept locked, Mr. Mangold."
Look, I told you right at the start that concrete was laid before I came here.
Rebus offered another shrug.
"We've only got your word for that, seeing how you've not been able to supply any paperwork."
Maybe I could take another look.
"Maybe you could. Careful, though. The brain boxes at the police lab are dab hands. They can pinpoint how far back something was written or typed. Can you believe that?"
Mangold nodded to show that he could.
I'm not saying I will find anything.
"But you'll take another look, and we appreciate that."
Rebus lifted the chisel again.
"And you don't know Stuart Bullen? Never met him?"
Mangold shook his head vigorously. Rebus let the silence lie between them, then turned toward Siobhan, signalling her turn to enter the ring. "Mr. Mangold," she said, "can I ask you about Ishbel Jardine?" Mangold seemed nonplussed.
What about her?
That sort of answers one of my questions. You do know her, then?
Know her? No. I mean, she used to come to my club.
The Albatross?
That's right.
And you knew her?
Not really.
Are you telling me you remember the name of every punter who came to the Albatross? Rebus snorted at this, adding further to Mangold's discomfort.
I know the name,
Mangold stumbled on,
because of her sister. She's the one who killed herself. Look.
He glanced at his gold wristwatch.
I should be upstairs. We're due to open in a minute.
"Just a few more questions,"
Rebus said resolutely, still holding the chisel.
I don't know what's going on. First it's the skeletons, then it's Ishbel Jardine. What's any of it got to do with me?
Ishbel's disappeared, Mr. Mangold, Siobhan informed him. She used to go to your club, and now she's disappeared.
Hundreds of people came to the Albatross every week,
Mangold complained. They didn't all disappear, though, did they?
"We know about the skeletons in your cellar,"
Rebus added. letting the chisel drop again with a deafening clang. "But what about the ones in your cupboard?" "Anything you want us to know, Mr. Mangold?" "Look, I've got nothing to say to you. Stuart Bullen's in custody. He'll be wanting to do a deal, telling us more than we ever needed to know. What do you think he'll tell us about those skeletons?" Mangold was making for the open doorway, passing between the two detectives as if starved of oxygen. He burst out into Flesh Market Close and turned to face them, breathing hard. "I have to open up," he gasped. "We're listening," Rebus said. Mangold stared at him. "I mean, I have to open a bar." Rebus and Siobhan emerged into daylight, Mangold turning the key in the padlock after them. They watched him march to the top of the lane and disappear around the corner. "What do you think?" Siobhan asked. "I think we still make a good team." She nodded agreement. He knows more than he's telling. "Just like everyone else." Rebus shook his cigarette packet, decided he'd save the last one for later. "So, what's next?" "Can you drop me at my flat? I need to pick up my car." "You can walk to Gayfield Square from your flat." "But I'm not going to Gayfield Square." "So where are you headed?" She tapped the side of her nose. "Secrets, John. Just like everyone else." Chapter 27. Rebus was back at Torpechan, where Felix Story was in the midst of a heated debate with D.I. Shug Davidson over his urgent requirement for an office, desk, and chair. "And an outside line," Story added. "I've got my own laptop." "We've no desks to spare, never mind offices," Davidson replied. "My desk's going free at Gayfield Square," Rebus offered. "I need to be here," Story insisted, pointing down at the floor. "Far as I'm concerned, you're welcome to stay there," Davidson spat, walking away. "Not a bad punchline," Rebus mused. "Whatever happened to cooperation?" Story asked, sounding suddenly resigned to his fate. "Maybe he's jealous," Rebus offered. "All these nice results you've been getting." Story looked as if he was getting ready to preen. "Yes," Rebus went on, "all these nice, easy results." Story looked at him. "What do you mean by that?" Rebus shrugged. "Nothing at all, except that you owe your mystery caller a case or two of malt, the way he's come through for you in this one." Story was still staring. "That's none of your business. Isn't that what the bad guys usually tell us when there's something they don't want us to know?" "And what is it exactly that you think I don't want you to know?" Story's voice had thickened. "Maybe I won't know till you tell me. And why would I do a thing like that?" Rebus gave an open smile. "Because I'm one of the good guys," he offered. "I'm still not convinced of that, Detective Inspector." "Despite me jumping down that rabbit hole and flushing Bullen out the other end?" Story gave a cool smile. "Am I supposed to thank you for that? I saved your nice, expensive suit from getting scuffed. Not that expensive. And I've managed to keep quiet about you and Phillida Hawes." Story scowled. "D.C. Hawes was a member of my team. And that's why the two of you were in the back of that van on a Sunday morning. If you're going to start making allegations..." But Rebus smiled and slapped Story's arm with the back of his hand. "I'm just winding you up, Felix." Story took a moment to calm down, during which Rebus told him about the visit to Ray Mangold. Story grew thoughtful. "You think the two of them connect?" Rebus offered another shrug. "I'm not sure it's important, but there's something else to consider." "What?" "Those flats in Stevenson House. They belong to the council." "So?" "So, what names are on the rent books?" Story studied him. "Keep talking." "More names we get, the more ways we have of jabbing away at Bullen." "Which means making an approach to the council." Rebus nodded.
And guess what? I know someone who can help.
The two men sat in Mrs. Mackenzie's office, while she laid out for them the convolutions of Bob Baird's illicit empire, an empire which included, it seemed, at least 3 of the flats raided that morning. "And maybe more," Mrs. Mackenzie stated. "We've found 11 aliases so far. He's used his relatives' names, ones he seems to have picked out of the phone book, and others belonging to the recently deceased." "You'll be taking this to the police?" Story asked, marvelling at Mrs. Mackenzie's paperwork. It was a huge family tree, comprising sheets of copy paper sellotaped together and covering most of her desk. Beside each name were details of its provenance. "The wheels are already in motion," she said. "I just want to make sure I've done as much at this end as I can." Rebus gave a nod of praise, which she accepted with a reddening of the cheeks. "Can we assume," Story was saying, "that most of the flats on the 3rd floor of Stevenson House were being sublet by Baird?" "I think we can," Rebus replied. "And can we further assume that he had full knowledge his tenants were being supplied by Stuart Bullen?" "That would seem logical." "I'd say half the estate knew what was going on. That's why the local youths didn't even dare tag the walls." "This Stuart Bullen," Mrs. Mackenzie said, "he's a man people have reason to fear." "Don't worry, Mrs. Mackenzie," Story assured her. "Bullen's in custody." "And he won't know how busy you've been," Rebus added, tapping the diagram. Story, who had been leaning over the desk, now pushed himself upright. "Maybe time for a little chat with Baird." Rebus nodded his agreement. Bob Baird had been escorted by 2 uniforms to Portobello police station. They'd made the journey on foot, Baird spending most of that time bellowing in outrage at the humiliation of it all. "Which just made people notice us all the more," one of the constables reported, with a certain amount of contentment. "But it does mean he's likely to be in a foul temper," his colleague warned. Rebus and Story looked at one another. "Good," they said, in unison. Baird was pacing what space there was in the cramped interview room. As the 2 men walked in, he opened his mouth to utter another list of grievances. "Shut it!" Story spat. "The trouble you're in, I'd advise you do absolutely nothing in this room but answer any questions we might see fit to put to you. Understood?" Baird stared at him, then snorted. "Bit of advice, pal. He's up in the sun lamp." Story met the smile with one of his own. "I take it that's a reference to the colour of my skin, Mr. Baird. I suppose it helps to be a racist in your game." "And what game's that?" Story had reached into his jacket for his ID. "I'm an immigration official, Mr. Baird." "Going to do me under race relations, are you?" Baird snorted again, reminding Rebus of a pig that had missed a meal. "All for renting flats to your fellow tribesmen." Story turned to Rebus. "You told me he'd be entertaining." Rebus folded his arms. "That's because he still thinks this is about diddling the council." Story turned back to Baird, allowed his eyes to widen a little. "Is that what you think, Mr. Baird? Well, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news." "Is this one of those hidden camera shows?" Baird said. "Some comedian pops out to let me in on a joke?" "No joke," Story said quietly, shaking his head. "You let Stuart Bullen use your flats. He stashed his illegal immigrants there when he wasn't working them like the slaves they were. I dare say you met his associate a few times. Nice guy by the name of Peter Hill. Tasty connections with the Belfast paramilitaries." Story held up 2 fingers. "Slavery and terrorism. Now, there's a combination, eh? And that's before I get to the people smuggling. All those fake passports and national health cards we found in Bullen's possession." Story held up a 3rd finger, close to Baird's face. "So, we get to charge you with conspiracy, not just to defraud the local council and the honest, hard-working taxpayer, but smuggling, slavery, identity theft. Sky's the limit, really."
Nothing Her Majesty's lawyers like better than a nice, tight-fitting conspiracy. So if I were you, I'd try to retain that sense of humour. You're going to need it in jail.
Story dropped his hand.
Mind you, 10, 12 years, the joke might have worn a bit thin.
There was silence in the room. So quiet, Rebus could hear a watch ticking. He reckoned it was Story's. Probably a nice model, classy without being showy. It would do the job asked of it, and do it with precision. A bit, Rebus was forced to admit, like its owner. The colour had disappeared completely from Baird's face. He looked calm enough on the surface, but Rebus knew strategic damage had been done. His jaw was set, lips pursed in thought. He'd been in situations before, knew his next few decisions might be the most crucial of his life. 10, 12 years, Story had said. No way would Baird serve anything like that, even with guilty verdicts ringing in his ears. But Story had pitched it just right. If he'd said 15 to 20, chances were Baird would have known he was lying and called his bluff, or would have decided he might as well take the fall, tell him nothing. A man with nothing to lose. But 10 to 12. Baird would be doing the calculations. Say Story was exaggerating for effect, maybe meaning he'd actually get 7 to 9. He'd still have to serve 4 or 5, maybe even a little more. Years became all the more precious when you got to Baird's age. It had been explained to Rebus once. The great cure for repeat offenders was the ageing process. He didn't want to die in prison. Wanted to be around for kids and grandkids, doing things you'd always wanted to do. All of this, Rebus thought he could read in Baird's deeply lined face. And then, finally, the man blinked a few times, stared up at the ceiling and sighed. "Ask me your questions," he said. So they asked.
"Let's be clear on this," Rebus said. "You were allowing Stuart Bullen to use some of your flats. Correct? Did you know what he was doing with them? I had an inkling." "How did it start?" "He came to see me. He already knew I was subletting to needy minorities."
As he uttered these last two words, Baird's gaze shifted to Felix Story.
"How did he know?"
Baird shrugged.
"Maybe Peter Hill told him. Hill was hanging around Knoxland, wheeling and dealing, mostly the latter. Chances are he'd started hearing things. And you were ready to oblige."
Baird smiled sourly.
"I knew Stu's old man. I'd already met Stu a few times, funerals and what have you. He's not the sort of fellow you want to say no to."
Baird lifted the mug to his lips, smacked them afterwards as if savouring the taste. Rebus had made tea for all three of them, poaching from the station's tiny kitchenette. Only 2 tea bags remaining in a box. He'd squeezed the life out of them and into 3 mugs.
"How well did you know Rab Bullen?"
Rebus asked.
"Not that well. I was a bit of a wheeler dealer myself back then. Thought Glasgow might have something to offer. Rab soon put me right. He was pleasant enough, like any other businessman. He just explained the way the city was carved up and that there was no room for a new boy."
Baird paused. "Shouldn't you be taping this or something?" Story leaned forward in his chair, hands pressed together.
"This is by way of a preliminary interview."
"Meaning there'll be others?" Story nodded slowly.
"And those will be recorded, videotaped. For now, you might say we're feeling our way." "Fair enough."
Rebus had taken out a fresh pack of cigarettes and was offering it round. Story shook his head, but Baird accepted. There were no smoking signs on 3 of the 4 walls. Baird blew smoke towards one of them.
"We all break a few rules from time to time, eh?"
Rebus ignored this, asked a question of his own instead.
"Did you know that Stuart Bullen was part of a people smuggling operation?"
Baird shook his head emphatically.
I find that hard to believe, Story said. Doesn't alter the truth. Then where exactly did you think all these immigrants were coming from?
Baird shrugged.
Refugees, asylum seekers. It wasn't really my business to ask. You weren't curious? Isn't that what killed the cat? Even so.
Baird just shrugged again, examining the tip of his cigarette. Rebus broke the silence with another question.
You knew he was using all those people as illegal workers? I couldn't have told you if they were illegal or not. They were breaking their backs for him.
So why didn't they leave?
You've said yourself you were scared of him. What makes you think they weren't?
That's a point.
We've got evidence of intimidation.
Could be he's a product of his genes. Baird flicked ash onto the floor.
Like father, like son?
Felix Story added. Rebus stood up and walked around Baird's chair, stopping and leaning down, so his face was next to the other man's shoulder.
You say you didn't know he was a people smuggler?
No.
Well, now that we've enlightened you, what do you think?
How do you mean?
Are you surprised?
Baird thought for a moment. I suppose I am.
And why is that?
I don't know. Maybe it's that Stu never gave any inkling that he could play on that size of stage.
He's essentially small-time,
Rebus offered. Baird thought for another moment, and then nodded. People smuggling. You're playing for high stakes, right?
Right,
Felix Story agreed.
And maybe that's why Bullen did it, to prove he was a match for his old man.
This gave Baird pause, and Rebus could see he was thinking of his own son Gareth. Fathers and sons, with things to prove.
Let's just get this clear,
Rebus said, moving around the chair again so that he was eye to eye with Baird.
You didn't know anything about the fake IDs, and it surprises you that Bullen was a big enough player to get involved in something like that.
Baird nodded, keeping eye contact with Rebus. Now Felix Story rose to his feet.
Well, that's what he was doing, whether we like it or not.
He held out a hand, meaning for Baird to shake it, which entailed Baird standing up.
You're letting me go?
Baird asked.
As long as you promise not to do a runner. We'll call you. Might be in a few days. You'll do another interview, type this time.
Baird just nodded, letting go of Story's hand. He looked at Rebus, whose hands were staying in his pockets. No handshake on offer there. Can you see yourself out? Story asked. Baird nodded and turned the door handle, hardly able to believe his luck. Rebus waited till the door was closed again.
What makes you think he won't run?
He hissed, not wanting Baird to hear.
Gut feeling. And if you're wrong, he's not giving us anything we don't already have. He's a piece of the jigsaw. Maybe so, John, but if he is, he's a bit of sky or cloud. I can see the picture clearly enough without him. The whole picture.
Story's face hardened.
You don't think I'm using up enough Edinburgh police cells as it is?
He switched on his mobile, started checking for messages.
Look,
Rebus argued,
you've been working this case for a while, right?
Right. Story was studying his phone's tiny screen.
And how far back can you trace the line? Who else do you know about except Bullen?
Story glanced up.
We've got a few names. An Essex-based haulier, a Turkish gang in Rotterdam. And they definitely connect to Bullen. They connect. And all this is from your anonymous caller. Don't tell me that doesn't make you wonder.
Story held up a finger, asking for quiet so he could listen to a message. Rebus turned on his heels and walked to the far wall, switched on his own phone. It started ringing almost immediately. Not a message, but a call.
Hello, Carol,
he said, recognizing her number. I just heard on the news.
Heard what?
All those people they've arrested in Knoxland, those poor, poor people.
If it's any consolation, we've arrested the bad guys too, and we'll be keeping them behind bars long after the others have been sent on their way.
But on their way to where? Rebus glanced over at Felix Story. No easy way to answer her question. John? A split second before she asked, he knew what her question was going to be. Were you there? When they kicked down the doors and rounded them all up, were you watching? He thought of lying, but she deserved better.
I was there, he said. It's what I do for a living, Carol.
He dropped his voice, realizing that Story's own conversation was ending.
Did you hear me telling you we caught the people responsible?
There are other jobs out there, John.
It's what I am, Carol. Take it or leave it.
You sound so angry. He glanced towards Story, who was pocketing his own phone, realized his issue was with Story, not Caro.
I've got to go. Can we talk later?
Talk about what?
Whatever you like.
The looks on their faces? The babies crying? Can we talk about that? Rebus pressed the red button, folded the phone shut. Everything okay? Story asked solicitously.
Hunky-dory, Felix. Jobs like ours can play havoc. That night I came to your flat, I didn't sense a Mrs. Rebus. We'll make a detective of you yet. Story smiled. My own wife, well, we stay together for the kids.
You don't wear a ring, though? Story held up his left hand.
That's right, I don't. Does Phila de Hawes know you're married?
The smile disappeared, eyes narrowed.
None of your business, John. Fair enough. Let's talk about this deep throat of yours instead. What about him? He seems to know a hell of a lot. So? You've not asked yourself what his motive is? Not really. And you've not asked him?
You want me to scare him off? Story folded his arms. Now, why would you want that?
Stop twisting things round. Know what, John? After Stuart Bullen mentioned that man Cafferty, I did a bit of background reading. You and Cafferty go back a long way.
It was Rebus's turn to scowl.
What are you saying?
Story held up his hands in apology.
That was out of line. Tell you what.
He checked his watch. I think we deserve some lunch. My treat. Anywhere local you'd recommend? Rebus shook his head slowly, keeping his eyes on Story.
We'll drive into Leith, find something down by the shore.
Shame you're driving, Story said.
Means I'll have to drink for both of us. I dare say I could manage a glass,
Rebus assured him. Story held the door open, gesturing for Rebus to walk ahead of him. Rebus did so, eyes unblinking, thoughts churning. Story had been rattled, using Cafferty to turn the tables on Rebus.
What was it he was afraid of? You're an anonymous caller, Rebus said almost casually. You ever tape your conversations with him? No. Any idea how he came by your number? No. You've no way of calling him back? No.
Rebus glanced over his shoulder at the glowering figure of the immigration man.
He's hardly real at all, is he, Felix?
Real enough, Story growled,
else we wouldn't be here.
Rebus just shrugged. We've got him, Les Young told Siobhan as she walked into Bain Hall Library. Roy Brinkley was on the desk, and she'd smiled at him as she passed. The murder room was buzzing, and now she knew why. They'd caught Spider-Man.
Tell me,
she said. You know I sent Maxon to Berlini to ask about any friends Cruikshank might have made. Well, the name Mark Saunders came up. Spider's web tattoo. Young nodded. Served 3 years of a 5 for indecent assault. He got out the month before Cruikshank. Moved back to his hometown.
Not Bain Hall.
Young shook his head. Bowness. It's only 10 miles north. Is that where you found him? She watched Young nod again. She couldn't help being reminded of the toy dogs she used to see on the back shelves of cars. And he's confessed to Cruikshank's murder. The nodding came to an abrupt halt. I suppose that was asking too much, she admitted. The thing is, though, Young argued, he didn't come forward when the story broke. Meaning he has something to hide. Couldn't be he just thinks we'd try fitting him up for it. Now Young frowned. That's pretty much exactly the excuse he gave. You've talked to him, then? Yes. Did you ask him about the flick? What about it? Why he made it? Young folded his arms. He has this idea he's going to be some kind of porn baron, selling over the internet. He obviously did a lot of thinking in the Bar L. That's where he studied computers, web design. Nice to see we're offering such useful skills to our sex offenders. Young's shoulders slumped a little. You don't think he did it? Give me a motive and ask me again. Guys like that, they fall out all the time. I fall out with my mum every time I talk to her on the phone. I don't think I'm going to go for her with a hammer. Young noticed the look which suddenly came to her face. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing, she lied. Where's Saunders being held? Livingston. I've got another session with him in an hour or so, if you fancy sitting in. But Siobhan was shaking her head. Few things I need to do. Young was studying his shoes. Maybe we can hook up later then. Maybe, she allowed. He made to move off, but seemed to think of something. We're interviewing the Jardins too. When? This afternoon, he shrugged. Can't be helped, Siobhan. I know. You're doing your job. But go easy on them. Don't worry. My strong-arm days are behind me. He seemed pleased by the smile he received. And those names you gave us, Tracy Jardin's friends, we're finally getting round to them too. Meaning Susie, Angie, Janet Islet, Janine Harrison. You think there's a cover-up? She asked. Let's just say Bain Hall's not exactly been cooperative. They're letting us use their library. It was Les Young's turn to smile. That's true. Funny, Siobhan said. Donny Cruikshank died in a town full of enemies, and the one person we've zoned in on is just about the only friend he had. Young shrugged. You've seen it yourself, Siobhan. When friends fall out, it can be uglier than any vendetta. That's true, she said quietly, nodding to herself. Les Young was playing with his watch. Got to get going, he told her. Me too, Les. Good luck with Spider-Man. I hope he spills his guts. He was standing in front of her. But you wouldn't bank on it? She smiled again and shook her head. Doesn't mean it won't happen. Mollified, he gave her a wink and headed for the door. She waited until she heard a car starting outside, then headed for the reception desk, where Roy Brinkley was sitting at his computer screen, checking a title's availability for one of his customers. The woman was tiny and frail-looking, hands gripping her walking frame, head twitching slightly. She turned toward Siobhan and gave a beaming smile. Cop hater, Brinkley was saying. That's the one you want, Mrs. Shields. I can order it by interlibrary loan. Mrs. Shields nodded that this was satisfactory. She started shuffling away. I'll give you a bell when it comes in, Brinkley called after her. Then to Siobhan, one of my regulars. And she hates cops. It's Ed McBain. Mrs. Shields likes the hard-boiled stuff. He finished typing in the request, adding a flourish to his final keystroke. Was there something you wanted? He asked, standing up. I've noticed you keep newspapers, Siobhan said, nodding towards the circular table where 4 pensioners were swapping tabloid sections between them. We get most of the dailies, plus some magazines. And when you're finished with them, we chuck them. He saw the look on her face. Some of the bigger libraries have room to keep them. But not you. He shook his head. Something you were looking for? An evening news from last week. Then you're in luck, he said, emerging from behind his desk. Follow me. He led her to a locked door. The sign said, Staff only. Brinkley punched numbers into the keypad and pushed the door open. It led to a small staff room with kitchen sink, kettle, and microwave. Another door led to a toilet cubicle, but Brinkley went to the door next to it, turning the handle. Storage, he said. It was a place where old books went to die. Shelves of them, some missing their covers or with loose pages seeping from within. Every now and again we try to flog them off, he explained. If that doesn't work, there are charity shops, but then there are some that even the charities don't want. He opened one to show Siobhan that the last few pages had been torn out. Those we recycle, along with old magazines and papers. He tapped his shoe against a bulging carrier bag. There were others next to it, filled with newsprint. As luck would have it, our recycling runs tomorrow. You're sure luck is the right word? Siobhan said sceptically. I don't suppose you've any idea which of these bags might hold last week's papers. You're the detective. The faint sound of a buzzer came from outside. A customer was waiting at Brinkley's desk. I'll leave you to it, he said with a smile. Thanks. Siobhan stood there, hands on hips, and took a deep breath. The air was musty, and she considered her alternatives. There were a few, but they all involved a drive back into Edinburgh, after which she'd just have to come back out to Bain Hall. Decided, she crouched down and pulled a paper from the first bag, checking the date. Kept it out and tried another from further back. Kept that one out too, and tried another. Same procedure with the second and third bags. In the third, she found papers from a fortnight back, so she cleared a space and pulled out the whole lot, sifting through them. She usually took an evening news home with her at night, sometimes flicking through it over the next morning's breakfast. It was a good way to find out what the councillors and politicians were up to, but now the recent headlines seemed stale to her. Most of them she couldn't recall from first time around. Finally, she found what she was looking for, and tore the entire page out, folding it and sliding it into her pocket. The papers wouldn't all fit back in the bag, but she did her best. Then stopped at the sink for a mug of cold water. Making to leave, she gave Brinkley the thumbs up and headed to her car. Really, it was walking distance to the salon, but she was in a hurry. She double-parked, knowing she wouldn't be long. Went to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge. She peered through the glass. Nobody home. The opening hours were posted on a sign behind the window. Closed Wednesday and Sunday. But this was Tuesday. And then she saw another sign, hastily handwritten on a paper bag. It had been stuck to the window, but had come loose and now lay on the floor. Closed due to unforeseen. The next word had started out as circumstances, but the spelling had proved a problem to the writer, who'd crossed it out, leaving the message unfinished. Siobhan cursed herself. Hadn't Les Young himself told her? They were being interviewed, officially interviewed, meaning a trip to Livingston. She got back in her car and headed that way. Traffic was light, and it didn't take long. Soon she was finding a parking spot outside F Division HQ, went inside and asked the desk sergeant about the Cruikshank interviews. He pointed her in the right direction. She knocked on the door of the interview room, pushed it open. Les Young and another CID suit were inside. Across the table from them sat a man covered in tattoos. Sorry, Siobhan apologised, cursing once more beneath her breath. She waited in the corridor a moment to see if Young would emerge, wondering what she was up to.
He didn't. She released the breath she'd been holding and tried the next door along. 2 more suits looked up at her, frowning at the intrusion. "Sorry to disturb you," Siobhan said, walking in. Angie was looking up at her. "Just wondered if anyone knew where I could find Susie." "Waiting room," one of the suits said. Siobhan gave Angie a reassuring smile and made her exit. "Third door lucky," she was thinking. And she was right. Susie was sitting with one leg crossed over the other, filing her nails and chewing gum. She was nodding at something Janet Islet was telling her. The 2 women were alone. No sign of Janine Harrison. Siobhan saw Les Young's reasoning. Bring them together, get them talking, maybe nervous. No one felt entirely at ease in a police station. Janet Islet looked particularly twitchy. Siobhan remembered the wine bottles in her fridge. Janet probably wouldn't say no to a drink right this minute, something to take the edge off. "Hello there," Siobhan said. "Susie, mind if I have a word?" Islet's face fell further. Perhaps she was wondering why she alone was being excluded while the others were all talking to the police. "Won't be a minute," Siobhan assured her. Not that Susie was in a hurry to leave. First, she had to open her leopard spot shoulder bag, take out her makeup bag, and tuck the nail file back beneath its little elasticated band. Only then did she stand up and follow Siobhan into the corridor. "My turn for the Inquisition?" she said. Not quite. Siobhan was unfolding the sheet of newspaper. She held it up in front of Susie. "Recognize him?" she asked. It was the photo accompanying the Flesh Market Close story. Ray Mangold in front of his pub, arms folded and smiling genially. Judith Lennox next to him. "He looks like—" Susie had stopped chewing her gum. "Yes?" "The one who used to pick up Ishbel." "Any idea who he is?" Susie shook her head. "He used to run the Albatross nightclub," Siobhan prompted. "We went there a few times." Susie studied the photo more closely. "Yes, now you come to mention it." "Ishbel's mystery boyfriend?" Susie was nodding. "Might be." "Only might." "Well, I told you, I never really got a good look at him. But this is close. Might well be him." She nodded slowly to herself. "And you know the funny thing?" "What?" Susie pointed at the headline. "I saw this when it came out, but it never dawned on me. I mean, it's just a picture, isn't it? You never think." "No, Susie, you never do," Siobhan said, folding the page closed. "You never do." "This interview and everything," Susie was saying, dropping her voice a little. "Do you reckon we're in trouble?" "For what?" "You didn't gang up and kill Donnie Cruikshank, did you?" Susie screwed up her face in answer. "But that stuff we wrote in the toilets, that's vandalism, isn't it?" "From what I saw of the Bane, Susie, a decent lawyer would argue it was interior design." Siobhan waited till Susie smiled. "So don't worry about it. Any of you. Okay?" "Okay." "And make sure you tell Janet." Susie studied Siobhan's face. "You've noticed, then?" "Looks to me like she needs her friends right now." "Always has done," Susie said, regret creeping into her voice. "Do your best for her, then, eh?" Siobhan touched Susie on the arm, watched as she nodded, then gave a smile and turned to leave. "Next time you need a restyle, it's on the house," Susie called to her. "Just the kind of bribe I'm open to," Siobhan called back, giving a little wave.
This ends Disc 12. Flesh Market Close, Disc 13.
Chapter 28. She found a parking space on Coburn Street and walked up Flesh Market Close, turning left onto the High Street and left again into the Warlock. The clientele was mixed. Workmen on a break, business types poring over the daily papers, tourists busy with maps and guidebooks. "He's not here," the barman informed her. "Hang around 20 minutes, he might be back." She nodded, ordered a soft drink, made to pay for it, but he shook his head. She paid anyway. Some people she'd rather not owe a favour to. He shrugged and pushed the coins into a charity tin. She rested on one of the high stools at the bar, took a sip of the ice-cold drink. "So where is he, do you know?" "Just out somewhere." Siobhan took another sip. "He's got a car, right?" The barman stared at her. "Don't worry, I'm not fishing," she told him. "It's just that parking's a nightmare around here. I was wondering how he managed." "Know the lockups in Market Street?" She started to shake her head, but then nodded instead. "All those arch-shaped doors in the wall." "They're garages. He's got one of those. Christ knows how much it cost him." "So he keeps his car there?" "Parks it and walks here. Only exercise I've ever known him take." Siobhan was already heading for the door. Market Street faced the main railway line south from Waverley Station. Behind it, Geoffrey Street curved steeply towards the Canongate. The lockups sat in a row at pavement level, tapering in size depending on Geoffrey Street's incline. Some were too small to fit a car inside. All but one were padlocked shut. Siobhan arrived just as Ray Mangold was pulling his own doors closed. "Nice bit of kit," she said. It took him a moment to place her. Then his eyes followed hers to the red Jaguar convertible. "I like it," he said. "I've always wondered about these places," Siobhan went on, studying the lockup's arched brick roof. "They're great, aren't they?" Mangold's eyes were on her. "Who told you I owned one?" She smiled at him. "I'm a detective, Mr. Mangold." She was walking around the car. "You won't find anything," he snapped. "What is it you think I'm looking for?" He was right, of course. She was taking in every inch of the interior. "Christ knows. More bloody skeletons, maybe." "This isn't about skeletons, Mr. Mangold." "No?" She shook her head. "It's Ishbel I'm wondering about." She stopped in front of him. "I'm wondering what you've done with her." "I don't know what you mean." "How did you get those bruises?" "I've already told you." "Any witnesses?" "As far as I recall, when I asked your barman, he said he wasn't involved. Maybe an hour or two in an interview room would help him tell the truth." "Look! No, you look!" She straightened her back so that she was barely an inch shorter than him. The doors were still a few feet ajar, a passer-by pausing for a moment to take in the argument. Siobhan ignored him. "You knew Ishbel from the Albatross," she told Mangold. "You started seeing her. Picked her up a few times from work. I've got a witness who saw you. I dare say if I go showing photos of you and your car around Bain Hall, a few more memories would be jogged. Now Ishbel's gone missing, and you've got bruises on your face." "You think I've done something to her?" He'd reached for the doors, was about to pull them shut, but Siobhan couldn't have that. She kicked one of them so it swung wide open. A tour bus was rumbling past, the passengers staring. Siobhan gave them a wave and turned to Mangold. "Plenty of witnesses," she warned him. His eyes widened further. "Christ! Look!" "I'm listening." "I haven't done anything to Ishbel." "So prove it." Siobhan folded her arms. "Tell me what's happened to her." "Nothing's happened to her." "You know where she is?" Mangold looked at her, lips clamped shut, jaw moving from side to side. When he finally spoke, it was like an explosion. "Yes, all right, I know where she is." "And where's that?" "She's fine. She's alive and well." And not answering her mobile, "Because it would only be her mum and dad." Now that he'd spoken, it was as if a weight had been lifted from him.
He leaned back against the Jaguar's front wheel arch. "They're the reason she left in the first place." "So prove it. Show me where she is." He looked at his watch. "She's probably on a train." "A train?" "Coming back to Edinburgh. She's been shopping in Newcastle." "Newcastle? Better shops, apparently, and more of them." "What time are you expecting her?" He shook his head. "Sometime this afternoon. I don't know what time the trains get in." Siobhan stared at him. "No, but I do." She took her phone out and called Gayfield CID. Phillida Hawes answered. "Phil, it's Siobhan. Is Call there?" "Put him on, will you?" She waited a moment, her gaze still on Mangold. Then, "Call, it's Siobhan. Listen, you're the man with the plan. What time do the trains from Newcastle arrive?" Rebus sat in the CID office at Torpichen and stared once more at the sheets of paper on the desk in front of him. They represented a thorough job. The names from the roster in Peter Hill's car had been checked against those arrested on the beach at Crammond, then cross-checked against the residents of the flats on the third floor of Stevenson House. The office itself was quiet. With the interviews finished, vans had headed off towards Whitemire, bearing a cargo of fresh inmates. As far as Rebus knew, Whitemire had been near capacity as it was. How they would cope with this influx he could only imagine. As Story himself had put it, "They're a private company. If there's profit in it, they'll manage." Felix Story had not compiled a list on Rebus's desk. Felix Story hadn't paid much attention to it when it had been presented to him. He was already talking about heading back down to London, other cases crying out for his attention. He would return from time to time, of course, to oversee the prosecution of Stuart Bullen. In his own words, he would "stay in the loop." Rebus's comment, "like a hamster on its wheel." He looked up now as Rat-Arse Reynolds came into the room, looking around as though seeking someone. He was carrying a brown paper bag and seemed pleased with himself. "Can I help you, Charlie?" Rebus asked. Reynolds grinned. "Got a going-away present for your pal." He lifted a bunch of bananas from the bag. "Trying to figure the best place to leave them." "Because you've not got the guts to do it to his face?" Rebus had risen slowly to his feet. "Just a bit of a laugh, John." "For you, maybe. Something tells me Felix Story won't be quite so easy to please." "That's true, actually." The speaker was Story himself. As he came into the room, he was checking the knot in his tie, smoothing it down against his shirt front. Reynolds slid the bananas back into the bag, clutching it to his chest. "Those for me?" Story asked. "No," Reynolds said. Story got right into his face. "I'm black, therefore I'm a monkey. That's your logic, is it?" "No." Story had started opening the bag. "As it happens, I like a nice banana, but these look past it to me. A bit like yourself, Reynolds. Going rancid." He closed the bag again. "Now, off you go and try playing detective for a change. Here's your challenge, to find out what everyone around here calls you behind your back." Story patted Reynolds' left cheek, then stood with arms folded to indicate that he was dismissed. After he'd gone, Story turned to Rebus and winked. "Tell you another funny thing," Rebus said. "I'm always up for a laugh. This is more funny peculiar than funny ha-ha." "What is?" Rebus tapped one of the sheets of paper on his desk. "Some of the names we don't have bodies for. Maybe they heard us coming and did a runner. Maybe." Story rested his backside against the edge of the desk. "Could be they were working a shift when the raid went down. If they got wind of it, they're not likely to turn up in Knoxland, are they?" "No," Rebus agreed. "Chinese-looking names, most of them. And one African. Chantal Rendell."
Rendell? You think that sounds African?
Story frowned, craned his neck to study the paperwork.
Chantal's a French name, isn't it? French is the national language of Senegal,
Rebus explained.
Your elusive witness. That's what I'm wondering. I might show it to Kate.
Who's Kate?
A student from Senegal. There's something I need to ask her anyway.
Story eased himself upright from the desk.
Best of luck, then. Hang on,
Rebus said.
There's something else.
Story let out a sigh.
And what's that?
Rebus tapped another of the sheets.
Whoever did this went the extra yard.
Oh, yes. Rebus nodded.
Every single one we interviewed. They were asked for an address prior to Knoxland.
Rebus looked up, but Story just shrugged.
Some of them gave Whitemire.
Now he had Story's attention.
What? Seems they were bailed. Bailed? By who? A variety of names, probably all of them fake. Fake contact addresses too.
Bullen? Story guessed.
That's what I'm thinking. It's perfect. He bails them out, puts them to work. Any of them complain, Whitemire's hanging over them like a noose. If that doesn't work, he's always got the skeletons.
Story was nodding slowly.
Makes sense. I think we need to talk to someone at Whitemire.
To what end?
Rebus shrugged. A lot easier to pull something like this off with a friend. How can I put it?
Rebus pretended to search for the phrase.
In the loop,
he suggested at last. Story just glared at him.
Maybe you're right,
he conceded.
So, who is it we need to talk to? Man called Alan Trainer. But before we get started with all that, there's more? Just a little bit.
Rebus's eyes were still on the sheets of paper. He used a pen to draw lines connecting some of the names, nationalities, and places.
The people we found in Stevenson House, and the ones on the beach for that matter.
What about them?
Some came from Whitemire. Others hold expired visas. Other unkind.
Yes? Rebus shrugged.
A few don't have any paperwork at all. Leaving just a tiny handful who seem to have arrived here on the back of a lorry. A tiny handful, Felix, and no fake passports or other IDs. So, where's this vast smuggling operation gone to? Bullen's this master criminal with a safe full of dodgy documents. How come nothing's turned up outside his office? Could be Downey just received a fresh consignment from his friends in London. London?
Rebus frowned.
He didn't tell me he had friends in London. I said Essex, didn't I? Same thing, essentially. I'll take your word for it. So, are we going to visit Whitemire or what? One last thing.
Rebus held up a finger.
Just between the two of us. Is there anything you're not telling me about Stuart Bullen?
Such as?
I'll only know that when you tell me.
John, it's case closed. We've got a result. What more do you want?
Maybe I just want to make sure I'm...
Story held a hand up in mock warning, but too late.
In the loop,
Rebus said. Back to Whitemire. Passing Carrow at the side of the road. She was talking into her mobile, didn't so much as glance up at them. The usual security checks, gates unlocked and locked again behind them. The guard escorting them from the car park to the main building. There were half a dozen empty vans in the car park. The refugees had already arrived. Felix Story seemed interested in everything around him.
I'm assuming you've not been here before,
Rebus asked.
Story shook his head. Been to Belmarsh a few times, though. Heard of it?
Rebus's turned to shake his head.
It's in London. A proper prison. High security. That's where the asylum seekers are kept. Nice. Makes this place look like Club Med.
Waiting for them at the main door, Alan Trainer. not bothering to hide his irritation.
"Look, whatever this is, can't it wait? We're trying to process dozens of new arrivals."
"Oh, no," Felix Story said. "I'm the one who sent them." Traynor didn't seem to hear, too preoccupied with his own problems.
"We've had to commandeer the canteen. Even so, it's going to take hours." "In which case, sooner you're rid of us the better,"
Story suggested. Traynor let escape a theatrical sigh.
"Very well, then, follow me."
In the outer office they passed Janet Islet. She looked up from her computer, eyes boring into Rebus's. She got as far as opening her mouth to say something, but Rebus spoke first.
"Mr. Traynor, sorry, but I need to use the—"
Rebus had seen a toilet in the corridor. He was pointing a thumb in its direction.
"I'll catch you up,"
he said. Story's eyes were on him, knowing he was up to something, but unsure what. Rebus just gave a wink and turned on his heels, retraced his steps through the office and into the corridor, and waited there until he heard Traynor's door close, popped his head into the doorway and gave a little whistle. Janet Islet left her desk, came to meet him.
"You lot!"
she hissed. Rebus put a finger to his lips, and she lowered her voice. It still trembled with rage.
"I haven't had a minute's peace, not since I first spoke to you. I've had police at my door, in my kitchen, and now I'm just back from Livingston Police Headquarters, and here you are again, and we've got all these new arrivals. How are we supposed to cope?"
"Easy, Janet. Easy." She was shaking, eyes red-rimmed and watery. There was a pulse fluttering behind her left eyelid. "It'll soon be over. Nothing for you to worry about."
"Not even when I'm a suspect in a murder?"
"I'm sure you're not a suspect. It's just something that has to be done."
"And you've not come here to talk to Mr. Traynor about me? Isn't it bad enough that I had to lie to him about this morning? Told him it was a family emergency."
"Why not just tell him the truth?" She shook her head violently. Rebus leaned past her and peered into the office. Traynor's door was still closed.
"Look, they'll be getting suspicious. I want to know why this is happening. Why is it happening to me?"
Rebus held her by both shoulders.
"Just hang in there, Janet. Not much longer."
"I don't know how much more I can take." Her voice was dying away, eyes losing focus.
"One day at a time, Janet. That's the best way,"
Rebus offered, dropping his hands. He held eye contact for a moment.
"Take it one day at a time,"
he repeated, walking past her, not looking back. He knocked on Traynor's door, entered and closed it behind him. The two men were seated. Rebus lowered himself into the empty chair.
"I've just been telling Mr. Traynor about Stuart Bullen's network,"
Story said.
"And I'm incredulous,"
Traynor said, throwing up his hands. Rebus ignored him, met Felix Story's stare.
"You haven't told him?" "Waiting for you to come back."
"Tell me what?" Traynor asked, trying for a smile. Rebus turned to him.
"Mr. Traynor, quite a few of the people we detained had come from Whitemire. They'd been bailed out by Stuart Bullen."
"Impossible." The smile had gone. Traynor looked at both men. "We wouldn't have let him do it." Story shrugged.
"There would have been aliases, false addresses.
But we interview the applicants."
"You personally, Mr. Traynor?" "Not always, no. He'd have had people fronting for him, respectable-looking people."
Story produced a sheet of paper from his pocket.
"I've got the Whitemire list here. Easy enough for you to check it."
Traynor took the piece of paper and studied it.
"Any of the names ring a bell?"
Rebus asked. Traynor just nodded slowly, thoughtfully. His phone rang, and he picked it up. "Oh, yes, hello?" he said into the mouthpiece. "No, we can cope. It's just going to take a bit of time. Might mean increasing the workload for the staff." "Yes, I'm sure I could do a spreadsheet, but it might not be for a few days." He listened, eyes on his two visitors.
"Well, of course,"
he said at last. "And if we could take on some new staff or poach a few from one of our sister facilities, just until the new intake's bedded in, so to speak." The conversation lasted only another minute, Trainer jotting something down on a sheet of paper as he dropped the receiver back into its cradle. "You can see what it's like," he told Rebus and Story. "Organised chaos," Story guessed, "which is why I really must cut this meeting short." "Must you?" Rebus said. "Yes, I really must." "And that wouldn't be because you're scared of what we'll say next?" "I don't quite catch your drift, Inspector." "Want me to do your spreadsheet?" Rebus gave an ice-cold smile. "A lot easier to pull something like this off with someone on the inside." "What?" "Some cash changing hands over and above the bail money." "Look, I really don't like the tone you're taking." "Take another look at the list, Mr. Trainer. Couple of Kurdish names there. Turkish Kurds. Same as the Yurgis." "So what?" "When I asked you, you said no Kurds had been bailed from Whitemire. Then I made a mistake. Another name on the list, I think it says, she's from the Ivory Coast." Trainer looked down at the sheet of paper. "That appears to be what it says." "Ivory Coast. Official language? French. But when I asked you about Africans in Whitemire, you said the same thing. None had been bailed." "Look, I've had a lot on my plate. I really don't remember saying that." "I think you do. And the only reason I can think for you to lie is that you had something to hide. You didn't want me to know about these people, because then I might have gone looking for them and found out about their sponsors' fake names and addresses." It was Rebus's turn to hold his hands up. "Unless you can think of another reason." Trainer slammed both hands against the desktop and rose to his feet, face darkening. "You've got no right to make these accusations." "Convince me." "I don't think I need to." "I think you do, Mr. Trainer," Felix Story said quietly, "because these allegations are serious, and they'll have to be investigated, which means my men, going through your files, checking and cross-checking, they'll swarm all over this place, and we'll be looking at your personal life too. Bank deposits, recent purchases, maybe a new car or expensive holiday. Rest assured, we'll be thorough." Trainer had his head bowed down. When the phone started ringing again, he swept it from his desk, sending a framed photo flying at the same time. The glass smashed, dislodging the photograph. A woman smiling, arm around her young daughter. The door opened, Janet Islet's head appearing. "Get out!" Trainer roared. Islet squeaked as she retreated. Silence in the room for a moment, broken eventually by Rebus. "One more thing," he said quietly. "Bullen's gone down, no two ways about it. Reckon he'll be keeping his mouth shut about anyone else involved? He'll take down whoever he can. Some of them he might be scared of. But he won't be scared of you, Trainer. Once we start doing deals with him, I'd say your name's going to be the first one out of his mouth." "I can't do this. Not now." Trainer's voice was close to breaking. "I have all these new rivals to take care of." He looked up at Rebus, appeared to be blinking back tears. "These people need me." Rebus just shrugged. "And afterwards, you'll speak to us?" "I'll have to think about that." "If you do talk," Story confided, "there's less reason for us to come crawling all over your little domain." Trainer gave a twisted smile. "My domain? The minute you make your allegation public, I'll lose this place. Maybe you should have thought of that before." Trainer said nothing. He came out from behind his desk, picked up the telephone, putting the receiver back in place. Immediately, it started ringing again. Trainer ignored it, bent down to pick up the photo frame. "Will you leave now, please? We'll talk again later."
but not much later.
Story warned him. I need to see to the new arrivals.
Tomorrow morning? Story prompted. We'll be back first thing.
Trainer nodded. Check with Janet that there's nothing in my diary. Story seemed content with this. He stood up, buttoning his jacket.
Then we'll leave you to it. But remember, Mr. Trainer, this isn't going to go away. Best that you speak to us before Bullen does.
He held out his hand, but Trainer ignored it. Story opened the door and made his exit, Rebus staying behind an extra moment before joining him. Janet Islet was flicking through a large desk diary. She found the relevant page. He's got a meeting at 10:15.
Cancel it, Story ordered. What time does he start work?
Around 8:30.
Book us in for then. We'll need a couple of hours minimum.
His next meeting's at noon. Should I cancel that too? Story nodded. Rebus was staring at the closed door. John, Story said.
You'll be with me tomorrow, right? I thought you were keen to get back to London.
Story shrugged.
This ties everything into one neat bundle. Then I'll be here.
The guard who'd escorted them from the car park was waiting to show them out. Rebus touched Story's arm.
Can you wait for me at the car?
Story stared at him.
What's going on? Just someone I want to see. Won't take a minute.
You're locking me out, Story stated.
Maybe I am, but will you do it anyway?
Story took his time deciding, then agreed. Rebus asked the guard to take him over towards the canteen. It was only when Story was out of earshot that he refined his request.
Actually, I want the family wing, he said.
When he got there, he saw what he needed to. Steph Jurgi's kids, playing with the toys Rebus had bought. They didn't notice him, too wrapped up in their own worlds, same as any other children. There was no immediate sign of Jurgi's widow, but Rebus decided he didn't need to see her. Instead, he nodded to the guard, who led him back towards the courtyard. Rebus was halfway to the car when he heard the scream. It was coming from inside the main building, getting closer. The door burst open and a woman stumbled out, falling to her knees. It was Janet Islet, and she was still screaming. Rebus ran towards her, conscious that Story was heading that way too.
What's the matter, Janet? What is it?
He's... But instead of answering, she slumped to the ground and started wailing, pulling her knees up, curving her body to meet them. Lying on her side, arms locked around herself.
"Oh, God," she cried. "God have mercy."
They ran inside, down the corridor, and into the outer office. The door to Trainer's room was open, staff members filling the doorway. Rebus and Story pushed past. A uniformed female guard was kneeling by the body on the floor. There was blood everywhere, soaking into the carpet and into Alan Trainer's shirt. The guard was pressing the palm of her hand against a wound on Trainer's left wrist. Another guard, male this time, was working on the slashed right wrist. Trainer was conscious, staring, wide-eyed, chest rising and falling. There was more blood, smeared across his face. "Get a doctor! An ambulance! Keep pressing! Towels! Bandages! Just keep the pressure on!" the female guard yelled to her male colleague. Keep the pressure on indeed, Rebus thought. Wasn't that exactly what he and Story had done? There were shards of glass on Trainer's shirt, shards from the cracked photo frame, the shards he'd used to cut open his wrists. Rebus realized that Story was looking at him. He returned the stare. "You knew, didn't you?" Story's look seemed to be saying, "You knew it would come to this, and yet you did nothing. Nothing. Nothing." And the look Rebus gave him back, it said, nothing at all. When the ambulance arrived, Rebus was just inside the perimeter fence, finishing a cigarette. As the gates were opened, he stepped out onto the road,
walking past the guardhouse and down the slope towards where Cara Quinn was standing, watching the ambulance disappear into the compound. "Not another suicide?" she asked, appalled. "An attempt, anyway," Rebus informed her, "but not one of the inmates." "Who then?" "Alan Traynor."
"What?"
Her whole face seemed to crease itself into the question. "Tried slashing his wrists."
"Is he all right?"
"I really don't know. Good news for you, though."
"What do you mean?"
"Next few days, Carol, a lot of shit's going to start flying. Maybe even enough to see this place shut down."
"And you call that good news?"
Rebus frowned. "It's what you've been wanting."
"Not like this! At the cost of another man's life!"
"I didn't mean it like that," Rebus argued.
"I think you did."
"Then you're paranoid."
She took half a step back. "Is that what I am?"
"Look,
I just thought, you don't know me, John. You don't know me at all."
Rebus paused, as if considering his answer. "I can live with that," he said at last, turning to head back to the gates. Story was waiting for him at the car. His only comment, "You seem to know a lot of people around here." Rebus gave a snort. Both men watched as one of the paramedics jogged back to the ambulance for something he'd forgotten. "Reckon we should have made that 2 ambulances, Story said. "Janet Islet," Rebus guessed. Story nodded. "Staff are worried about her. She's in another of the offices, lying on the floor, wrapped in blankets, shaking like a leaf." "I told her everything would be all right," Rebus said quietly, almost to himself. "Then I won't go depending on you for an expert opinion." "No," Rebus said. "You definitely shouldn't do that." Chapter 29. The train was 15 minutes late. Siobhan and Mangold were waiting at the end of the platform, watching the doors slide open, the passengers start spilling out. There were tourists with suitcases, looking tired and bewildered. Business travellers emerged from the first-class compartments and headed briskly towards the taxi rank. Mothers with kids and buggies, elderly couples, single men swaggering, light-headed after 3 or 4 hours of drinking. No sign of Ishbel. It was a long platform, plenty of exit points. Siobhan craned her neck, hoping they wouldn't miss her, aware of tuts and looks from the new arrivals as they were forced to move around her. And then Mangold's hand was on her arm. "There she is," he said. She was closer than Siobhan had realized, laden with carrier bags. Seeing Mangold, she lifted these and opened her mouth wide, excited by the day's expedition. She hadn't noticed Siobhan. Moreover, without Mangold's prompting, Siobhan might have let her walk straight past. Because she was the old Ishbel again, hair restyled and back to its natural colour, no longer a copy of her dead sister. Ishbel Jardine, large as life, throwing her arms around Mangold and planting a lingering kiss on his lips. She had her eyes screwed shut, but Mangold's stayed open, looking over Ishbel's shoulder towards Siobhan. Eventually, Ishbel took a step back, and Mangold turned her a little by the shoulder, so she was facing Siobhan. And recognizing her. "Oh, Christ, it's you!" "Hello, Ishbel." "I'm not going back. You have to tell them that." "Why not just tell them yourself?" But Ishbel was shaking her head. They'd talk me into it. You don't know what they're like. I've let them control me for way too long." "There's a waiting room," Siobhan said, pointing towards the concourse. The crowd had thinned, taxis labouring up the exit ramp towards Waverley Bridge. "We can talk there. There's nothing to talk about." "Not even Donny Cruikshank? What about him?" "You know he's dead?" "And good riddance." Her whole attitude, voice, posture, was harder than when Siobhan had last met her. She was armoured, toughened by experience, not afraid of letting her anger show. Probably capable of violence, too. Siobhan turned her attention to Mangold. Mangold, with his bruised face. "We'll talk in the waiting room," she said, making it sound like an order. But the waiting room was locked, so they walked across the concourse and into the station bar instead. "We'd be better off at the Warlock," Mangold said, examining the tired-looking decor and tireder clientele. "I need to be getting back anyway." Siobhan ignored him, ordered the drinks. Mangold got out a roll of notes, said he couldn't let her pay. She didn't argue the point. There was no conversation in the place, yet it was noisy enough to cover anything the three of them might say. TV tuned to a sports channel, piped music drifting from the ceiling, extractor fan, one-armed bandits. They took a corner table, Ishbel spreading her bags out around her. "A good haul," Siobhan said. "Just some bits and pieces." Ishbel looked at Mangold again and smiled. "Ishbel," Siobhan said soberly, "your parents have been worried about you, which in turn means the police have been worried." "That's not my fault, is it? I didn't ask you to stick your noses in." "Detective Sergeant Clark's only doing her job," Mangold said, playing the peacemaker. "And I'm saying she needn't have bothered. End of story." Ishbel lifted her glass to her lips. "Actually," Siobhan informed her, "that's not strictly true. In a murder case, we need to speak to every single suspect." Her words had the desired effect. Ishbel stared from above the rim of her glass, then put it down untouched. "I'm a suspect?" Siobhan shrugged. "Can you think of anyone who had more reason to thump Donny Cruikshank?" "But he's the whole reason I left Bain Hall. I was scared of him." "I thought you said you left because of your parents." "Well, them too. They were trying to turn me into Tracy." "I know. I've seen the photos. I thought maybe it was your idea, but Mr. Mangold put me right on that." Ishbel squeezed Mangold's arm. "Ray's my best friend in the whole world." "What about your other friends? Susie, Janet, and the rest? Didn't you think they'd be worried?" "I was planning to phone them eventually." Ishbel's tone was turning sullen, reminding Siobhan that despite the outward armour, she was still a teenager. Only 18, maybe half Mangold's age. "And meantime, you're off spending Ray's money." "I want her to spend it," Mangold countered. "She's had a tough life. Time she had a bit of fun." "Ishbel," Siobhan said, "you say you were scared of Cruikshank." "That's right." "Scared of what exactly?" Ishbel lowered her eyes. "Of what he'd see when he looked at me." "Because you'd remind him of Tracy?" Ishbel nodded. "And I'd know that's what he was thinking, remembering the things he'd done to her." She placed both hands over her face, Mangold sliding an arm around her shoulders. "And yet you wrote to him in prison," Siobhan said. "You wrote that he'd taken your life as well as Tracy's." "Because Mum and Dad were turning me into Tracy." Her voice cracked. "It's all right, kid," Mangold said quietly. Then to Siobhan, "You see what I mean? It's not been easy for her." "I don't doubt it. But she still needs to speak to the investigation. She needs to be left alone." "Left alone with you, you mean?" Behind the tinted glasses, Mangold's eyes narrowed. "What are you getting at?" Siobhan just shrugged, pretending to busy herself with her glass. "It's like I told you, Ray," Ishbel was saying. "I'll never be free of Bain Hall." She started shaking her head slowly. "The other side of the world wouldn't be far enough." She was clinging to his arm now. "You said it would be all right, but it's not." "A holiday's what you need, girl. Cocktails by the pool, room service and a nice sandy beach." "What did you mean just then, Ishbel?" Siobhan interrupted. "About it not being all right?" "She didn't mean anything," Mangold snapped, moving his arm further around Ishbel's shoulders. "You want to ask any more questions? Make it official, eh?" He was rising to his feet, picking up some of the bags. "Come on, Ishbel." She picked up the rest of the shopping, took a final look around to see if she'd missed anything. "It will be made official, Mr. Mangold," Siobhan said warningly. Skeletons in the cellar are one thing, but murder's quite another. Mangold was doing his best to ignore her. Come on, Ishbel. We'll take a taxi to the pub. No sense walking with all this lot. Call your parents, Ishbel, Siobhan said. They came to me because they were worried about you. Nothing to do with Tracy. Ishbel said nothing, but Siobhan called out her name, louder this time, and she turned. I'm glad you're safe and well, Siobhan told her with a smile. Really, I am. Then you tell them. I will if you want me to. Ishbel hesitated. Mangold was holding open the door for her. Ishbel stared at Siobhan and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Then she was gone. Siobhan watched from the window as they headed for the taxi rank. She shook her glass, enjoying the sound of the ice cubes. Mangold, she felt, really did care about Ishbel, but that didn't make him a good man. You said it would be all right, but it's not. Those words had spurred Mangold to his feet. Siobhan thought she knew why. Love could be an even more destructive emotion than hate. She'd seen it plenty of times. Jealousy, mistrust, revenge. She considered all three as she shook her glass again. At some point, it must have started annoying the barman. He upped the volume on the TV, by which time she'd whittled the 3 down to 1. Revenge. Joe Evans was not at home. It was his wife who answered the door of their bungalow on Liberton Brae. There was no front garden as such, just a paved parking space, an empty trailer sitting there. What's he done now? His wife asked, after Siobhan had identified herself. Nothing, Siobhan assured the woman. Did he tell you what happened at the Warlock? Only a couple of dozen times. It's just a few follow-up questions. Siobhan paused. Has he been in trouble before? Did I say that? As good as. Siobhan smiled, telling the woman it didn't matter to her in any case. Just a couple of fights in the pub, drunk and disorderly, but he's been pure gold this past year. That's good to know. Any idea where I could find him, Mrs. Evans? He'll be in the gym, love. I can't keep him away from the place. She saw the look on Siobhan's face and gave a snort. Just messing with you. He's same place as every Tuesday, quiz night at his local, just up the hill, other side of the road. Mrs. Evans gestured with her thumb. Siobhan thanked her and headed off. And if he's not there, the woman called after her, come back and let me know. Means he's got a fancy piece tucked away somewhere. The hacking laugh followed Siobhan all the way back to the pavement. The pub boasted a tiny car park, already full. Siobhan parked on the street and headed in. The drinkers all looked seasoned and comfortable, sign of a good local. Teams sat around every available table, one of the number writing the answers down. A question was being repeated as Siobhan walked in. The quizmaster seemed to be the landlord. He stood behind the bar with microphone in hand, the question sheet gripped in his free hand. Final question, teams, and here it is again. Which Hollywood starlet connects a Scottish actor to the song Yellow? Moira's coming round now to collect your answers. We'll have a wee break, and then we'll let you know which teams come out top. Sandwiches are on the pool table, so help yourselves. Players started to rise from their tables, some handing their completed sheets to the landlady. There was a sudden blare of conversation as people asked each other how they'd done. It's the bloody arithmetic ones that get me. And you a bookkeeper? That last one, did he mean Yellow Submarine? Christ's sake, Peter, there's been music made since the Beatles, you know. But nothing to come close to them, and I'll fight any man that says otherwise. So what was the name of Humphrey Bogart's partner in the Maltese Falcon? Siobhan knew the answer to this one. Miles Archer, she told the man. He stared at her. I know you, he said. He was holding the dregs of a pint in one hand, pointing at her with the other. We met at the Warlock, Siobhan reminded him. You were drinking brandies then. She gestured towards his glass. Get you another? What's this about? he asked. The others were giving Siobhan and Joe Evans space to themselves, as if an invisible force field had suddenly been activated.
Not still those bloody skeletons?
Not really, no. To be honest, I'm after a favour.
What sort of favour?
The sort that begins with a question. He thought about this for a moment, then considered his empty glass.
Better get me a refill, then,
he said. Siobhan was happy to oblige. At the bar, questions flew at her. Nothing to do with the quiz, but locals curious as to her identity, how she knew Evans. Was she his parole officer, maybe, or his social worker? Siobhan handled these deftly enough, smiling at the laughter, and handed Evans a fresh pint of best. He raised it to his mouth and took 3 or 4 long gulps, coming up for breath eventually.
So go ahead and ask your question, he said.
Are you still working at the Warlock? He nodded.
That's it?
He asked. She shook her head. What I'm wondering is, do you have a key for the place?
For the pub? He snorted. Ray Mangold wouldn't be that daft.
Siobhan shook her head again. I meant the cellar, she said. Can you let yourself in and out of the cellar? Evans looked at her questioningly, then took a few more gulps of beer, wiping his top lip dry afterwards. Maybe you want to ask the audience, Siobhan suggested. His face twitched in a smile.
The answer's yes, he said.
Yes, you've got a key.
Yes, I've got a key.
Siobhan took a deep breath. Is the correct answer, she said. Now, do you want to go for the star prize?
I don't need to.
There was a twinkle in Evans's eye. And why is that?
Because I know the question. You want me to lend you my key.
And
I'm wondering how far in the manure that would get me with my employer.
And
I'm also wondering why you want it. You reckon there are more skeletons down there?
In a manner of speaking, Siobhan admitted. Answers to be provided at a later date.
If I give you the key,
it's either that or I tell your wife I couldn't find you at the quiz night.
That's a hard offer to refuse,
Joe Evans said. Late night in Arden Street. Rebus buzzed her up. He was waiting in his doorway by the time she reached his landing. Happened to be passing, she said. Saw your light was on.
Bloody liar,
he said. Then,
feeling thirsty?
She held up the carrier bag. Great minds and all that. He gestured for her to enter. The living room was no messier than usual. His chair was by the window. Phone, ashtray and tumbler next to it on the floor. Music was playing. Van Morrison, Hard Nose the Highway. Things must be bad, she said.
When are they not?
That's pretty much Van's message to the world. He lowered the volume a little. She lifted a bottle of red from the bag. Corkscrew?
I'll fetch one.
He started heading for the kitchen.
I suppose you'll be wanting a glass too.
Sorry to be fussy. She took off her coat, was resting on the arm of the sofa when he returned. A quiet night in, eh? She said, taking the corkscrew from him. He held the glass for her while she poured. You having any? He shook his head.
I'm 3 whiskies in, and you know what they say about the grape and the grain.
She took the glass from him, made herself comfortable on the sofa.
Been having a quiet night yourself?
He asked. On the contrary, up until 40 minutes ago, I was hard at it.
Oh, aye.
Managed to persuade Ray Duff to burn the midnight oil. Rebus nodded. He knew Ray Duff worked forensics at the police lab in Howden Hall. By now they owed him a world of favours.
Ray finds it hard to say no,
he agreed.
Anything I should know about?
She shrugged. I'm not sure. So how's your day been?
You heard about Alan Traynor?
No. Rebus let the silence lie for a moment between them, picked up his glass and took a couple of sips, took his time appreciating the aroma, the aftertaste.
Nice to sit and talk, isn't it?
He commented at last. All right, I give in. You tell me yours and I'll tell you mine. Rebus smiled. went to the table where the bottle of Bowmore sat, refilled his glass, and returned to his chair. Started talking. After which Siobhan told him her own story. Van Morrison was swapped for Hobo Talk and Hobo Talk for James Yorkston. Midnight had come and gone. Slices of toast had been made, buttered, and consumed. The wine was down to its last quarter, the whisky to its final inch. When Rebus checked that she wouldn't be trying to drive home, Siobhan admitted that she'd come by cab.
Meaning you assumed we were going to do this?
Rebus teased. I suppose.
And what if Cara Quinn had been here?
Siobhan just shrugged.
Not that that's going to happen,
Rebus added. He looked at her.
I think I may have blown it with the Lady of the Vigils.
The what? He shook his head.
It's what Mo Derwan calls her.
Siobhan was staring at her glass. It looked to Rebus as though she had a dozen questions waiting, a dozen things to say to him. But in the end, all she said was, I think I've had enough.
Of my company?
She shook her head. The wine. Any chance of a coffee?
Kitchen's where it's always been.
The perfect host. She got to her feet.
I'll have one too if you're offering.
I'm not. But she brought him a mug anyway. The milk in your fridge is still usable, she told him.
So?
So that's a first, isn't it?
Listen to the ingratitude.
Rebus put the mug on the floor. Siobhan returned to the sofa, cupping hers between her hands. While she'd been out of the room, he'd opened the window a little so she wouldn't complain about his smoke. He saw her notice what he'd done, watched her decide to make no comment.
No, I'm wondering, Shiv. I'm wondering how those skeletons ended up in Stuart Bullen's hands. Could he have been Pippa Greenlaw's date that night?
I doubt it. She said his name was Barry or Gary and he played football. I think that's how they met. She broke off as a smile started spreading across Rebus's face.
Remember when I grazed my leg at the Nook? He said. That Aussie barman told me he could sympathise.
Siobhan nodded. Typical football injury.
And his name's Barney, isn't it? Not quite Barry, but close enough.
Siobhan was still nodding. She'd reached into her bag for her mobile and notebook, flicked through it for the number.
It's 1 a.m,
Rebus warned her. She ignored him, pushed buttons, and held the phone to her ear. When it was answered, she started talking. Pippa, it's D.S. Clark here, remember me? You out clubbing or something? Her eyes were on Rebus as she relayed the answers to him. Just waiting for a taxi home. She nodded. Been to the Opal Lounge or somewhere? Well, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. Rebus was walking towards the sofa, leaning down to share the earpiece. He could hear traffic sounds, drunken voices close by, a screech of, Taxi! Followed by swearing. Missed that one, Pippa Greenlaw said. She sounded breathless, rather than drunk. Pippa, Siobhan said, it's about your partner. The night of Lex's party. Lex is here. Do you want to talk to him? It's you I want to talk to. Greenlaw's voice grew muffled, as though she were trying not to let someone hear. I think we might be starting something. You and Lex? That's great, Pippa. Siobhan rolled her eyes, giving the lie to her words. Now, about the night those skeletons went missing. You know I kissed one of them. You told me. Even now it makes me want to puke. Taxi! Siobhan held the phone further from her ear. Pippa, I just need to know something. The guy you were with that night, could he have been an Australian called Barney? What? Australian, Pippa, the guy you were with at Lex's party. Do you know, now you come to mention it. And you didn't think it worth telling me? I didn't think much of it at the time. Must have slipped my mind. She spoke to Lex Cater, filling him in. The phone changed hands. Is that little Miss Matchmaker? Lex's voice. Pippa told me you set the pair of us up that night. It was meant to be you, but she was there instead. Female solidarity and all that, eh? You didn't tell me Pippa's guest at your party was an Aussie. Was he? Never really noticed. Here's Pippa again. But Siobhan had ended the call. Never really noticed, she echoed. Rebus was heading back to his chair.
People like that. They seldom do. Think the world revolves around them.
Rebus grew thoughtful.
Wonder whose idea it was.
What?
The skeletons weren't stolen to order, so either Barney Grant had the idea of using them to scare off any uppity immigrants,
or Stuart Bullen did.
But if it was our friend Barney, that means he knew what was going on. Not just barman, but Bullen's lieutenant.
Which might explain what he was doing with Howie Slowther. Slowther's been working for Bullen too.
Or more likely for Peter Hill, but you're right. The end result's the same.
So Barney Grant should be behind bars too, Siobhan stated. Otherwise, what's to stop the whole thing starting up again?
A little bit of proof might be useful right about now. All we've got is Barney Grant in a car with Slowther.
That, and the skeletons.
Hardly enough to convince the Procurator Fiscal.
Siobhan blew across the surface of a coffee. The hi-fi had gone quiet. Might have been that way for some time.
Something for another day, eh, Shiv?
Rebus eventually conceded. Is that me getting my marching orders?
I'm older than you. I need my sleep.
I thought you need less sleep as you get older. Rebus shook his head.
You don't need less sleep. You just take it.
Why? He shrugged.
Mortality closing in, I suppose.
And you can sleep all you like when you're dead?
That's right.
Well, I'm sorry to keep you up so late, old-timer. Rebus smiled.
Not too long now till there's a younger cop sitting opposite you.
Now there's a thought to end the night with.
I'll call you a cab. Unless you want to crash here. There's a spare bedroom.
She started putting on her coat. We don't want tongues wagging, do we? But I'll walk down to the meadows, bound to find one there.
Out on your own at this time of night?
Siobhan picked up a bag, slung it over her shoulder. I'm a big girl, John. I think I can manage. He shrugged and showed her out, then returned to the living room window, watching her walk down the pavement. I'm a big girl. A big girl afraid of wagging tongues.
This ends Disc 13. Flesh Market Close, Disc 14.
Day 10. Wednesday. Chapter 30. I've got a lecture, Kate said. Rebus had been waiting for her outside her hall of residence. She'd given him a look and kept walking, heading for the bicycle rack.
I'll give you a lift,
he said. She didn't respond, unlocking the chain from her bike.
We need to talk,
Rebus persisted. There's nothing to talk about.
That's true, I suppose.
She looked up at him.
But only if we choose to ignore Barney Grant and Howie Slowther.
I've got nothing to say to you about Barney.
Warned you off, has he?
I've got nothing to say.
So you said. And Howie Slowther?
I don't know who he is.
No?
She shook her head defiantly, hands gripping her bike's handlebars. Now, please, I'm going to be late.
Just one more name, then.
Rebus held up a forefinger. He took her sigh as permission to ask.
Chantal Rendell. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong.
It's not a name I know. Rebus smiled.
You're a terrible liar, Kate. Your eyes start fluttering. I noticed it before when I was asking about Chantal. Of course, I didn't have her name then, but I have it now. With Stuart Bullen locked up, she doesn't need to hide anymore.
Stuart did not kill that man. Rebus just shrugged.
All the same, I'd like to hear her say it for herself. He slid his hands into his pockets. Too many people running scared recently, Kate. Time for it to stop. Wouldn't you agree?
It's not my decision, she said quietly.
You mean it's Chantal's? Then have a word with her. Tell her she doesn't have to be scared. It's all coming to an end.
I wish I had your confidence, Inspector.
Maybe I know things you don't. Things Chantal should hear.
Kate looked around. Her fellow students were heading off to classes, some with the glazed eyes of the newly roused, others curious about the man she was talking to, so obviously neither student nor friend.
Kate,
he prompted. I need to speak to her, alone first.
That's fine.
He gestured with his head.
Do we need the car, or is it walking distance?
That depends on how much you like walking.
Seriously now, do I look the type?
Not really. She was almost smiling, but still edgy.
Then we'll take the car.
Even having been coaxed into the passenger seat, it took Kate a while to pull the door closed, and longer still to fasten her seatbelt, Rebus fearing that she might bail out at any time.
Where to?
He asked, trying to make the question sound casual. Bedlam, she said, just audibly. Rebus wasn't sure he'd heard her. Bedlam Theatre, she explained. It's a disused church.
Across the road from Greyfriars Kirk,
Rebus said. She nodded, and he started to drive. On the way, she explained that Marcus, the student across the corridor from her, was active in the university's theatre group, and that they used Bedlam as their base. Rebus said he'd seen the playbills on Marcus's walls, then asked how she had first met Chantal. This city can seem like a village sometimes, she told him. I was walking towards her along the street one day, and I just knew when I looked at her.
You knew what?
Where she came from, who she was. It's hard to explain. 2 Senegalese women in the middle of Edinburgh. She shrugged. We just laughed and started talking.
And when she came to you for help?
She looked at him as if she didn't understand.
What did you think? Did she tell you what had happened?
A little. Kate stared from the passenger side window. This is for her to tell you, if she decides to.
You realize I'm on her side. Yours too, if it comes to it.
I know this. Bedlam Theatre stood at the junction of 2 diagonals, Forest Road and Bristol Place, and facing the wider expanse of George IV Bridge. Years back, this had been Rebus's favourite part of town, with its weird bookshops and second-hand record market. Now Subway and Starbucks had moved in, and the record market was a theme bar. Parking had not improved either, and Rebus ended up on a double yellow, trusting to luck that he'd be back before the tow truck could be called. The main doors were locked tight, but Kate led him around the side and produced a key from her pocket.
Marcus?
He guessed. She nodded and opened the small side door, then turned towards him.
You want me to wait here?
He guessed, but she stared deep into his eyes and then sighed. No, she said, decided. You might as well come up. Inside, the place was gloomy. They climbed a flight of creaky steps and emerged into an upstairs auditorium, looking down onto the makeshift stage. There were rows of former pews, mostly stacked with empty cardboard boxes, props and pieces of lighting rig. Chantal, Kate called out. C'est moi. Are you there? A face appeared above one row of seats. She'd been lying in a sleeping bag and was now blinking, rubbing sleep from her eyes. When she saw that there was someone with Kate, her mouth and eyes opened wide. Calme-toi, Chantal. Il est policier. Why you bring? Chantal's voice sounded shrill, frantic. As she stood up, sloughing off the sleeping bag, Rebus saw that she was already dressed.
I'm a police officer,
Chantal, Rebus said slowly.
I want to talk to you.
No, this will not be. She waved her hands in front of her as though he were smoke to be wafted away. Her arms were thin, hair cropped close to her skull. Her head seemed out of proportion to the slender neck atop which it sat.
You know we've arrested the men, Rebus said. The men we think killed Steph. They're going to prison.
They will kill me. Rebus kept his eyes on her as he shook his head.
They're going to be spending a lot of time in jail, Chantal. They've done a lot of bad things, but if we're going to punish them for what they did to Steph, well, I'm not sure we can do it without your help.
Steph was good man. Her face twisted with the pain of memory.
Yes, he was, Rebus agreed, and his death needs to be paid for.
He'd been moving towards her by degrees. Now they stood within arm's reach.
Steph needs you, Chantal. This one final time.
No,
she said, but her eyes were telling him a different story.
I need to hear it from you, Chantal,
he said quietly.
I need to know what you saw.
No,
she said again, her eyes pleading with Kate.
Oui, Chantal,
Kate told her.
It is time.
Only Kate had eaten breakfast, so they headed for the Elephant House Cafe, Rebus driving them the short distance, finding a parking bay on Chambers Street. Chantal wanted hot chocolate, Kate, herbal tea. Rebus ordered a round of croissants and sticky cakes, plus a large black coffee for himself. And then bottles of water and orange juice. If no one else drank them, he would. And maybe a couple more aspirin to go with the 3 he'd swallowed before leaving his flat. They sat at a table at the very back of the cafe, the window next to them giving a view of the kirkyard, where a few winos were starting the day with a shared can of extra strong lager. Only a few weeks back, some kids had desecrated a tomb, using a skull like a football. Mad World was playing quietly over the cafe's loudspeakers, and Rebus was forced to agree. He was biding his time, letting Chantal wolf down her breakfast. The pastries were too sweet for her, but she ate 2 croissants, washed down with one of the bottles of juice.
Fresh fruit would be better for you,
Kate said, Rebus unsure of her target as he finished an apricot tart. Then it was time for a coffee refill, Chantal saying she might manage more hot chocolate. Kate poured herself more raspberry-coloured tea. As Rebus queued at the counter, he watched the 2 women. They were talking conversationally, nothing heated. Chantal seemed calm enough. That was why he'd chosen the Elephant House. A police station would not have had the same effect. When he returned with the drinks, she actually smiled and thanked him.
So,
he said, lifting his own mug,
finally I get to meet you, Chantal.
You very persistent.
Maybe my only strength. Do you want to tell me what happened that day? I think I know some of it. Steph was a journalist. He knew a story when he saw one. I'm guessing it was you who told him about Stevenson House.
He knew already a little,
Chantal said haltingly.
How did you meet him?
In Knoxland.
She turned to Kate and let out a volley of French, which Kate translated.
He'd been questioning some of the immigrants he met in the city centre. This made him realise something bad was happening.
And Chantal filled in the gaps,
Rebus guessed,
and became his friend in the process.
Chantal understood, nodding with her eyes.
And then Stuart Bullen caught him snooping.
It was not Bullen,
she said.
Peter Hill, then.
Rebus described the Irishman, and Chantal sat back a little in her seat, as though recoiling from his words.
Yes, that is him. He chased and stabbed.
She lowered her eyes again, placing her hands on her lap. Kate reached out and covered the nearest hand with her own.
You ran away,
Rebus said quietly. Chantal started speaking French again.
She had to,
Kate told Rebus.
They would have buried her in the cellar with all the other people.
There weren't any other people,
Rebus said.
It was just a trick.
She was terrified,
Kate said.
But she went back once to place flowers at the scene.
Kate translated for Chantal, who gave another nod.
She travelled across a continent to reach somewhere she'd feel safe,
Kate told Rebus.
She has been here almost a year, and still she does not understand this place.
Tell her she's not the only one. I've been trying for over half a century.
As Kate translated this, Chantal managed a weak smile. Rebus was wondering about her, wondering at her relationship with Steph. Had she been something other than a source to him, or had he simply used her, the way many journalists did.
"Anyone else involved, Chantal?"
Rebus asked.
"Anyone there that day?"
"A young man, bad skin, and his tooth." She tapped at the centre of her own immaculate teeth. "Not there."
Rebus reckoned she meant Howie Slowther. Might even pick him out from a lineup.
"How do you think they found out about Steph, Chantal? How did they know he was about to go to the newspapers with his story?"
She looked up at him.
"Because he tell them."
Rebus's eyes narrowed.
"He told them?"
She nodded. "He want his family brought to him. He know they can do this."
"You mean bailing them out of Whitemire?"
More nodding. Rebus found himself leaning across the table towards her.
"He was trying to blackmail the whole lot of them?"
"He will not tell what he know, but only in return for his family."
Rebus sat back again and stared from the window. Right now that extra strong lager looked pretty good to him. A mad, mad world. Steph Yurgi might as well have penned himself a suicide note. He hadn't met with the Scotsman journalist because it had been a bluff, letting Bullen know what he was capable of. All of it for his family. Chantal just a friend, if that. A desperate man, husband and father, taking a fatal gamble. Killed for his insolence. Killed because of the threat he posed. No skeletons were going to put him off.
"You saw it happen?"
Rebus asked quietly.
"You saw Steph die?"
"I could do nothing."
"You phoned. Did what you could."
"It was not enough. Not enough."
She had started crying, Kate comforting her. Two elderly women watched from a corner table, their faces powdered, coats still buttoned almost to the chin. Edinburgh ladies, who probably had never known any life but this, the taking of tea and a serving of gossip on the side. Rebus glared at them till they averted their eyes, going back to the spreading of butter on scones.
"Kate," he said, "she'll have to tell the story again, make it official."
"In a police station?" Kate guessed. Rebus nodded.
"It would help," he said, "if you were there with her."
"Yes, of course."
"The man you'll talk to will be another inspector. His name's Shug Davidson. He's a good guy, does the sympathy thing even better than me."
"You will not be there?"
"I don't think so. Shug's the man in charge."
Rebus took a mouthful of coffee and savoured it, then swallowed.
"I was never supposed to be here,"
he said, almost to himself, staring out of the window again. He called Davidson from his mobile, explained the setup, said he'd bring both women to Torpichen. In the car, Chantal was silent, staring at the passing world. But Rebus had a few more questions for her companion in the back seat.
"How did your talk with Barney Grant go?"
"It was all right."
"You reckon you'll keep the nuke going?"
"Until Stu comes back, yes. Why do you smile?"
"Because I don't know if that's what Barney wants, or expects."
"I'm not sure I understand."
"Doesn't matter. That description I gave Chantal, the man's called Peter Hill. He's Irish, probably with paramilitary connections. We reckon he was helping Bullen out on the understanding that Bullen would then back him up when it came to dealing drugs on the estate."
"What has this got to do with me?"
"Maybe nothing. The younger man, the one with the missing tooth, his name's Howie Slowther."
"You said his name this morning."
"That's right, I did. Because after your little chinwag with Barney Grant in the pub, Barney climbed into a car. Howie Slowther was in that car."
In the rearview mirror, his eyes connected with hers.
"Barney's in this up to his neck, Kate. Maybe even a little further. So, if you were planning on relying on him—"
"You do not have to worry about me."
"That's good to hear."
Chantal said something in French. Kate spoke back to her in the same language, Rebus picking up only a couple of words.
"She's asking about being deported,"
he guessed, then watched in the rear view as Kate nodded.
Tell her I'll pull every string I can. Tell her it's carved in stone.
A hand touched his shoulder. He turned and saw that it was Chantal's. "I believe you," was all she said. Chapter 31. Siobhan and Les Young watched as Ray Mangold got out of his Jag. They were sitting in Young's car, parked across the road from the Market Street lockup. Mangold unlocked the garage doors and started pulling them open. Ishbel Jardine sat in the passenger seat, applying makeup as she checked her face in the rear-view mirror. Having lifted the lipstick to her mouth, she hesitated a fraction too long. "She's clocked us," Siobhan said. "You sure?" "Not 1,000%. Let's wait and see." Young wanted the car garaged. That way he could drive up in front of it, blocking any exit. They'd been sitting there the best part of 40 minutes, Young going into too much detail about the rudiments of contract bridge. The ignition was off, but Young's hand was on the key, ready for action. With the garage doors wide open, Mangold had returned to the idling Jag. Siobhan watched as he got in, but couldn't tell whether Ishbel had said anything. When she saw Mangold's eyes meet hers in one of the side mirrors, she had her answer. "We need to move," she told Young. Then she opened her passenger door. No time to waste. But the Jag's reversing lights were on. It moved past her at speed, heading for New Street, engine whining with the effort. Siobhan got back into the passenger seat, the door closing of its own accord as Young's car surged forward. The Jag, meantime, had reached the New Street junction and was breaking into a slide, facing uphill towards the Canongate. "Get on the radio," Young shouted. "Call in a description." Siobhan called it in. There was a queue of traffic heading up the Canongate, so the Jag turned left, downhill towards Holyrood. "What do you reckon?" she asked Young. "You know the city better than I do," he admitted. "I think he'll head for the park. If he stays in the streets, he'll hit a snarl up sooner or later. In the park, there's a chance he can put his foot down, maybe loses." "Are you besmirching my car?" "Last time I looked, Daewoo's didn't sport 4-litre engines." The Jag had pulled out to overtake an open-top tourist bus. The street was at its narrowest, and Mangold clipped the wing mirror of a stationary delivery van, the driver emerging from a shop and shouting after him. Oncoming traffic stopped Young passing the bus as it continued its slow descent. "Try using your horn," Siobhan suggested. He did, but the bus paid no heed until it came to a temporary stop outside the toll booth. Drivers coming the opposite way protested as Young swept into their lane and passed the obstruction. Mangold's car was way ahead. As it reached the roundabout outside Holyrood Palace, it took a right, making for Horse Wynd. "You were right," Young admitted, while Siobhan called in this new information. Holyrood Park was Crown property, and as such had its own police force, but Siobhan knew protocol could wait for later. For now, the Jag was racing away, rounding Salisbury Crags. "Where next?" Young asked. "Well, he either circles the park all day, or else he comes off. That means Dalkeith Road or Duddingston. My money's on Duddingston. Once he's past there, he's within a gear change of the A1, and he'll definitely outrun us there, all the way to Newcastle if need be." There were a couple of roundabouts to be negotiated first, however. Mangold nearly losing control in the second, the Jaguar mounting the curb. He was passing the back of Pollock Halls, engine roaring. "Duddingston," Siobhan commented, calling it in again. This part of the road was all twists and turns, and they finally lost sight of Mangold completely. Then, from just past a stone outcrop, Siobhan could see dust billowing upwards. "Oh, hell," she said. As they rounded the bend, they saw tyre tracks veering crazily across the carriageway. There were iron railings on the right-hand side of the road, and the Jaguar had crashed through these, rolling down the steep slope towards Duddingston Loch. Ducks and geese were flapping out of harm's way, while swans glided across the water's surface, seemingly unworried.
The Jaguar kicked up stones and old feathers as it bounced downhill. The brake lights glowed red, but the car seemed to have other ideas. Finally, it slewed sideways, and then another 90 degrees, its back half plunging into the water, resting there, the front wheels hanging in the air, spinning slowly. There were people further along the water's edge, parents and their offspring, feeding bread crusts to the birds. Some of them started running towards the car. Young had pulled a Daewoo up onto what pavement there was, so as not to block the carriageway. Siobhan skidded down the slope. The doors of the Jaguar were open, figures emerging from either side, but then the car jerked backwards again and started to sink. Mangold was out, up to his chest in water, but Ishbel had been thrown back into her seat, and the pressure was pushing her door closed again as the interior started to fill with water. Mangold saw what was happening and reached inside, starting to haul her across to the driver's side. But she was caught somehow, and now only the windscreen and roof were showing. Siobhan waded into the foul-smelling water. Steam was rising from the submerged and superheated engine. "Give me a hand!" Mangold was yelling. He had hold of both Ishbel's arms. Siobhan took a deep breath and plunged beneath the surface. The water was murky and bubbling, but she could see the problem. Ishbel's foot was wedged between the passenger seat and the handbrake, and the harder Mangold pulled, the faster it would hold. She surfaced again. "Let go," she told him. "Let her go or she'll drown." Then she took another breath and ducked back beneath the surface, where she came face to face with Ishbel, whose features had taken on an unexpected calmness, surrounded by the loch's flotsam and jetsam. There were tiny bubbles escaping from her nostrils and the size of her mouth. Siobhan reached past her to release the foot and felt arms wrap around her. Ishbel was drawing her closer, as if determined that the two of them should stay there. Siobhan tried wriggling free, all the time working on the trapped foot. But it was no longer trapped, and still Ishbel stayed there and held her. Siobhan tried grabbing at the hands, but it was difficult. They were locked behind her back. The last of her air was leaving her lungs. Movement was growing almost impossible, Ishbel trying to draw her further into the car. Until Siobhan kneed her in the solar plexus and felt the embrace loosen. This time she was able to wrench herself free. She grabbed Ishbel by the hair and kicked upwards, hands immediately finding her. Not Ishbel's this time, but Mangold's. With her face above water, Siobhan's mouth opened to suck in air. Then she spat water from her mouth, wiped it from her eyes and nose, pushed the hair back out of her face. "You stupid bloody bitch!" she screamed, as Ishbel, gasping and spluttering, was led to the bank by Ray Mangold. Then, to a gawping Les Young, she was going to take me with her. He helped her out of the water. Ishbel was lying a few yards away, a group of onlookers gathering around her. One of them had a video camera out, recording the event for posterity. When he pointed it at Siobhan, she slapped it away and bore down on the prone, drenched figure. "What the hell did you do that for?" Mangold was kneeling, trying to cradle Ishbel in his arms. "I don't know what happened," he said. "I don't mean you. I mean her." She prodded Ishbel with a toe. Les Young was trying to lead her away by the arm, mouthing words she couldn't hear. There was a raging in her ears, a fire in her lungs. Ishbel eventually turned her head to look up at her rescuer. Her hair was plastered to her face. "I'm sure she's grateful," Mangold was saying, while Young added something about it being an automatic reflex, something he'd heard about before. Ishbel Jardine, however, didn't say anything. Instead, she bowed her head and spewed a mixture of bile and water onto damp earth stained white with feather down. "I was bloody well fed up with you lot, if you want to know. "And that's your excuse, is it, Mr. Mangold?" Les Young asked. "That's your whole explanation?" They were seated in interview room 1, St. Leonard's police station, no distance at all from Holyrood Park. A few of the uniforms had expressed surprise at Siobhan's return to her old stomping ground, her humour not improved by a call on a mobile from DCI McRae at Gayfield Square, asking where the hell she was. When she told him, he'd started a long complaint about attitude and teamwork and the apparent disinclination of former St. Leonard's officers to show anything other than contempt for their new billet. All the time he was talking, Siobhan was having a blanket wrapped around her, a mug of instant soup pressed into her hand, her shoes removed to be dried on a radiator. "Sorry, sir, I didn't catch all of that," she was forced to admit, once McRae had stopped talking.
"You think this is funny, D.S. Clark?"
"No, sir." But it was, in a way. She just didn't think McRae would share her sense of the absurd. She sat now, braless in a borrowed T-shirt and wearing black standard-issue trousers 3 sizes too large. On her feet, a pair of men's white sports socks, covered by the polythene slip-ons used at crime scenes. Around her shoulders, a grey woolen blanket, the kind provided in each holding cell. She hadn't had the chance to wash her hair. It felt thick and dank and smelled of the loch. Mangold was wrapped in a blanket too, hands cupped around a plastic beaker of tea. He'd lost his tinted glasses, and his eyes were reduced to slits in the glare of the strip lighting. The blanket, Siobhan couldn't help noticing, was exactly the same colour as the tea. There was a table between them. Les Young sat next to Siobhan, pen poised above an A4 pad of paper. Ishbel was in one of the holding cells. She would be interviewed later. For now, they were interested in Mangold. Mangold, who hadn't said anything for a couple of minutes. "That's the story you're sticking with," Les Young commented. He'd started doodling on the pad. Siobhan turned to him. "He can give us any drivel he feels like. It doesn't alter the facts." "What facts?" Mangold asked, feigning only the faintest interest. "The cellar," Les Young told him. "Christ, are we back to that again?" It was Siobhan who answered. "Despite what you told me last time round, Mr. Mangold, I think you do know Stuart Bullen. I think you've known him for a while. He had this notion of a mock burial, pretending to bury those skeletons to show the immigrants what would happen to them if they didn't toe the line." Mangold had pushed back so that the front 2 legs of his chair were off the floor. His face was angled ceilingwards, eyes closed. Siobhan kept talking, her voice quiet and level. "When the skeletons were concreted over, that should have been the end of that. But it wasn't. Your pub's on the Royal Mile, you see the tourists every day. Nothing they like better than a bit of atmosphere. That's why the ghost walks are so popular. You wanted some of that for the Warlock." "No secret there," Mangold said. "It's why I was having the cellar renovated." "That's right. But think what a boost you'd get if a couple of skeletons were suddenly discovered under the floor. Plenty of free publicity, especially with the local historian stoking the fires." "I still don't see what you're getting at." "The thing is, Ray, you weren't seeing the bigger picture. Last thing Stuart Bullen wanted was those skeletons coming to light. People were bound to start asking questions, and those questions might lead back to him and his little slave empire. Is that why he slapped you about a bit? Maybe he got the Irishman to do it for him." "I've told you how I got the bruises." "Well, I'm choosing not to believe you." Mangold started laughing, still facing the ceiling. "Facts, you said. I'm not hearing anything you can even begin to prove." "The thing I'm wondering is—" "What?" "Look at me, and I'll tell you." Slowly the chair returned to the ground. Mangold fixed his slitted eyes on Siobhan. "What I can't decide," she told him, is whether you did it out of anger. You've been beaten up and shouted at by Bullen, and you wanted to mete that out on someone else. She paused. Or whether it was more in the nature of a gift to Ishbel. Not wrapped in ribbons this time, but a gift all the same. Something to make her life that bit easier. Mangold turned to Les Young. Help me out here. Do you have any idea what she's on about? I know exactly what she's on about, Young told him. See, Siobhan added, shifting slightly in her chair, when D.I. Rebus and I came to see you that last time, found you in the cellar, yes, D.I. Rebus started playing around with a chisel. You remember that? Not really. It was in Joe Evans's toolbox. Hold the front page. Siobhan smiled at the sarcasm, knew she could afford to. There was a hammer there too, Ray. A hammer? In a toolbox? What will they think of next? Last night, I went to your cellar and removed that hammer. I told the forensics team it was a rush job. They worked through the night. It's a bit soon for the DNA results, but they found traces of blood on that hammer, Ray. Same group as Donnie Cruikshank. She shrugged. So much for the facts. She waited for Mangold's reply, but his mouth was clamped shut. Now, she went on, here's the thing. If that hammer was used in the killing of Donnie Cruikshank, then I'm thinking there are 3 possibilities. She held up one finger at a time. Evans, Ishbel, or yourself. It had to be one of you. And I think, realistically, we can leave Evans out of it. She lowered one of the fingers. So, it's down to you or Ishbel, Ray. Which is it to be? Les Young's pen was poised once more above the pad. I need to see her, Ray Mangold said, voice suddenly dry and brittle-sounding. Just the 2 of us. 5 minutes is all I need. Can't do it, Ray, Young said firmly. I'm giving you nothing till you let me see her. But Les Young was shaking his head. Mangold's gaze shifted to Siobhan. D.I. Young's in charge, she told him. He calls the shots. Mangold leaned forward, elbows on the table, head in hands. When he spoke, his words were muffled by his palms. We didn't catch that, Ray, Young said. No. Well, catch this. And Mangold lunged across the table, swinging a fist. Young jerked back. Siobhan was on her feet, grabbed the arm and twisted. Young dropped his pen and was around the table, putting a headlock on Mangold. Bastards, Mangold spat. You're all bastards, the whole bloody lot of you. And then, a minute or so later, and with backup arriving, restraints at the ready. Okay. I did it. Happy now, you shout of shite. I stuck a hammer in his head. So what? Doing the world a huge bloody favour, that's what it was. We need to hear it from you again, Siobhan hissed in his ear. What? When we let go of you, you'll need to say it all again. She released her grip as the officers moved in. Otherwise, she explained, people might think I twisted your arm. They took a coffee break eventually, Siobhan standing with eyes closed as she leaned against the drinks machine. Les Young had opted for the soup, despite her warnings. He now sniffed the contents of his cup and winced. What do you think? He asked. Siobhan opened her eyes. I think you chose badly. I meant Mangold. Siobhan shrugged. He wants to go down for it. Yes, but did he do it? Either him or Ishbel. He loves her, doesn't he? I get that impression. So, he could be covering for her. She shrugged again. Wonder if he'll end up on the same wing as Stuart Bullen. That would be a kind of justice, wouldn't it? I suppose so. Young sounded sceptical. Cheer up, Les, Siobhan told him. We got a result. He made a show of studying the drinks machine's front panel. Something you don't know, Siobhan. What? This is my first time leading a murder team. I want to get it right. Doesn't always happen in the real world, Les. She patted his shoulder. But at least now you can say you've dipped a toe in the water. He smiled. While you headed for the deep. Yes, she said, voice trailing off, and nearly didn't come up again. Chapter 32. Edinburgh Royal Infirmary was sited just outside the city in an area called Little France. At night, Rebus thought it resembled Whitemire, the car park lit, but the world around it in darkness. There was a starkness to the design, and the compound seemed self-contained. The air, as he stepped from his sab, felt different from the city centre. Fewer poisons, but colder too. It didn't take him long to find Alan Trainor's room. Rebus himself had been a patient here not so long ago, but in an open ward. He wondered if someone was paying for Trainor's privacy. His American employers, maybe. Or the UK's own immigration service. Felix Story sat dozing by the bedside. He'd been reading a women's magazine. From its frayed edges, Rebus guessed it had come from a pile in another part of the hospital. Story had removed his suit jacket and placed it over the back of his chair. He still wore his tie, but with the top button of his shirt undone. For him, it was a casual look. He was snoring quietly as Rebus entered. Trainor, on the other hand, was awake, but looked dopey. His wrists were bandaged, and a tube led into one arm. His eyes barely focused on Rebus as he entered. Rebus gave a little wave anyway, and kicked one of the chair legs. Story's head jerked up with a snort.
Wakey, wakey,
Rebus said. What time is it? Story ran a hand down his face.
9:15. You make a lousy guard. I just want to be here when he wakes up. Looks to me like he's been awake a while.
Rebus nodded towards Trainor.
Is he on painkillers? A hefty dose, so the doctor said. They want a shrink to look at him tomorrow. Get anything out of him today?
Story shook his head.
Hey, he said, you let me down. How's that?
Rebus asked.
You promised you'd go with me to Whitemire. I break promises all the time,
Rebus said with a shrug.
Besides, I had some thinking to do. About what?
Rebus studied him.
Easier if I show you.
I don't... Story looked towards Trainor.
He's not fit to answer any questions, Felix. Anything he gives you would be thrown out of court. Yes, but I shouldn't just. I think you should. Someone has to keep watch, in case he tries topping himself again. Look at him, Felix. He's in another place.
Story looked, and seemed to concede the point.
Won't take long, Rebus assured him. What is it you want me to see? That would spoil a surprise. Do you have a car?
Rebus watched Story nod.
Then you can follow me.
Follow you where?
Got any trunks with you?
Trunks? Story's eyebrows furrowed.
Never mind, Rebus said. We'll just have to improvise.
Rebus drove carefully, keeping an eye on the headlights in his rear view. Improvisation, he couldn't help thinking, was at the heart of everything he was about to do. Halfway, he called Story on his mobile, told him they were nearly there.
This better be worth it,
came the tetchy reply.
I promise,
Rebus said. The city outskirts first, bungalows fronting the route, housing schemes hidden behind them. It was the bungalows visitors would see, Rebus realised, and they'd think, what a nice, upright place Edinburgh was. The reality was waiting somewhere else, just out of the eye line. Waiting to pounce. There wasn't much traffic about. They were skirting the southern edge of the city. Morningside was the first real clue that Edinburgh might have some nightlife. Bars and takeaways, supermarkets and students. Rebus signalled left, checking in his mirror that Story did the same. When his mobile sounded, he knew it would be Story, irritated further and wondering how much longer.
"We're here,"
Rebus muttered under his breath. He pulled into the curb, Story following suit. The immigration man was first out of his car.
"Time to stop with the games,"
he said.
"I couldn't agree more,"
Rebus answered, turning away. They were on a leafy suburban street, large houses silhouetted against the sky. Rebus pushed open a gate, knowing Story would follow. Instead of trying the bell, Rebus headed for the driveway, walking purposefully now. The jacuzzi was still there, its cover removed once more, steam billowing from it. Big Ger Cafferty in the water, arms stretched out along its sides, opera music on the sound system.
"You sit in that thing all day?"
Rebus asked.
"Rebus,"
Cafferty drawled.
"and you've brought your boyfriend. How touching."
He ran a hand over his matted chest hair.
"I'm forgetting," Rebus said. "The two of you have never actually met in person, have you? Felix Story. Meet Maurice Gerald Cafferty."
Rebus was studying Story's reaction. The Londoner slid his hands into his pockets.
"Okay,"
he said.
"What's going on here?" "Nothing."
Rebus paused.
"I just thought you might want to put a face to the voice."
"What?" Rebus didn't bother answering straight away. He was staring up at the room above the garage.
"No Joe tonight, Cafferty. He gets the odd night off, when I don't think I'll be needing him. Number of enemies you've made, I wouldn't have thought you ever felt safe. We all need a bit of risk, from time to time."
Cafferty had busied himself with the control panel, turning off jets and music both. The light was still active, still changing colour every 10 or 15 seconds.
"Look, am I being fitted up here?"
Story asked. Rebus ignored him. His eyes were on Cafferty.
"You bear a grudge a long time, I'll give you that. When was it you fell out with Rabulin? 15, 20 years ago? But that grudge gets passed down the generations, Cafferty?" "I've nothing against Stu,"
Cafferty growled.
"Wouldn't say no to a bit of his action, though,
Rebus paused to light a cigarette.
"Nicely played, too."
He blew smoke into the night sky when it merged with the steam.
"I don't want any of this,"
Felix Story said. He made as if to turn and leave. Rebus let him, betting he wouldn't carry through. After a few paces, Story stopped and turned, then retraced his steps. "Say what you want to say," he challenged. Rebus examined the tip of his cigarette.
"Cafferty here is your deep throat, Felix. Cafferty knew what was going on because he had a man in the inside. Barney Grant, Bullen's lieutenant. Barney feeding info to Cafferty, Cafferty passing it along to you, in return for which Grant would get Bullen's empire handed to him on a plate."
"What does it matter?" Story asked, brow furrowing.
"Even if it was your friend Cafferty here, not my friend, Felix. Yours. But the thing is, Cafferty wasn't just passing you information, he came up with the passports. Barney Grant planted them in the safe, probably while we were chasing Bullen down that tunnel. Bullen would take the fall, and all would be well. Thing was, how did Cafferty get the passports?"
Rebus looked at both men and shrugged.
"Easy enough if it's Cafferty who's smuggling the immigrants into the UK.
His gaze had rested on Cafferty, whose eyes seemed smaller, blacker than ever, whose entire rounded face glistened with malice. Rebus gave another theatrical shrug.
"Cafferty, not Bullen. Cafferty feeding Bullen to you, Felix, so he could bag all that business for himself." "And the beauty is," Cafferty drawled, "there's no proof, and absolutely nothing you can do about it." "I know," Rebus said. "Then what's the point of saying it?" Story snarled. "Listen, and you'll learn,"
Rebus told him. Cafferty was smiling.
"With Rebus, there's always a point," he conceded.
Rebus flicked ash into the tub, which put a sudden stop to the smile.
Cafferty is the one who knows London. He has contacts there, not Stuart Bullen. Remember that photo of you, Cafferty? There you were with your London associates. Even Felix here let slip that there's a London connection involved in all of this. Bullen didn't have the muscle, or anything else, to put together something as meticulous as people smuggling. He's a fall guy, so things ease up for a while. Thing is, putting Bullen in the frame becomes a whole lot easier if someone else is on board. Someone like you, Felix, an immigration officer with an eye for an easy score. You crack the case, it means a big fillip. Bullen's the only one who's been shafted. Far as you're concerned, he's scum anyway. You're not going to worry about who's behind the shafting or what might be in it for them. But here's the thing. All the glory you're going to get, it adds up to the cube of bugger all, because what you've done is smoothed Cafferty's path. It'll be him in charge from now on, not only bringing illegals into the country, but working them to death too.
Rebus paused.
So, thanks for that. This is bullshit,
Story spat.
I don't think so,
Rebus said.
To me, it makes perfect sense. It's the only thing that does.
But, like you said, Cafferty interrupted, you can't make any of it stick.
That's true,
Rebus admitted.
I just wanted to let Felix here know who he'd really been working for all this time.
He flicked the rest of his cigarette onto the lawn. Story lunged at him, teeth bared. Rebus dodged the move, grabbing him in a chokehold around the neck, forcing his head into the water. Story was maybe an inch taller, younger and fitter, but he didn't have Rebus's heft. His arms flailing, uncertain whether to search for purchase on the side of the tub or try to unlock Rebus's grip. Cafferty sat in his corner of the pool, watching the action as if he were ringside.
You haven't won,
Rebus hissed.
From where I'm sitting, I'd say you're wrong.
Rebus realised that Story's resistance was lessening. He released his grip and took a few steps back, out of range of the Londoner. Story fell to his knees, spluttering, but he was soon up again, advancing on Rebus.
Enough!
Cafferty barked. Story turned towards him, ready to channel his anger elsewhere, but there was something about Cafferty. Even at the age he was, overweight and naked in a tub. It would take a braver or more foolish man than Story to stand up to him. Something Story knew immediately. He made the right decision. Shoulders untensing, fists unclenching, trying to control his coughs and splutters.
Well, boys, Cafferty went on, I think it's past both your bedtimes, isn't it?
I'm not finished yet,
Rebus stated.
I thought you were,
Cafferty said. It sounded like an order, but Rebus dismissed it with a twitch of the mouth.
Here's what I want.
His attention was on Story now.
I said I can't prove anything, but that might not stop me trying. And shit has a way of making a smell even when you can't see it. I've told you, I didn't know who Deep Throat was, and you weren't just a tiny bit suspicious even when he gave you a tip such as who owned the red BMW.
Rebus waited for an answer, but got none.
See, Felix, the way it'll seem to most people, either you're dirty or else incredibly stupid. Neither looks good in the old CV. I didn't know,
Story persisted.
But I'm betting you had an inkling. You just ignored it and concentrated on all those brownie points you'd be getting. What do you want?
Story croaked.
I want the Yurgi family, the mother and kids, released from Whitemire. I want them housed somewhere you choose for yourself by tomorrow. You think I can do that? You've blown an immigrant scam apart, Felix. They owe you. And that's it?
Rebus shook his head.
Not quite. Chantal Rendale. I don't want her deported.
Story seemed to be waiting for more, but Rebus was finished.
I'm sure Mr. Story will see what he can do,
Cafferty said levelly, as if his was always the voice of reason.
Any of your illegals turn up in Edinburgh, Cafferty?
Rebus began, knowing the threat to be empty. Cafferty knew it too, but he smiled and bowed his head. Rebus turned to Story.
For what it's worth, I think you just got greedy. You saw a golden chance and you weren't going to question it, far less turn it down. But there's a chance to redeem yourself.
He jabbed a finger in Cafferty's direction.
By pointing your guns at him.
Story nodded slowly. Both men, locked in combat just moments before, now staring at the figure in the tub. Cafferty had half turned, as if he'd already dismissed them from his mind and his life. He was busy with the control panel, jet suddenly gushing into the tub again.
You'll bring your trunks next time,
he called, as Rebus started heading for the driveway.
And an extension cable,
Rebus called back. For the 2-bar electric fire. Watch the lights change colour when that hit the water. Epilogue. The Oxford Bar. Harry poured Rebus a pint of IPA, then told him there was a journo in the back room. Fair warning, Harry said. Rebus nodded and took his drink through. It was Steve Hawley. He was perusing what looked like the next morning's paper, folded it closed at Rebus's approach.
Jungle drums are going mental, he said.
I never listened to them, Rebus replied. Try never to read the tabloids either.
Whitemire's approaching meltdown. You've got a strip club owner in custody, and there's a story the paramilitaries have been muscling in on Knoxland.
Hawley raised his hands.
I hardly know where to start.
He laughed and hoisted his glass.
Actually, that's not strictly true. Want to know why?
Why? He wiped foam from his top lip.
Because everywhere I look, I come across your dabs.
Do you?
Hawley nodded slowly. Given the inside 10, I could make you the hero of the piece. That would put you on the fast track out of Gayfield Square.
My saviour, Rebus offered, concentrating on his beer.
But tell me this. Remember that story you wrote about Knoxland? The way you twisted it so the refugees became the problem? They are a problem.
Rebus ignored this.
You wrote it that way because Stuart Bullen told you to.
It sounded like a statement, and when Rebus looked into the reporter's eyes, he knew it was true.
What did he do? Phone you? Ask a favour? Pair of you scratching one another's backs again? Just like when he used to give you tip-offs on any celebs leaving his club. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Rebus leaned forward on his chair.
Didn't you wonder why he was asking? He said it was a matter of balance, giving the locals a voice. But why?
Hawley shrugged.
I just reckoned he was your everyday racist. I'd no idea he had something he was trying to hide. You know now, though, don't you? He wanted us focusing on Steph Yorgi as a race crime, and all the time it was him and his men, with slime like you at their beck and call.
Though Rebus was staring at Hawley, he was thinking of Cafferty and Felix Story, of the many and various ways in which people could be used and abused, conned and manipulated. He knew he could unload it all on Hawley, and maybe the reporter would even do something with it. But where was the proof? All Rebus had was the queasy feeling in his gut. That, and a few embers of rage.
I only report the stuff, Rebus, the reporter said. I don't make it happen.
Rebus nodded to himself.
and people like me try to clean up afterwards.
Holly's nostrils twitched. Speaking of which, you've not been swimming, have you?
Do I look the type?
I wouldn't have thought so. All the same, I can definitely smell chlorine. Siobhan was parked outside his flat. As she emerged from the driver's side, he could hear bottles chiming in her carrier bag.
We can't be working you hard enough, Rebus told her. I heard you taking time off for a dook in Duddingston Loch.
She managed a smile.
You're okay, though?
I will be, after a couple of glasses, always supposing you're not expecting different company.
You mean Carol?
Rebus slid his hands into his pockets and gave a shrug. Was it my fault? Siobhan asked into the silence.
No, but don't let that stop you taking the blame.
How's Major Underpants? He's fine. Rebus nodded slowly, then brought the key from his pocket.
No cheap plonk in that bag, I hope.
The finest bin ends in town, she assured him. They climbed the 2 flights together, finding comfort in the silence. But at Rebus's landing, he stopped short and uttered a curse. His door was ajar. The jamb splintered. Bloody hell, Siobhan said, following him inside. Straight to the living room. TV's gone, she stated.
And the stereo.
Want me to phone it in?
And provide punchlines for Gayfield all next week?
He shook his head. I'm assuming you're insured.
I'll need to check I kept the payments up.
Rebus broke off as he noticed something. A scrap of paper on his chair by the bay window. He crouched down to peer at it. Nothing but a 7-digit number. He picked up his phone and made the call, staying in a crouch as he listened. An answering machine telling him all he needed to know. He ended the call, stood back up. Well? Siobhan asked.
A pawn shop on Queen Street.
She looked puzzled, even more so when he smiled.
Bloody drug squad, he told her. Pawned this stuff for the price of that bloody torch.
Despite himself, he laughed, pinching the skin at the bridge of his nose.
Go fetch the corkscrew, will you? It's in a kitchen drawer.
He picked up the scrap of paper and fell into his chair, staring at it, the laughter subsiding by degrees. And then Siobhan was standing in the doorway, holding another note.
Not the corkscrew, he said, face dropping.
The corkscrew, she confirmed.
Now that's vicious. That's more than flesh and blood can stand.
Maybe you could borrow one from the neighbours.
I don't know any of the neighbours.
Then this is your chance to get acquainted. It's either that or no booze. Siobhan shrugged. Your decision?
Not to be taken lightly.
Rebus drawled.
You better sit yourself down. This might take a while.
The end.